Erin Brooks is in this heat as well, and Moana Jones-Wong, your current queen of Pipeline, is out there defending her title against one Molly Picklum, who would love to just take that off of her hands and hang it on her wall. You see she is not giving her too much space out there, sitting right on the inside corner. Really a smart tactic, sitting, kind of positioning behind Moana like that, because she can let Moana commit, and because there's no priority, whip around behind her if it's a good one and actually take the wave off of her. As you can see, Carissa Moore opting for the more inside position. Looks like she wants to hunt those right-hand barrels at backdoor that we've been seeing. We've seen Imai Kalani DeVault get an absolute cracker. And Erin Brooks is going to be, looking to me like, could be the first 16-year-old Pipeline Masters champion for the women. Maybe the youngest pipe master ever, should she take out this heat.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a few 16-year-olds in this event on the women's side.
No. 16-year-old who won a Pipe Masters.
No, but I'm saying in this event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's been a few 16-year-olds, but there's only one in the finals.
That's right.
There's only one that's got a chance right now to become
make some history.
A 16-year-old Pipe Masters, and we will see. Moana Jones-Wong is not giving up at all. She is going to battle it out to the very end. Molly Picklum, can't say enough about this young woman's performance out here. Is absolutely on a tear. And I mean, Carissa Moore is the queen of Aloha. Olympic gold medalist, multi-time, 5-time world champion, right? And you know, right now that Mana Wahine right there is looking to represent Hawaii one more time, as she always has done, so graciously, so ferociously in the water, but on the land she is the most gracious, most aloha, sweetest person you could ever meet. And we love Carissa so much. Thank you for representing Hawaii. From each and every one of us here in Hawaii, we thank you, sister, for spreading that aloha for us around the world. Oh, there looks like there is priority in the women's finals.
Yeah, that's gonna change some strategy.
Why would they want to ruin the contest like that by putting priority? Oh, it's the problem in surfing right now, and this is just my opinion. It's weak when there's priority.
Well, they're definitely gonna have to change their strategies up a little bit when that priority is in place. That changes things.
Yep.
You gotta be a little more selective.
On a roll, we have Carissa Moore. Looks like she is just gonna absolutely.
Oh.
That looked like an attempt, so I'm not sure how that works with priority, but
I think she would be in last priority now, right? Because she missed that one.
I'm
That's what I don't
sure.
like about priority, is when I paddle for a wave and miss it, and then you go back of the line.
She's the champ. Maybe we'll just leave her priority alone. And then Molly Picklum's not playing games.
Oh, shoot.
That was an upside down drop. What a commitment.
It looked like she hit her head on the front of the board.
She's got a helmet on. Looks like she's...
Thank God she got that helmet on.
Yeah, looked like she's got her board and she's up and she's getting back out there. One more out the back. Who is this? Moana Jones-Wong. Yeah, that's right. Oh, sister could have got deeper on that one. Nice effort.
Oh,
double barrel. Oh, wow, what a beautiful takeoff. I mean, these girls are just absolutely knifing it.
They are.
Under the lip.
Yeah.
Wow, Keala.
The level has gotten so much better in the last couple of years now that the women have had these opportunities to actually compete in the Pipe Masters, you know. For the first time, started 3 years ago, and you've just watched the level just blow up.
Yeah, I think we have standing by the man himself, Mr. Mikey Wright, who got himself into that 4th spot down on the beach with Holly. Mikey, how's it going?
Hey, Mike. feel like I keep asking this question, but you've moved up into fourth. How safe are you feeling heading into the rest of the day?
I'm not really thinking about it, to be honest. I was just stoked to get a couple of waves, no one out. But yeah, it would have been nice to get a proper set and maybe get another 20 on the board. But anyway, I think it's just going to get better all day, so I don't see it happening. But anyway.
Fingers crossed, eh?
Nah, I'm not even hoping. It was just good to get a few waves. It'd be sick to get another heat in the final, but yeah, it's a long day and it's just going to get better and better. So yeah.
Excited to watch.
Yeah, it should be good. Should be a good day of action anyway. Maybe might go sit it off the wall.
Did you reckon you had a chance? Oh, nah. Alrighty, we'll have a sick rest of your day, mate. Speak to you later.
Oh, listening to Aussies talk to each other have to be one of the greatest things ever. I love my Australian Ohana. They're, like I said, it's like home away from home for me there. And they got to be some of the most eccentric characters on planet Earth. They bring the fire, they bring the heat, they bring the competition, they bring the jokes, and they bring the love as well. So thank you, Australia, each and every one of you out there supporting your brother Mikey Wright.
Speaking of competition, Makua, let's explain to our viewers that aren't familiar with priority, how it gets established, how you get it, how you lose it.
I think we should lose it altogether. I mean, so how you get it, how you lose it. Supposedly, when you paddle for a wave, you lose priority right off the bat.
So, but at the beginning of the heat, there's no priority.
Yeah, but if you make a committed effort to the wave, you'll lose priority, right? You have to paddle. When you paddle and make a committed effort,
when you dig,
that's an effort.
Digging.
Then it's whoever catches the wave first gets last priority.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth. So if you're the last person to catch the wave, you will be in last priority.
Or if you were the last person to paddle for a wave and miss it, you also get booted to the back of the line.
Yeah, see, it's just so confusing. Just let the surfer surf, battle it out, and it's one less thing, some technical hoogie boogie you got to think about.
Yeah, the priority stuff always threw me off because I would get it confused in my head. I'd be like, wait, is it my turn? I kind of paddled for that wave. Am I back of the line? Did that girl catch a wave? Am I next?
Yeah, especially with 4 people and a wave of consequence, because should you be dropping in deep on that like the boy from Japan's wave he just caught, and then you could just drop in on his head just because you got priority? That's actually more dangerous than anything. But here we go. I mean, absolutely charging.
That was a gnarly wipeout.
Wow. I mean, she just took that like a champ, too. Molly Picklum. Let's go. And then here we go. Smooth as silk. The queen doing as she does. And just getting absolutely slotted on this one. I mean, look at that. Side slip on the drop. Double hand drag. Slowing down.
Making it look easy. Moana Jones.
Carissa Moore got in on the action, too. This little barrel on the inside. Oh, insider.
Technical, though.
Now look at this. Aaron Brooks, come on.
She was pumping in that thing.
Wow, she was right there. Look at that. Trainer, it seems like something's going on because we got some clapping. Here goes Molly Picklum. That's what it is. Of course. Look at that head shake. Shake it off.
Look at that.
Come on out. Smash the lip. Let's go.
Wow.
Puss. Okay. Can we please get the right score for that one, judges?
That was awesome. And she put the little exclamation point on the end of the sentence with that.
Oh, definitely.
Massive.
Definitely.
Massive smash.
That wave's going to be, if that's a 17 for Carissa, that's got to be a 27 for what's her name. Because smash the lip at the end. It's a bigger wave.
Let's look at it.
Here we go. Pulling in with the spit.
Watch this.
And here we go with bang. See, we haven't really seen that all contest long, so we're not sure what kind of scores people are going to get after pulling in to a beautiful barrel, coming out and smashing the lip. Look at that. Bang. Upside down on that turn right there. Look at that.
Such a good backhand barrel right.
Oof. This girl's the real deal right here.
Slam. Slam, bam. Thank you, ma'am.
Slam, bam, thank you, ma'am. I love it. We want to go down to the beach to Riaru, who rode absolutely smoker of a wave. Holly, give us a little insight of how he felt riding that wave.
Yeah, I'm here with Riaru. How's this feel? You got a bag of cash? What are you gonna spend it on?
Yeah,
We're gonna buy a car.
so scary there, and yeah, I found a big set, and I paddling and take off, making a huge barrel, and I little bit fumbled the bone. Like I found this doggy dog, like wow, big heavy water. It's oh so scary.
Yeah, that was great to watch. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
I mean, look at that. The boy was almost speechless there. He, all he could say was foam ball and doggy door, heavy water.
Well, it looks like Molly's score has come through at a 27.4.
Oh, I should be judging up there.
Look at Carissa,
Carissa
stalling,
Moore
stalling.
on the right.
Big carving turn.
Yep, that was an all right wave. It was, she was looking to stall a lot deeper, I think, on that one when she took off. It looked like she wanted to pull into that one right off the bat. It was a little crumbly. She had to go around it. Nonetheless, got a nice pocket ride at the end with a nice cutback. And look, who do you know? We have the replay here of Carissa's wave. Coming around the corner, stalling. See that, how it kind of shut down for a second there? Nice little pocket ride on that one.
Nice carve, and then she hits a little turbulence right here, and she was like, all right.
Looking to build on that 17-point ride.
So Molly did a couple trips to Tahiti this year to practice her backside tube riding. Do you think it's paying off?
Whatever Molly did leading up to this event, everything paid off because she is absolutely on a tear.
Yeah, agreed.
And
Looks like we got some lines. I see Moana.
MJW, paddle girl,
Moana.
let's go, get in there. Come on, come on,
Oh
come
my
on.
God.
That's the line right there.
Wow.
So, like I was saying earlier, we're gonna get some real scores for these waves because these are some real pipeline barrels.
That was insane.
And the queen said, off with her head. It is my turn to show you why they call me the queen of pipeline. And it's gonna be a battle right now because Molly Picklum, she doesn't care, queen or not. She's there to take your crown, and she's working hard at it. Here we go, Moana Jones just absolutely getting to a smoker. Look at that. Bottom turn, pulling in. I mean,
That was,
it's the best women's barrel so far, I gotta say.
yeah.
I
On
mean,
an
look at that,
absolute,
driving,
on an
pumping.
absolute bomb. Look at the spit. She knows. She knows
Right next to the
that's one.
boil. Up and in.
That was
And
insane.
that's gotta go. You know,
Wow. Look, that was one of the biggest.
that's 28-29 all day right
Yeah.
there.
So the top two waves are going to determine the winner in this final. So that is going to be a good score.
That is the score of
That
the
is
heat.
the score. And it'll be $100,000 for first place, second $75,000, third $50,000, and fourth in this heat will go home with 25 grand. Not
Wow.
bad.
Well, looks like Moana really wants $100,000.
Yep.
It's not gonna come easy because we have one of the most winning females in history in this heat, which is Carissa Moore, and Molly Picklum just absolutely chomping at the bit to take one of these events out. And then you got the future of the sport, Erin Brooks, who she might not have got a wave yet, but I'll tell you what, she is not going to give up without a fight. 23 minutes left. There's a lot of time for these girls to change this heat around.
And the score is in for Moana. It's almost perfect score. She got a 29.3.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
There we go. Hawaiian is in first.
Amazing surfing by all these ladies.
Just to get to this top four, you have to have surfed amazingly.
Yes.
Like, regardless of what happens, you made it into the finals, into one of the most, most technical, complicated things to do is go through round after round after round after round and perform high enough so that you could crack into a final seed.
Really cool. I love the format for this event. I love the format for the shootout.
Eddie, it's all relevant. You can watch the best surfers surf. They can surf all day, all the conditions. You know, I think this is the new way. This is the format that needs to be adopted on the championship tour, I would say.
So did you know that Moana, Carissa, and Molly are the 3 previous women's pipe masters? Are all in this heat right now, with a new fresh face, 16-year-old Erin Brooks.
And that face isn't going to go nowhere either.
That's
She's
right.
going to be a face to remember for a long time. Erin Brooks, probably one of my favorites by far, and sweetest little thing. You know, she's just so dedicated and so respectful, and really takes time out of her day to know that it's time to work on her craft, even at a young age where she could be, this or that, or, people are like, oh, she's only 16, she's got a lot of time to grow. I think she's just full speed ahead, and she knows what she wants, and she's probably going to get it.
Yeah, definitely.
So as the ocean subsides here at Pipeline, giving our women a chance to breathe and to process what just went down. Some of those amazing rides coming in. First place, Moana Jones-Wong. Second place, Molly Picklum. Carissa Moore is in third, needs an 18.9. And Erin Brooks needs 29.9 to get into first. And we are going to bring you a few replays of Moana Jones-Wong and show you how she got to this finals. I mean, just absolutely threading the needle right there on that one.
Perfect positioning.
I mean, right here you can see how comfortable she is on her board.
Yeah, she knows what she's doing.
I mean, she's smiling all the way through that barrel.
She's always smiling.
And then right here, just behind the section, pulls up tight on just a glassy wave.
I was going to say that wave was so glassy.
I mean, just butter. Look at that.
Big grab rail cutty.
Oh, this was a sick one right here.
Spit out. Beautiful line.
Beautiful. Coming from behind like that, and just her positioning is just amazing. Timing is impeccable, and like I said, right here, just showing how comfortable she is.
Took off behind the lip and just packed that thing. And look at the smile. Look at the smile.
Look at that smile.
Says
20
it
minutes
all.
to go. Check that out. I mean, supporters on the beach. I think that is Bella Kenworthy and Sierra Kerr, if I'm not mistaken. I think they have Molly Picklum's board down there, her backup board, getting it ready for her.
Nice. Here's a fun fact. Erin Brooks made the final in the Pereng Cup in the men's division. She even took out Nick Von Rump in the semis. So beating up on the boys.
That's amazing. We should get the girls and the boys all in one division next year out here. See how it goes. That'd be perfect. One contest, all one together, same conditions, same judging criteria. And yeah, I mean, I remember getting beat by Cena Saramore back in the days.
Oh, Cena was.
I got beat at Pine Trees by Cena, and I beat by Melody Bartels. And
I beat Andy in his first contest, and he never forgave me for that one.
I don't think anybody will forget that day. But anyways, from the Pipeline Masters, we are here in the women's final from the beautiful North Shore of Oahu, the most beautiful coast you have ever seen. Ahui ho, talk soon.
Thank you, brothers.
Thank you. The inside of Pipeline sounds like this ferry, like a giant diesel engine just rumbling and grumbling. When I got that one big wave, when it backspit, I could hear everyone whistling and yelling on the beach, and it sucked all the sound in. And that was really loud and crazy. And I could just hear all the screams and hoots and hollers and whistles just flying by me. It was one of the craziest experiences.
Welcome back, live from Pipeline on the North Shore of Oahu in Hawaii. We are here at the Vans 2023 Pipeline Masters. Well, Keala, this final is really shaping up to be a cracker of a heat. We have some huge scores by Moana Jones-Huang and Molly Picklum, but don't forget, you need more than one score. You will be judged on 2 scores, and Carissa Moore only needs an 18.9
Yeah, Moana's
to
gonna
overtake that first place.
She's gonna need to have a backup. You're not gonna do it on one wave, but man, she's got herself in a good position to win it all, though.
And too many times over the years, we've seen people get too comfortable with a 10-point ride and still not even make the heat.
Wild.
So I mean, it's a thing that it's an unspoken rule that just because you got a 10 does not mean anything. You definitely need to have some type of backup score to either get you into the top spot or get you through these rounds. And it's interesting the positioning these girls are taking. Again, looking like Carissa sitting on the inside. It's almost like they're following Moana, but then they don't really want the one Moana wants, maybe. And then it kind of goes down the line like that, because that's the exact same positioning they had when they started this heat.
Well, if they keep leaving it up to Moana, Moana is going to take it.
Well, you know what they say, the ocean chose Moana, right, in the movie, and it's kind of like now. That wave's coming, and here we have Moana on the ocean, and yeah.
What a story, too, coming from behind to get in that final. You know, she was hanging on the edge there.
And then having Frankie right there about to like take your spot.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like
having the waves actually twice and not being able to complete the rides. I mean,
when she started today, Moana was coming from behind, hoping to get in that top 4 spot. She got there, and then she had to wait a couple heats just to see what everybody else was doing. She had a couple girls on her heels, and now she could be the pipe master.
oh,
Once
definitely.
again.
She's on her way to doing it too. She's got a 29.30. Right now is Moana Jones-Huang in the water, in pole position, followed right behind, just like you see them lined up in the ocean, followed by Molly Picklum, Carissa Moore, and we have Erin Brooks sitting a little wide and in. And we'll see how this positioning right here, it's interesting to me to see every time they line up, they kind of line up in the same, formation. It's Moana, Molly, Carissa.
But who has priority right now? Because even though Moana's out the back and the bomb might come, if she doesn't have priority, she's gonna have to at ease.
And see, that's the problem with priority. Just because that guy caught a wave really means nothing. If you go back into the right position and you're in position for the next wave, you should be able to get down too. I'm not sure what the priority is right now. We don't have a priority indicator here in the booth. But nonetheless, regardless of what happens, big bombs coming through. I'm pretty sure Moana Jones-Huang is going to put herself in position. And yeah, here we go, because we see Molly Picklum paddling towards the back door side of your screen. Not sure what she sees here, but Erin Brooks also looking on the inside. Beautiful wave. Get in there. Oh!
Just kind of hit a little snag there on the drop and had to.
It's really tricky when you get to the bottom there, because if you push too hard, sometimes you pearl.
Yeah.
And then, as you seen there, she didn't push really hard, and she was able to get that nose to stay on top of the water, you know, and kind of ride out into the flats. But it's a very tricky situation, because it starts from when you drop in. And the way you position your board and where you're angling is how you can get, you know, into that position. But there you see your priority judge up there, Mr. Marty. And Marty Thomas up there, no stranger to competitive surfing and calling these events here at Pipeline. And
Looks like Chris Amore holding first priority right now.
you usually read left to right, but I mean, maybe they got it right to left here. I'm not sure. But I would think blue would have priority first. Black and then red, but maybe not. Maybe it is red. I wasn't in the heat briefing. But wow, I mean, look at how just the spray off of the waves, the texture on the water. I mean,
The conditions have stayed so nice all day.
and it's gonna get nice and windy and radical towards the end of the day. You are gonna see some airdrops, some chandeliers, and some very deep barrels. One thing about Pipeline is it tends to suck you in. You're in the barrel and it like sucks backwards and stings your face and then blows out from behind, and you don't even know where you are. And hopefully there's no guillotine doggy door sections landing on your neck. But oh, you see how her board just kind of got weightless there for a second? She couldn't engage the fins right off the
See.
drop here, right? There, the board disconnects. It gives a little bounce. If her board would have stayed to the face, she would have been able to get on that front rail and turn. But right here, you'll see it move right there.
Yeah.
That's the part where it kind of got sticky, and if she would have pushed right there, probably would have lost the fins or dug the nose. So she did a great job technically to pull that out. That was not an easy drop by any means, especially
That
the
little
knife fit
snag-
under the barrel. I mean,
that
that
little
wave was sick.
That little snag just messed up the timing where she couldn't get under that lip and get in that barrel.
And Pipeline, it gets real tricky. You see how the water is going across your screen, across our surfer's nose of their surfboard? That means the winds are a little bit northeast, and that's going to bring a little side chop into the wave. So sometimes you're taking off, and if you're behind that side chop, it's like you got to bang that little bump or go over it as you're dropping into a super steep spot. So it makes it a lot more tricky when you have those side chops coming across the wave. There goes Erin Brooks again, just absolutely charging. I think my brother's in the next heat. This next
Waves
heat's
out
gonna
the
be
back,
a
let's see.
cracker too. Jamie O'Brien, Mackay McNamara, Eli Olsen, Cole Rothman. Phew. Leaderboard change. But right now we have 10 minutes left in the finals. And we will be waiting to see who or if anyone gets that backup score, completes a ride. And I mean,
Yeah, Molly Pickman, her backup wave right now is a 1.3, so she definitely needs to get rid of that one.
yeah, I mean,
Would you, if you were in her position right now, maybe try and move inside and just get a higher, you know, like a mid-range score just
no,
for
not at all,
safety?
because I think she has priority if I read the priority screen right. But she's in that top 3 at least priority. There's 9 minutes left. There's absolutely no reason to waste time when you need a score.
Let's look at her first wave right here.
Just charging.
Oh, that's the one where she went down so hard.
That's just what happens when you charge hard. Sometimes, you know, that's what happens. But there's Moana Jones charging hard as well.
That was her first wave.
Silky smooth, just cruising in that barrel.
Then we got Carissa.
Carissa Moore on a nice
Smaller-
backside,
smaller nugget.
inside wave. And then right here is the Combo Nation. Coming out.
And then just some
Where's the
massive re-entry off
Bang.
here. Beautiful.
You know what they call that right there?
Oh, and here's Moana. Here's the highest score of the
Moana.
heat. Big, beautiful barrel.
We got a name for this kind of stuff right here when you do this kind of stuff, especially in a heat. Comes out, it goes, boom, Kanani. There we go.
That was an incredible,
Sus.
incredible wave. There's your heat leader right there, Moana Jones, just doing what Moana Jones does.
Her boom Kanani moment. Getting her right back into the lead where she belongs. Mrs. Miss Moana Jones Wong. And
8 minutes left in this final.
8 minutes until eternity. It will feel like eternity these last 8 minutes if you are not in the lead. And it will also feel like eternity if you are, because you want the heat to end and the horn to blow. 7 minutes remaining, the ocean goes calm. And within 7 minutes, I'm pretty sure there is going to be a flurry. But up next, 8 more men's heats, then the men's final, and that is a wrap for the 2023 Vans Pipe Masters. I hope you all stick with us throughout the rest of the day, and especially tune in to that final, because that is going to be an absolute cracker. There we go again. Moana Jones Wong in first, Molly Pickham in second, Carissa Moore in third, and Erin Brooks in fourth. All the surfing that was done in the past few days, none of it matters anymore, because right now is the only thing you have been looking forward to this whole event, the finals, and winning and taking home the coveted Vans Pipe Masters women's title for 2023.
Molly Picklum in second place is so within striking distance. She only needs a small score of an 8.5 to jump in the lead. Carissa Moore needing 18.9, which would be easy for Carissa Moore to pull off. So still anyone's game, but that wave by Moana.
Yeah, I mean, that just, like I said, that was just boom. And she's the queen of pipeline for a reason. And right now, she has 3 women right behind her. And there is my brother, Koa Rothman, about to get out there with Jamie O'Brien, Eli Olsen, and Makai McNamara. I mean, that is a heat. The boys will not be giving anybody any waves. I guarantee there's no brother, camaraderie, kumbaya, anything going on in that heat, especially when you're going for $100,000 right now. And up and riding.
Moana.
Taking no time, pulling in.
Yeah. And she is definitely going to better her low score and solidify her lead with just coming up on about 5 minutes remaining. She has got to be feeling pretty confident right now.
Was that one of those bingo, bango, pickle, mango kind of things? Huh? Waiting for a score. She has definitely bettered a 6.5. There's no doubt.
Big
5
line.
minutes
Look at the lines.
remaining, and look at that chandelier on your face. The swell does look like it's turning a bit north.
Look at these sets coming through. This is going to be an exciting finish, Makua.
It has been an exciting 35.5 minutes. And right now, it bombs out the back. Molly Picklum is looking to pickle him herself.
She's looking to pick one.
Oh, yes, she is. And if she picks one, she has the skill and a go to be able to make it. And like I said, the swell is turning north. That's why you see these wash-throughs. This is the swell coming up. And as it comes up, this swell is due to be more north. So the heats in the morning might have had a lot more westerly scoring potential, not as much running down the reef. And you're gonna see these guys throughout the day. The rest of this women's heat, that doggy door is gonna be a big factor in either making these waves or not. Like we seen earlier with Riaru's wave.
Still waiting on scores from Moana's last wave, but that should definitely solidify her lead. And Molly Picklum is gonna be looking for that backup score.
Molly Picklum's definitely gonna be needing a score, and so is everybody else. I mean, look at that. Backdooring it, scoot, spit out. I'd say I'd have to go about the 18-point range.
Yeah.
6s across the board, right?
Beautiful wave. Beautifully served.
That positioning, just.
Look how fast she was going right there. Just very like front foot, very far forward on the board to get that speed. And she just comes shooting out, kicking out into that beautiful crystal clear water.
Commentator's opinion. Has Moana Jones had more big barrels than any woman on earth? Keala Kennelly, do you think she's got more big barrels than you? I don't think so. Sorry. She might have got a lot of barrels at Pipe, but Jaws, Chopes, I still think Keala's got the most big barrels.
Wow, but she,
Oh, she had that. Oh, that's one of those kahuna push push kind of things. You know, hoogie boogie on the side, fall, fall, fall. Her competitors did not want her to make that wave.
she was
20 points. She is having an absolute commanding lead
She
on
was
this
just
heat.
trying to put a little icing on it with that last wave.
Minute and 30 seconds.
Let's
There
check
we
the replay.
go. Deep on the boil.
Strong paddle. Barely
Just
got under that
under.
lip and then just kind of slid out. It looked like it was kind of closing out anyways.
Moana, Queen Moana.
Watch the lip almost take her head out right there.
Oh.
Whoa. By
Oh, a little bobble in the barrel right there. Sure. That's a feeling that you'll never forget, is falling and watching the wave barrel as you slide down on your back. Wow. I mean, most guys can't even do what she just did right there. Most humans on planet Earth can't get under that lip. And Moana Jones just
She just
absolutely
missed the guillotine by
Oh.
probably fraction of an inch.
That was impressive. Here comes our women's champ. I'm gonna have to say it.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds. She's already on the jet ski. Oh,
Oh, Molly Pickham.
no.
No,
Then too little too late. Hey, what happens if you touch the jet ski before your heat's over?
well, there it is, guys. Oh, Carissa.
Some more.
No,
She needed a little more this heat than that.
there
And
it is.
once again, Moana Jones drops the mic and tells chicks, what's up? I am the queen. If you forgot,
Long live the queen.
I am here to let you know. There's her husband, Mr. Tehotu Wong.
And that makes Moana the first two-time women's pipe master. Definitely not the last time, I
Was
think.
that 2 in a row?
Did she win it last year?
Who won it
think
last year?
Molly.
Molly won last
Molly
year?
won it last year.
Wow.
There you have your women's Vans Pipe Master champion, Moana Jones Wong.
Maybe she's the
Putting-
most winning woman
Woman at
Pipeline.
Definitely.
Moana Jones Wong.
Putting
once
on
again.
a
One for the
clinic.
North Shore. Look at that. What's up?
What a show, girl. Well done, Moana.
That is one for the Hawaiians right there, baby. Another Kanaka with a championship to her name. Look at her cheering squad down there. You got Brother Kala Grace, who's looking to go out later. Grace us with some style. Kalani Rivero.
And here comes the Queen of Pipeline on her
There
chariot.
she
The Hawaiian
comes.
Water Patrol. Bringing in our champion. And look at the crowd going nuts.
Oh, they ran her over. What's going on? Don't run over the Queen. Come on, guys. I think we're going to be welcoming in Salama Masakela and Brother Cliff Kapono to take over for you folks. But once again, Moana Jones Wong is our champion for the Vans 2023 Pipe Masters Women's.
Thank you, Brother Makua and Kayla Kennelly. And will you look at that? As Makua said, one for the Kanaka, for the Hawaiians. This young woman who has over the last 5 years really set the standard for women surfing at Pipeline.
I can't believe I did it. I wasn't lying that I cried. I can't believe I did it. I haven't eaten anything like that except for baby food because I kept puking. I was so nervous. Wow, this means so much to me.
Well, we'll let Holly get in there, and you can see the emotions are so strong.
Congratulations, Moana Jones Wong.
Thank you.
Vans Pipe Master for 2023.
I'm speechless. I got so pounded on my last wave. I had to pay for the win on that one. And I was just out there and I was just asking Pipeline and God for like one wave. And then I got that wave and then I got another wave and I was like, what? I didn't think I was gonna win.
Well, you're the first two-time Pipe Master.
I'm so happy.
What does this mean to her?
So thankful right now.
We want to know what this means to you.
This means like everything to me. Like I just love surfing pipe, and I live right down the road, and I grew up right here. It's where I'm born and raised, and I never thought I would ever surf pipe when I was younger. And then I watched some of my best friends surf out here, like Makana Pang and like Baron Mia and Noel Besh and Connie Rivera, and I wanted to be like them. So I started surfing out here, and I never thought I'd become good.
You're damn good. What are you going to spend the money on?
I don't know. I have no idea. I didn't even think about that until right now. I just was thinking about catching waves. Thank you.
That's so good.
Thank you, Holly. And I don't know about you, Dr. Clifford Kapono, but they're cutting onions in here.
Yeah.
You cannot help but be caught up in those emotions. And the key of what she said for me was, I didn't even think that I would ever get to surf Pipeline.
Right. Yeah. What a gracious champion, Moana Jones Wong, to say she's born and raised, her and her husband, Tahitian, Tehotu Wong, coming in. How exciting were those waves that she's got? I mean, it was pretty much night and day. Moana surfing compared to what else was going on out there, it seemed to be that it was her day.
It was her day. And also, I mean, shout out to Molly Picklum and Carissa and Aaron. I mean, the manner in which they pushed that moment to happen, that Moana was like, okay, clearly everyone has come to play. That mistake that Molly Pickla made with priority, that last wave that Moana got, that would have been Molly's if she hadn't paddled for that wave. She was still thinking in the old mindset perhaps of the earlier rounds before we went into priority, and it cost her. But like you said, it was really throughout the entire event, you could feel that Moana had the spirit.
Yeah. Moana, so stoked. You know, it shows how much that this means to her. $100,000. What are you gonna spend on? I don't know. I'm stoked to get those waves. You know.
Now think about this: when Moana Jones was a young girl, there wasn't a pipe master as a woman to look up to. For this next generation of young women to watch her performance, especially local Hawaiian girls, to have that as something to look forward to as a totem, these are the moments that 10 years from now, 15 years from now, we'll be able to see the shift that happens from this.
Oh, on top of it too, a native Hawaiian, Kanaka Maoli person to be able to take her place. And like we say time and time again, the Hawaiian culture, it's a matriarch. It's the women that lead the charge, and it just continues to exemplify with Carissa Moore, the new crop of surfers, and Moana Jones Wong. She's out here just demonstrating and exemplifying our culture and our heritage. What a well-deserved win. Congratulations, Moana. It's so amazing to see you win.
Well, during the chair up of the Queen, Eli Olsen decided to step up to the plate.
Eli, he told me right after we got out here, he said, I just want some waves. I want it to get nuts. I'm ready. I want it full on. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is Eli Olsen.
Yeah, in our interview earlier this morning, he was trying to contain his energy. He was so fired up. Look at that.
He's stoked. He said he's got great boards. He feels great. His body's healthy. And that's just showing when he's pulling into these waves. Now, you know.
That thing was a nuts drainer getting underneath it. Look at this.
Behind the section, you see that?
Like a backdooring pipeline.
Yeah. No, and then for those who surf out here at Pipeline, they know sometimes those waves look like they're breaking as you're taking off. And to have this definitely was breaking down the line. And to have that knowledge to know this is a good one, I'm going. Eli Olsen is demonstrating his experience as a local here on the North Shore. Moving from 33rd to 13th with a single wave, 24.8.
And as we've talked about, the excitement of this exciting part about this format is with 19 minutes to go, Eli Olsen could get 3 of those.
Yeah.
And suddenly this leaderboard can change. So Billy Kemper, John Florence, Mikey February, and Mikey Wright in that 1 through 4 spot.
Cool. Telling Jamie I'm going. Back away. Ended up not making that choice. Eli only needs an 18.9 to move into the finals if things stay at where they are now.
Well, no doubt he's going to be made aware of that from the beach announcers, and he will be hunting and focusing. Like he told us earlier, he's like, I didn't come here just to perform and have a good time. I want to be in this final. And no doubt, how could he not be inspired by Moana Jones Wong's performance?
Yeah. He's stoked. He's hearing his scores. He's trying to do the math in his head. Jamie's like, yeah, you got a good score. I gotta do some work. Don't talk to me.
Four Hawaiians in this Heat 3. Makai McNamara from here on the North Shore. Eli as well. Jamie O'Brien and Cor Rothman. All essentially neighbors who are used to sharing this lineup with a whole lot more people on a regular basis. Jamie O'Brien, of course, being the elder statesman, the one who's paved the way for what high performance looks like at Pipeline.
Jamie looking suddenly Eli's leading the heat, but still has to compete against the entire field of competitors to get to that top 4 finals position.
And how about contest director? It's Cole Rothman turns late, driving through some chandeliers. Nice one for Koa. But Nathan Fletcher rolling the dice, making the call. I was talking to him earlier. He's like, there were more than a few people this morning when it was literally 2 feet out here who were in my ear with their feelings, letting me know that they didn't want to go today. And he said sometimes you just got to bank on the experience and what you know. And looking at the charts, and he said, we're going. I'm going to live on this decision. And he looks like a pure genius.
Great decision. Nathan Fletcher, legend in his own right here at Pipeline, riding himself long boards to short boards. Cole has a real good ability to late drop. You know, he just trusts his rails and he just tippy toes down into where he wants to go, trusts his line and pulls into these barrels, and then kind of just hopes the wave does the rest for him.
Beautiful job negotiating those sections. I mean, you just never stop marveling at what it takes to complete a pipeline wave, not just making the drop and then line choice and then everything that has to be in the decisions that need to be made in the barrel.
Yeah. And being able to move up on the front of that board, to not sit on the tail, for that stability, to transition from using your fins to your rail, engaging the rail. I think that's something that is really unique about a great pipeline rider, is their ability to negotiate from put on the back foot or the front foot, especially in these big barrels.
On the pipeline side, would you rather be going front side or back side at pipe?
This is an interesting one because it seems I'm sure you're going to get a mixed bag here. I would say backside going left at pipe is more fulfilling in my mind to see. Pound for pound, I think front side, it looks really beautiful. Technically, though, I'm biased. I'm natural stance, so I really like to see backside barrels. You know, letting go of that rail and standing tall in those. Those are beautiful things to watch.
Listen, I'm goofy-footed, and I would agree that the stakes seem to be a lot higher, and the technique necessary at pipe. You know, you watch John, Kelly. It looks cool.
Yeah, it's
By the way, I just got kicked out of the goofy-footed fraternity. Revoking my membership right now.
I just seen Pacha Light. She posted something on the social media about Craig Anderson on a bus in Ecuador, and he was They switched his stance, so he was a regular foot. And I was looking at it, I was like, I don't know. I don't even know if you look as good if you're going regular. I think just goofy footers have that natural ability to style out.
I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. I think that we are superior overall just in life. But I am also a fan of what regular footers can do in heavy left-hand barrels.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but still.
But then I look at someone like Gabriel Medina at Pipeline, who has this ability to make it look that much more critical in his positioning. To, you know what I mean? Do some really, really equally nuts things in his approach that make it look just as critical.
Well, Benji Brand, you look at Benji, the things that he on his front hand, it looks, he has a style about him that makes it look extreme and scary, and still appealing.
Yeah, we were talking to Benji Brand earlier, and asking him as this swell's coming up, you know, what are you thinking about? And he's like, I was thinking 6'4", but now as it continues to come up, he's like, I'm going to have a 6'8" on standby just in case. He said, I really don't want anything bigger than that, because he said, as you saw with Jay Quinney's wave, like, you get in, but then you want to have that ability to navigate and negotiate getting up and over those sections. He's like, so I don't really like anything bigger than a 6'8", 6'9", so that I can maneuver and cruise. Speaking of maneuvering and cruising, I believe that we're going to have a guest on the headset shortly. Someone who's been maneuvering and cruising. I won't tell you who just yet. We'll have you on standby.
Seems like a stat poll of 7,000 surfers agree, and 64% would be drawn to watching someone pull in at Pipeline as a natural footer.
Now, was that was that like subscribers or everyone who goes SubTab?
That probably was people who want a free surfboard, wetsuit, wax, or a subscription.
Well, 64%. Makes sense.
So regular footers, what I see, 64% of regular foot surfers want free stuff.
Well, let's check in with someone who right now is safe at the moment. Knew what he needed to do today to move up the leaderboard. Billy Kemper joins us on the VIP guest headset, sitting comfortably in first place for the final as this swell continues to rise. Hey, Billy.
What's up, my man? How are you?
I'm well, brother. I'm well.
How's the food? How are you digesting?
We had tomahawk steaks last night that Billy put them in the Traeger and then shifted them to the grill. Yeah, I'm still smiling from dinner last night.
Yeah, we got to eat like kings, so we're ready for days like this.
Well, clearly you were fueled. What was your mindset coming in down the beach this morning? Especially, I'm sure when you woke up, you saw how small it was.
I did see how small it was, but I touched on it last night before he left my house, just with the buoy readings and just talking to Marty and making sure that, you know, we started with the women's to be able to give the men some of the swell. And I mean, once I got here, I could tell every set was a foot bigger and bigger. And I told you a few days ago, for me, it's just going wave by wave right now, step by step. I'm not looking at tomorrow. I'm not looking about next week, next month. I'm just literally 1 foot forward, next foot forward. And same thing with the waves. I'm not trying to mind surf 5 waves. I'm just visualizing 1 wave at a time and just really trusting my instincts. You know, I've been doing this my entire life, and I just want to give a shout out to Matt and Cherie Chan on mentally, aside from physically helping me, they've been helping me a lot with the mental side of things and just really prepping my mind for days like this and just trusting, you know, like I've done this my entire life, and you know, with the broken foot, I haven't done that, but just knowing that this is normal for me. I'm more normal out there than I am here, right here on land. You know, I feel more comfortable on a wave in the barrel at Pipeline than I do walking in the streets. And that's something that years of just, you know, learning, asking questions, getting hurt, falling, you know, it takes so much time and patience. And I'm just happy to be in this situation. I got my kids right here. He's running away from me, Lion Boy. This guy gives me all the courage in the world. He taught me how to fight in life. This guy was born early, and he fought for his own life, and he's my, you know, when I let it roar, it's all because of him. And yeah, I'm in such a good place. I got Kala Grace, my brother, my partner, my wife's here, my kids, Hayes. I'm just enjoying it. Now, this is a dream come true. This is a Pipe Masters. That's why my son's skipping school today.
Wow, Brother Billy, it seems that no priority can be difficult for some people and not a big deal for others. Could you explain some of that?
I mean, Cliff, you know, we grew up here. This is the most powerful place in the world when it comes to surfing. There's nothing like this right here in front of us, and there's never priority out here. There's respect. There's a totem pole of respect, of growing up and putting in your time and getting your waves and just really learning. And I grew up under the greatest of all times. You know, I was standing right here in these yards watching Andy and Bruce win. I watched Derek Ho, like Johnny Boy, Kaimana Henry, my brother Eric. Like, I literally grew up idolizing some of the most iconic surfers in the world, and they're all from here, and it just came with a lot of respect. And I feel like I've earned my stripes out here, and I put in my time. And when it comes to an event like this without priority, there is a little sense of kind of a free surf vibe, but then at the same time, it's like, I'm not going to sit there and let people paddle around me and just take waves. I truly want to win. Like, I told myself 3 days before this event, I went and caught 2 waves, and I said, okay, I physically and mentally believe that I can win this event, so I'm going to compete. And that was kind of the switch for me of, I'm going to do this event. And that's where my mind's at. I know I'm going wave by wave and just kind of taking it easy and being picky. But truthfully, like, I'm in this to win, and I'll do anything in the will of my power to win. Whether it's 2-foot waves or 80-foot waves, winning is winning to me, and there's always a way to do it. You just got to work hard and visualize and believe in yourself. And I got a lot of belief and a lot of good energy with my family and friends behind me. So honestly, I don't see anything right now besides Pipeline and myself.
That said, Billy, we've seen scores going up and up today, obviously, as the stakes have gotten higher with this bigger swell. You're sitting on a 58.60 right now. Do you think that will be enough with these heats ahead to have you in the final when this round is over?
You know, it's hard being in Heat 1 in this situation, because it's kind of like a waiting game, and you're honestly leaving it in other surfers' hands, which I personally, I don't like that. I want to have control. I want to have the opportunity. But I told myself, being in Heat 1, you know, knowing that I do have a broken foot, this is it. Like, I gotta pull the trigger, and I gotta make sure that no opportunity will present itself without me conquering and overcoming. And I feel like I did that with every opportunity that showed up in the heat. I did what I could. I haven't fallen in this event. I feel, you know, pretty damn good for where my situation is at. And I'm not counting myself in. I'm not counting myself out. I'm just here, and I'm ready to roll. Like, if I'm in that final, I'm going to show up to win. And I'm trusting the process that my spirits that have left me will let the day happen for the right reasons, and just roll with the punches and take life as is. I've grown up with that mentality of kind of just taking it day by day and rolling with the punches and trusting the process, and it's worked out for me so far. You know, I got 4 beautiful kids, a wife, a home, food, friends, family. They're literally, like, I'm the luckiest human on earth. I got a sponsor. See this right here? This is Pat Fenori. This is new. This is fresh. This is culture. This is community. This is love. This is passion. We're going to do something in action sports that's going to bring back love and pure respect. And I'm in a great place, and I'm really, really excited for the rest of the winter, for this event. I'm all in. Here we go. Jamie O'Brien at back door. Nothing new right there. Same old.
Rah, get over here in the booth, brother Billy.
Yeah, I just lost my job.
No, come on. I'm hanging with you. I got to know how to drop lines when I'm around Mr. Salema, Cliff Capono, 2 of the greatest. You guys are my idols. If you guys out there don't know who these 2 guys I'm talking with, we have, in my opinion, the most respected Hawaiian ocean activist right here speaking, Cliff Capono. What he's doing, a lot of people don't know, and
Thanks, brother Billy. Let's get back to the action, brother Billy. Thank you.
You're amazing. We're just looking at the replay of J.O.B. dancing through that foam ball on that little backdoor wave. Just like you said, same old, same old.
That's just a 2-step for him.
Yeah.
You know, nothing new. That's a quick 1-2 in and out. These are the best guys in the world. Right here, this heat is incredible. It's all my best friends. Like, this is actually a shootout heat is what this is. And we're talking about this at the heat draw the other day. You know, it's like we surf these final heats every year during the shootout. I've had Jamie, Kala, Koa, Makua, Makai, all these guys in my heats in the shootout, and we're used to it. This is just us with the rest of the crowd not out. You know, this is just another session. So these guys, they're out there, and, you know, I think having the best in the world also pushes you. You know, like, look at where Mackay's sitting. He's sitting deeper than Jamie O'Brien, Koa Rothman, and Eli Olsen. You know what that takes, humans? Like, I don't think people understand where that kid's sitting right now. You know, he's a gladiator. This is really, it's really cool to watch. And I love seeing, like, really high competitive and good surfing heats. There's no priority, which is like a free surf for us. We don't give each other waves. Like, we literally scrap for waves. Like, it's you know, it's warrior of love today. You know, it's really, you got to stand out and push a lot and be in that mentality to win, but also, you know, have some respect and really pick the right waves in order to be the champion. And I mean, look at who just became she is the women's queen of Pipeline, but she just solidified herself as the 2023 Pipeline Masters, Moana Jones Wong. Like, talk about a Hollywood fairy tale, like the hometown hero, the queen. I'm so happy that the waves turned on. And honestly, like, I love seeing backdoor, but I want to see these girls ride Pipeline, and that's exactly what just went down. All of them put in an unbelievable effort. I was in the gym yesterday morning with Erin Brooks, and she's just picking my brain like I was a dictionary. I'm just like, who are you? How old are you? Like, are you crazy? Like, and then you got Moana, all these girls. It's so rad to see. Everyone's put in such a great effort, and I just love the charging mentality that those girls had in that final. Those girls, every one of them was just going, sending it. And the fact that they're able to do that without holding back like that, I mean, every one of them should walk away very proud as a winner in this event.
Well, my brother, we appreciate you pontificating and just that love energy, and we wish you the best. Fingers crossed we will be seeing you in the final. So kick back with the keikis and cross those fingers.
Get the tomahawks and champagne ready, Salema.
All right, I'll see you later.
Love you guys. Have a good one. And to all the fans out there, enjoy the show. This is the greatest show on earth, and I'm very blessed. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you, bro.
Just under 40 seconds to go, and Koa needs a 20 to move into that top 4 spot to knock out Mikey Wright. Eli looking for an 18.9.
Little dying
J.O.B.
mid-seconds.
was needing an 18, so with 20 seconds to go, there might be one shot. You see Jamie sprinting to the north.
What's he going to do? Look, people are looking backdoor, Pipeline. Oh, Eli?
Scratching.
Trying to get in it. Koa went right. Eli, did he take off? That's it.
Nunza.
You know, that's got to be, you know, like Billy was saying, that's a backdoor shootout heat. And for these competitors not to find the waves that they know they get on any given day out here at Pipeline, I'm sure is frustrating.
Absolutely. That's especially Eli. You know, you saw how fired up he was, and then when you get that big score at the start of the heat, you fired up being like, okay, let me get more. But wasn't to be had. Congratulations to all of them, though, on fine performances here at this Vans Pipe Masters as we move into Heat 4. Noah Beshin in Mason Ho, Mateus Hurdy, and the man from South Africa, Mikey February, who still, after 2 rounds, finds himself in that top 3. And just his performance at backdoor on the first day still stands.
I think as the new swell starts to fill in, it is projected to start to swing north. And with the energy coming in so quickly on a building swell, this isn't picturesque pipe right now, but it's definitely not bad at all by any means. But we're looking at the conditions. We're going to see some heats that are going to be incredible, and there's going to be some heats that I think are going to be a bit lacking in wave opportunity. You see here into the horizon, there's not much going on, or can't really see too much out on the horizons. Which is nice about this coastline is there's these outer reefs that exist, that they're kind of indicator reefs. Looking to the north, you have these reefs outside of Pupukea. And you know, straight out, you have the third reef outside of Ehukai, and you also have some other reefs more down towards logs and rock pile that you can kind of start to gauge what's coming, what's happening. But when it's underneath the size of swell that it can actually break on those outer reefs, you're now just waiting for them to pop up, like some of the competitors are saying.
Well, for those of you who have not been with us for the entire 3 days and you just tuned in and you're like, what's going on here? Leaderboards, etc. After this wave here by Noah Beshin, grabbing and dancing through this little pipe wave. Is he going to find an air section?
He's going to have to bring the score up on this, I think. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get him.
No, that won't be. Let's be honest. But it'll get him feeling good and in the direction that he wants to get the score he's looking for. Let's give you guys a little review of what this format is, this unique specialty format here at the Vans Pipe Masters. Class dismissed. You all know how it goes. As scratching Mikey February too deep.
That's out there.
As that thing runs off. And we are honored here in this Heat 4 to welcome in the one and only Lenever. Laura Enever, hello.
Hello guys, so good to be in here with you guys.
We are honored to have you. It's not every day that we get to hang out with Guinness World Record holders, but here we are.
I
Dr.
look
Cliff.
like Kermit the Frog.
How was your last heat coming out? And could you kind of explain to us what that was like out there on a rising swell, flat to bombs? What was that like?
It was so sick to get out there. I mean, every time you surf out pipe, I mean, I haven't had it happen a lot when you're out there alone. Like I've done this event at pipe and then last year surfing out here, but every time you're out in that lineup and you have it to yourself, it is just magical and scary, and you just have to trust yourself and know what you're doing. And like we've seen today, whoever's knows this lineup the best is getting these incredible waves. As we see Mason Ho having a look here. But it was, epic. Me, Frankie, Hara, and Coco Ho were really close, and we tried to get in the same heat, and we nailed it. And yeah, it was just like really fun to be out there and just like call each other into waves. And I was pretty far down the leaderboard, and when Frankie got her wave, I was kind of like, wanted to get her another wave to try push her up the leaderboard. So we were being nice out there, ladies' rules, and unfortunately Eve got injured, and that was just, it's super scary. So all prayers to Eve. She's an incredible young surfer and up-and-coming charger. So just really hoping she's going to be okay.
An update on Eva Wong. She had a head injury from going over the fall. She was attended to by our medical staff here at the beach, and after evaluation, they said, you know what, let's send you off to hospital to get some further evaluation. She will be okay. Hopefully we'll be able to update you on her condition. But as we said, we wish young Eve Wong the absolute best. And those are the stakes at Pipeline. It's all fun and games, but as we've been talking about, what lies beneath the surface here makes every wave ridden. You got to be making the best choices that you can.
Oh, and just watching that girls' final, like I've just been so inspired by the up and coming, the next gen coming out today. Obviously, Carissa, who's also a queen in her own right out there charging, but Moana, Erin, Sierra, and Molly, just incredible watching what they can do and how they can surf out there, and that has come with a lot of time spent out surfing pipe, and that's I think what has inspired me. I think these girls have been surfing out there since they were 14, and it shows. They know the lineup and they know what they're doing out there, and it's just really cool to watch. And yeah, they're amazing.
You were a part of a movement with Coco and your peers that really set so much forward in motion. Now you look at this next generation, especially what's happening for high performance. What does this moment mean here at Pipe for this next generation of young women coming up? What does this mean for the sport of women surfing?
Oh, it's just unbelievable. These girls, yeah, just breaking down barriers and yeah, making us all believe that we can do it. And with the hard work, time, dedication, like every morning I saw Carissa out there still going for a free surf. She's been competing for so many years and she still is out there every morning at the crack of dawn, putting in the time. And yeah, it's just like incredible to see that work ethic from her. But she's paved the way. Then to see Moana do what she's done, I think she's inspired so many and made us believe that, yeah, like you can be small and petite and like just still send it out pipe. It's like really, really cool.
Yeah, when you actually see Moana in real life, you're just like,
yeah.
Oh, I thought you were like 7 feet tall.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, I was like, she's getting smaller. Like, she's a little pocket rocket. It's amazing.
And that Molly Picklum is going to be,
yeah.
It's nuts.
I'm so proud of them. It's just the best.
1959 here to go. And direction-wise, as this swell has continued to build, what are we seeing as some of these waves are sort of passing by?
You can kind of even see some of these swells kind of cross-cutting as the strong wind swell is going to also be coming in. There's like a northeast wind swell, so you're starting to see some of these swells kind of dislodge. It's not having that nice long west break. You're getting some disconnection. And then you have to always think about what number set. Is there too much water that goes onto the reef? Is the first one the best? Is it the second one?
Yeah.
You know, sometimes there's 5 wave sets we've seen in a heat where is the last one the best or is it just too bathtubed out? What was it like, Laura, when you're out there, when you seen how throughout your heat it seemed to change even?
Yeah, it's been changing all day. You know, this is an incoming swell, so we knew that we'd be out there and there'd be those double ups that would come, the medium ones, and then all of a sudden we need to be, just aware of our situation. There could be an absolute bomb coming from the boil out there. So just trying to be aware and just be ready for anything, really.
Do you remember your first pipeline session and who did you surf with?
I think first pipeline session, I feel like I would have been around 16 or something, and I just, was out there sort of watching on the side and just like making my way up, and then I kind of like got a bit intimidated by the crowd and moved over to off the wall and spent like the last 5 seasons surfing off the wall. And I think that's like bitten me in the ass because now I go out pipe and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, like where is the wave, and I need to put in the time there. I think that's what I've realized. It's like the only way you get to know this wave is by being out there watching the best of the best do it, where they're taking off, where they're lining up, and how they're just absolutely sending it.
Where does Pipeline's power fit in terms of your global travels? Because you've been to
your global send fest.
Yeah, I mean you've been to the biggest and the gnarliest waves on the planet. Where does Pipeline rank in that for you?
Oh, I mean, Pipeline just comes with its whole other fear. I mean, I think the fact that this is one of the most dangerous waves in the world. You see the most injuries go down here. You see the most head knocks. Every year that I've been here, I feel like you're watching someone get injured and get sent away in the ambulance, and it's so scary. And it's just, you have to be so brave and courageous out there, and also smart.
Noah, yeah, and you're seeing people who get hurt.
Yeah.
It's not just like kooks.
Yeah, so it's
the
in the
best
back
of
of
the
your
best
mind,
out there.
and you have to actually work out how to block that out. And when you go, totally commit and have no second guessing. Otherwise, if you second guess yourself, it's that's when it can become dangerous.
It's also having that understanding to know this is not a good one, kind of a discipline.
Exactly.
Like you can get into a bad situation relatively easy out there. You might not be able to get out.
Totally. But yeah, I think it's got these whole other teeth to it, and there's so many different faces of Pipeline. I mean, it's such an incredible wave. But yeah, just Hawaii in general. I've been drawn here every year since I was 12 years old to come and surf these waves, and to be able to go and surf Pipeline, surf Sunset, surf outer reefs, all within the space of a week, and then surf a sandbar that's 2 foot and fun. You could literally bring every single board to Hawaii and
Ride
just
them
go
all.
out, ride them all, and just that's what I've always loved about it. I also love that it's warm. I hate the cold, and it's just literally bloody paradise here.
Well, if that's not
You could also go boog the shore break, or
Yeah.
just like send it over the falls.
I feel like
body
you,
surfing.
you just did a Hawaiian tourism promo. They're going to send you a check. We had you mic'd up a lot during the last few days. So right now we're gonna show that your Spirit Award in the water.
I'm scared. Crap! How many times did I swear?
We'll see.
Sorry.
Such a competitive beast.
That was sick, girls. So cool. Go, Frankie, go. Where's the boil? Where is it out there? Go, Frank. That was a fun take. Oh, go, Frankie. Yeah, Frankie. Sick one.
Frankie is the best. Oh my gosh, I love her. She's a super mom.
Some nugs coming.
Oh, great wave selection, Laura.
Go, go, go. Damn, I wanted that one.
Forgot I was mic'd up
Frankie,
then.
get out here.
I don't think I'm really glad I didn't go that one, to be
It was
honest.
like a full blown double up. It was like Moana girl. She could have done it somehow. Oh my god. Like there's a part of my brain that like just really wanted to, and there's like a smart part that's like, it's a long season. It's a long winter with a lot of events.
Outstanding. Big thanks to Red Bull for providing those microphones and the mic'd up. And you basically are like the best cheerleader that anybody could ask to be in a heat with.
I'm probably the worst competitor ever. I literally am just like, yeah, Frankie, you're ahead of me on the leaderboard. Go. Like, let's get you in the final. I need 3 waves. I'm like down in 100. So, yeah.
Where would you say you got flogged heavier? Out at your record-winning wave at Himalayas, or at Pipeline?
I think Himalayas for sure, but there's so much adrenaline going through your body when you're out at those waves that it actually turns you into like some sort of like weird superhuman that doesn't feel anything. Like when I was at Jaws surfing the first time, I got my knee blown to pieces, and it took like 15 minutes for me to realize that it was like, I knew it hurt at the start, but then it kind of went away, and then the adrenaline kicked in, and then when it wore off, I was like, oh my god, my knee's like actually like
done.
Yeah, I'm out for 6 months.
Yikes. Well, as you can see, we've seen in this heat crossed up swells, wind. Now it looks like some weird Lake Placid. We'll take a second to check in with our contest director, Nathan Fletcher, who was with an actual living legend, Mr. Rory Russell.
All right, we're here with a special guest, one of my favorite heroes, Rory the Dog Russell. And so we just crowned a pipe master. And just for the sake of Pipeline, we have a 2-time pipe master. We want to ask him what it's like to be a 2-time pipe master.
Well, to tell you the truth, Nathan, nothing really changes me that much, but it is quite an accomplishment, and looking back at all the years, man, it makes me proud to have been part of the whole deal. It's a very, very important contest. I think it explains surfing to the very core. Bonsai Pipeline, man, gnarly.
And so what do you think of what the kids are doing out here these days compared to what the guys were doing in your day? What's the difference in that?
Well, the size of the surfboard, mostly. The surfboards are so much smaller now, and the guys are taking off so late. Before, it was like we were riding aircraft carriers, we could get into the wave real easy, which was great. But these guys nowadays are just pushing the limits, man. These takeoffs they're making is just on their tiptoes. I mean, it's just incredible what they've been pulling into, especially today. The surf's getting really, really intense. And they're pulling off some really amazing rides out here. Imai, and everybody else, man, top notch. really proud of these kids.
They're really defining the bonsai in Bonsai Pipeline.
Totally. Mr. Ito and his bonsai ride was incredible, man. That was all time. Heads up.
Is there any advice you want to give to the up-and-coming kids?
Pick the right wave, man. It's all in picking the right wave. Very important for you to sit there and study the surf before you paddle out. I'd spend hours before I'd paddle out looking at the surf, waiting for the right time. It's a 45-minute on, 45-minute off type deal out here. They were mentioning that the other day, Kayla and who she was talking to about every other heat is not enough. There weren't enough waves. The totally different type of swell. I mean, totally different type of sets coming in. So basically, a long time ago, Jerry used to stay out in the water for like hours at a time, and I'd just go out for an hour, catch my waves and come in. And I told him one time, I said, it's a 45-minute deal. 45 minutes on, 45 minutes off. So if you get in one of those heats where it's on the 45 minutes off, you know, more power to you, you know. But basically, Pipeline isn't good all day long. It's a very fickle lady, and she has her moments. And it's like basically, as far as timing, it's a 45-minute deal.
All right. Well, thank you, Rory. We really appreciate you coming down.
Pick the right wave, you're in. And I really appreciate you inviting me down.
Yes,
It's been 60 years standing right here looking at these waves. Pretty neat.
All right. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome, folks.
Thank you, Nathan, and thank you. That was the legend, two-time pipe master Roy Russell putting you on game.
What a lord.
I mean, how about all those gem nuggets? He's like, hey.
Oh my gosh, I should have got him to coach me.
He's like, on what planet do you think this wave just stays the same all day? And right now, you could argue that we're kind of in a 45 minutes off.
We are.
Mason trying to turn that around.
Oh, just love watching May surf. He always rides like a lot bigger boards, and
We get so small towards that center, that sweet spot on the board. After he makes the drop, he just moves up and just
virtual nose ride.
Yeah. Oh, look at the air vacuum. His hair was like sucking backwards.
Look at how
with the
he gets
vacuum.
up on the front of that thing. There is a world where he might have made it up over that bump.
Yeah, I'm sure he has a story of why it didn't work out the way it did, but
what a shot that is,
Look
though.
at that. You see his hair like vacuuming stuff back.
He's literally blow dryer.
Yeah, what's great about Mason's stories is 3 seconds he could talk for 30 minutes about
Totally.
how from every
I heard he
nuance
was
of that.
classic in the booth the other day when Coco and I were surfing.
So good.
All right, with 8 minutes to go, if I'm Michael February, I'm like, really? Is this what's happening? Because yes, he's in that third spot, but with the heat still left, there's not safety for he or Mikey Wright. And you know he just wants to like put a little something on it.
I'm a bit blind. What does it say he needs better? 14?
Well, he doesn't need to better. He's in third. But
if he wants to, like,
he would like to put a little sauce on it, maybe replace that 15 that he has with a 20. He's also got a 14 point something. You know, he's got that nice high score of a 24. But it would. I'm super biased, but I want Mike February in the final really bad, as does all of South Africa.
Yeah, there we go. He'd be looking to drop that 14. It's any point he can get over that. It's just going to help his cause, really.
Yeah, as this swell
And then
continues to turn on and turn off.
It's a hard one, you know, being Mikey out there right now, being like, do I just look for a mid-size wave to try better that, or do I just sit and try to wait for another 25? It's like a strategy there that.
And for Noah, he's just probably, you know, he doesn't need that much either to get in, as he's sitting in that 7th spot.
Yeah.
Just wanting the ocean to cooperate. An absolute beautiful Tuesday here on the North Shore. Laura, thank you for coming by and spending time. Enjoy the rest of your season.
Will do.
Your long season.
I know. So much exciting waves and swells to come.
Right on. And we will be back here with this, hopefully, fingers crossed, exciting finish to this round 3 heat as we march towards crowning a men's champion here at the Vans Pipe Masters.
Where are you sitting for your ideal wave at pipe? I'll be sitting right under Moana. No, I'm just kidding.
That'd be scary as hell, that pipe.
It's like in Zoolander when he's like, how are we supposed to surf pipe like this?
I'm sitting like here.
Right here, and I'm gonna end up right there. That's the plan.
Backdoor the peak and get a nice vision and then get spit out.
Oh, I don't want to be like here.
I wouldn't want to be here.
Here.
Back at it.
Take a look at it. Breathe it in. Look at that palette of colors. Palm fronds and clouds and blue sky and sand and ocean. Can you feel the energy, the magic energy of the one and only pipeline here on the North Shore of Oahu, as we are in the deep end of this Heat 4 in round 3. As Roy Russell said, hey, 45 minutes on, 45 minutes off. These competitors have definitely been challenged in what feels like what's been an off as far as what's been on offer.
They're probably tripping. They're like, whoa, the women's was firing.
And the last heat was also firing.
Yeah. Just waiting. You know they're just looking for those lumps to pop out behind them.
4 minutes, plenty of time for at least a set and a half. But I couldn't imagine all the adrenaline of after what you've watched today and the performances that you've seen and the waves that they've been mind surfing, and then getting out here in the ocean just being like, yeah.
You can see those ribs from the east kind of pushing down the coast.
What does that do?
I think it just kind of disrupts your takeoff. You have a line, you want it all nice and smooth. If now you have something kind of coming up the face that is going to inhibit you from getting that like maximum power to drop into the wave. Even a small little ripple sometimes that your nose could just bury into the water to pull you back, like that could be the difference between getting a nice entry into holding you up just a tad, being too deep, or not even making it to your feet. You can really see it from this angle, that white water capping from the side shore. And this is kind of what the prevailing winds are expected to be over the next week, stronger from this direction. So we're kind of in the window right now that it's manageable with swell, which is why I think Nathan opted to want to hold it today.
Well, will somebody be able to make a move? See Noah having a look there.
Here we go. Something's happening. We got Mason scratching, getting pumped. Oh, he didn't want it.
Will one of these waves offer a cleanly opportunity that could provide some difference in our lineup?
Mason on the boil. Still a bit too deep. See, now these more northerly direction sets are breaking a little bit off of the reef from the spots that I'm sure those nice west swells coming in. They're moving more north. They're not quite on the typical west swell spots. It's shifting, it seems like, throughout the day.
Yeah, we've seen in the last couple of hours there were some of those more keen northwesterly ones, and then just pure norths kind of bouncing back and forth.
Yeah. Again, when we look at these forecasting, the buoys may say northwest, 6 feet 16 seconds, but that's an average. There's still going to be things that are a little shorter period, longer period from a different angle. So it's also what some people like to do, including myself, is to look at the raw data, not just look at averages. Go in and open up and just look at all the numbers and see what the things are looking like. Because an average can skew, which is another reason why it's so great about this competition. It's cumulative. There's no averaging.
That, my friends, is what you call science.
Dater. Welcome to the dater.
43 seconds to go. We are frustrated for these athletes because we just want to keep on losing our minds.
Yeah.
All day. I mean, the performances that we've gotten to see all day long in what had been pretty incredible conditions. But for Michael February, Noah Beshin, Mason Ho, and Matheus Herdy, truly challenging 28 minutes that has flown by, and there will be no change. And like Rory said, 45 on, 45 off.
But it looks like this set's now coming.
Of
it's
course.
about to get 45
on.
45. You know what I'm talking about, 45.
All right, so again, leaderboard remains the same. Billy Kemper, John Florence, Mikey February, and Mikey Wright still in position.
Starting it off.
No way. Oh my gosh.
Wait, who is this?
Was that at the horn?
What?
What?
Wow. Was that Seth? Sethy boy. Opening up.
Are you kidding me? We literally said 45 minutes. Could this be 45 minutes on? Harry Bryant. Oh my. What? Are you kidding me?
Wow.
What are you talking about?
Wow.
How? That last heat, Mikey and company must be like, what is happening? Oh my God.
KK Makuokai, you gotta get in here. You gotta help us out. Our minds are melting.
45 minutes off, 45 minutes now on. Makuokai. And Seth Maniz only looking for a 15.8 to move from 7th to 4th. For sure, he just got that score on that insane double barrel into the sand. Makua, take it away. My brain is broken.
Wow. I'm speechless, Makua.
I'm not.
You got some words?
Harry Bryant, we call that wow, lao, lao. Look at that. He unwrapped a gem of a gift just right now. Sharif Fall, Seklameni, way of Senegal. Ethan Arsborn, Ventura, California. Seth Moniz, Honolulu, Hawaii. And Harry Bryant, South Coast of New South Wales. And brother Harry. Once again, my brother Harry is deep, steep, and wow. That's like some, I don't even know what to say about that wave, but I'll tell you what, he might just take the lead off everybody after that.
He got a perfect score on that wave. Harry Bryant with a 30 moves into 4th position.
Mikey Wright is outro.
Wow. What a shakeup.
This is Seth Moniz's one earlier.
Which was
Beautiful
already
wave.
blowing our mind. Getting the
double barrel.
Yeah, getting the little bonus on the inside. That was already mind-blowing, and then this happened.
Oh, here's a replay of Seth's wave again.
Oh.
Beautiful, right on the buzzer. That's the way to start a heat. My goodness.
And he got that little inside bonus section and was able to squeeze out, but this.
Oh, my man. Just an absolute
Unbelievable.
trainer.
That is a 30
Wave hop.
point.
Look at that. Full ball hopping.
He fully disappeared, and that's from the water angle, looking right into the barrel, and he disappeared.
Harry Bryant.
30-point ride for Harry Bryant.
This heat is going to be on fire, I gotta say. One after another. Seth Moniz, Harry Bryant. I hear more action out the back, but right
That
now.
was insane. Did you see that chandelier?
That could go for slab of the season right there.
Pipeline wave of the winner.
Man, that was a doozy. Look at that
Look at these
angle. Double
barrels just
full
coming
ball.
down the reef.
Magic carpet ride. Like I was talking about Aladdin earlier.
Epic conditions for the Vans.
Out
Pipe
of the Cave
Masters.
of Wonders is brought a Harry Bryant. Rubbed the lamp 3 times, and he must have wished for an absolute perfect wave, because that is what he's got. Harry Bryant is now, Seth Moniz is now in 2nd spot. John Florence in 3rd. Mikey February in 4th. Harry Bryant with a perfect score is out of the top 4 spots. Seth Moniz in 2nd place. Wow.
Wow, some major shakeups.
This is the shakeup of the
We are
century.
not even 5 minutes into this heat.
We have Seth Moniz looking for another one. This guy is not stopping. I mean, Seth Moniz is no stranger to the Pipeline lineup. No stranger to finals out here at Pipeline. And
That
a historic final with him and
Slater.
Kelly.
Yeah.
And he is just continuing to be on an absolute tear. And he is just less than a point behind Billy Kemper on the leaderboard. John Florence is yet to surf. This will
Battle
shake
here.
up the rankings. Who is that?
Ethan.
Ethan Osborne.
Oh, God.
Ooh. I believe I can fly.
Guillotined.
Oof.
Pipeline has dropped a hammer.
That's what you call a smoke job.
Brutal. Where is he? There he is.
He is on
Standing
his
the
board.
reef.
No, he's on his
Oh,
board.
He's on board.
He's pissed. It is all smiles here at the Vans Pipe Masters. And we have more action out the back, ladies and gentlemen. Look at these waves just continue to pour into our lineup. Brada Harry Bryant with the story of the day. 30-point ride.
Unbelievable.
Yep. Mikey February, who is in 4th on the bubble. Downstairs with Holly right now.
Sweet.
Holly?
Hazza. I mean, sorry. Did you see that? Yeah. Anyway, but how is it to have a heat like that and then be sitting in the water for a wave like that right after?
Yeah, I mean, our heat was pretty uneventful, but then the most action was like the last 2 minutes just after our heat. I remember seeing Seth go on that first one, and I saw Haz was kind of deeper, and I was like, oh no, he missed it. And then Seth got a crazy one, and then Haz just got the most perfect, like, I don't know, I felt like I was in the barrel with him. I was literally just staring at him in his eyes, and yeah, I thought he wasn't going to make it, and then just got spat out. It was insane. Yeah, I'm so stoked for him.
So good. And you're still in 4th, but how are you feeling?
I don't know. I'm stoked. I mean, I had a really fun day the other day, and I feel like it's all about, I don't know, I'm just enjoying all the moments here, and even just seeing Haz, get that one was super sick. So I don't know. We'll see what the day does. Hopefully guys get more good waves, and I guess that's what this format's about, really. But I mean, I'm sure everyone wants to win 100 grand too. But yeah.
And Fevo, they want to know, do you ever get angry?
Yeah, I get angry. I don't know. Every now and again, but it's not that often. So, yeah.
All righty, beautiful. Thanks, Ace Fevo. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you very much. And in the studio here, I have with me the one and only contest director, Pipeline extraordinaire, one of my best friends, Mr. Nathan Fletcher. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good.
I just came in. I was told to come in to explain the backstory on Harry's board.
Okay, let's hear it.
And the backstory is Harry was taking me through South Australia, and our car, we broke down. Our radiator was bad, so we pulled into this town, Penang, where they have one gas station. Then across the street is the hotel/pub that we were stuck at for 3 days. And so we were at the hotel pub, and then we come to find out there's this shaper, Paul Gravel, who his shaping room was right next door to the pub. And I think the town consists of maybe 200 or 300 people. And so we're at the pub, and this guy comes in, and Harry's talking to him. Next thing you know, we walk out of the pub, and we go to this guy's shaping room next door. And then Harry bought one of his used boards, and he gave us the rundown. And I think he's been doing hand shapes for about 50 years. And since then, Harry's built a relationship with this guy, and then he's gotten custom boards, and it looks like it really paid off well for him. And,
I'll say.
And it's kind of a real, unknown shaper, but it looks to be what Harry needs,
Magic feather.
It looked like it worked very well on that wave there. 30 points nonetheless, a perfect score. I mean, it looks like he's found those magic carpets down south.
And now Harry only needs a 12.6 to get back up to the 4th spot, so very doable.
But on another note as well, on his board, it looked like a little bit more board really worked for him. You see him, he didn't bobble, or it wasn't a problem getting into the biggest wave of the day or the biggest barrel of the day.
Wow.
It really worked in his advantage, where you see a lot of guys riding in the 6.6, 6.8 range. And that
once you hit that foam right there with a smaller board, your history, that big board kind of carries you through all that chatter.
And if you look, I believe it's a polished glass coat, glass on fins, totally, 90s kind of era board, but it really worked in that situation. And so it might even go back to where people are riding a little bit bigger boards on the bigger days instead of always just trying to ride at least amount of board as possible.
Well, I know Mason Ho will opt for a bigger board.
Oh, that's experience. That's second generation knowledge right there, So he's no stranger to surfing big, gnarly pipe, and neither is his dad. And so I know that they talk about it at home and go over it. And
Kalani Chapman's another guy that rides a bigger board out there and gets some ridiculous barrels.
Yeah.
Especially when it's windy like this, you got to catch the wave. You got to be down the face. You don't want to be
hung up at
pulling around at the top. You don't want to be doing no backslide boogies. I seen, what's his name, Michael February get a wave, and if his board would have held, he would have got an awesome score. But it side slipped. It looked a little small, and unfortunately wasn't able to engage the fins and ride out of that one. So these bigger boards, even Moana's, if you look at her boards, you can tell it's a little bit longer, and it was carrying her through those barrels.
That's another thing that I saw too a lot with the girls. It seemed like the swell was rising, and it seemed like they were all on pretty small boards, and you saw the difference with Moana, where you want to ride the wave. You want to catch it and ride it and kick out. And it's really hard when you're trying to ride the most high performance and really defined shape. All that stuff kind of goes out the window when the wind and the wave and everything's just jacking and you can't see, you're paddling in. And it really looked to be in Harry's advantage to be on the equipment that he was on.
Well, I bet some of the girls in some of those heats, watching the waves all day, because it really jumped up in a couple of those women's heats, a couple feet. The swell really started to fill in, so it probably caught a couple of them off guard,
100%. When it's coming up, the waves are moving much faster than on the receding side of the swell. So you just want to catch it and wrangle that thing and go. You don't want to be dilly-dallying around at the top. But you know what? Maybe backside it is easier to get away with a smaller board because you're grabbing your rail and you're driving. But I feel like frontside, you really need the right equipment.
Well, thank you so much, Nate, for joining us in the studio here. As you can see, our beautiful Vans broadcast booth.
Excellent call today.
Oh, thank you. Yes, there was definitely speculation, but the call was made.
Couldn't have made a better call.
It is what it is.
Couldn't have asked for a better day for the Pipe Masters.
And especially for the women. I thought that Moana's performance today was a second to none. And really made history for women surfing.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Nathan Fletcher. And don't go away. We will see you right back here at the Vans Pipe Masters 2023. from the beautiful north shore of Oahu in Hawaii.
Here we have the trophy from last year. I feel like trophies aren't everything, but there's certain trophies that ignite the memory of like certain stories, and it's my proudest one, I think, because it was like the most time that I probably spent trying at one specific location. I feel pretty honoured to have won that event because they invited all the women that are potentially the best at pipe. So it was definitely one to win. Winning it again, it's a massive ask, but I did it once, so why not again? And yeah, I just think it'd be crazy. That's definitely something I want to do because, I don't know, I like taking on that challenge.
Welcome back to the Vans Pipe Masters from the Banzai Pipeline on the north shore of Oahu in Hawaii. In the water now, we are in round 3 of men's. Heat 5, Seth Moniz in the lead. Harry Bryant right behind him in second. Sharif Fall in third, and Eitan Osborne in fourth. As you heard from the Beast Marshal, or maybe not, Sharif and Eitan are comboed out of position right now. They need 3 big scores each to even think about moving into the next round, into our finals, up and riding. We have Sharif here on a smoker. Unfortunately, it closes out on him. Harry Bryant needs a 12.6, which would be a 3.5, 3.1. That would really do it for him. No, he'd need a 4 point.
4 point something, 4.2.
4.2. What would do it? And seeing how he's been surfing, if he's patient, that 4.2 should be no problem to equal 12.4. And it's crazy, he's got 12.80, 12.10, so he has a score up there that could have been used. 0.3 of a point. Not enough. And paddling for that wave, we had one of our surfers in blue, if I'm not mistaken, Eitan Osborne, who's going for that left. Here we go, Harry Bryant. Brada Harry.
Looking for that score.
From behind. He's in, he's up,
no,
and he is going on a straight hander.
That is not going to get the score he is looking for.
That is not the one. And
still 11 minutes, 20 seconds remaining though.
11 minutes and 20 seconds
He's
remaining.
got time to get back out there and get that score.
What heats after this one? Is this the Florence heat coming up?
I think.
Do we get the honor of calling the Florence Brothers Luau as they're about to hit the lineup and feast?
The Band of Beards is going to bring it.
That unruly pipeline, little bit north winds, little bit sand on the reef. There's not exactly perfect conditions by any means, but the waves are firing. Lots of scoring potential on hand. Kella, what do you see in this last heat, how it just absolutely turned on and shuffled the leaderboard around?
That was crazy. Like the first 5 minutes was just crazy. Like huge scores. The leaderboard was just jumping all over the place. Guys were in, guys were out. I mean, so exciting.
Yeah, it's definitely a spectacle when the waves go off out here and they start firing, as we would say. When all surfers have the opportunity to catch big waves, big barrels, and get big scores. That's what it's all about here at the Vans Pipe Masters 2023. And just a little lull in the action. Pipeline, it just woke up.
Catching its breath from that flurry at
Catching
the start.
its breath. It's definitely been putting out a lot of energy these last few heats. And it seems like it turns on and it turns off right now. It's not really at the point where it's just kind of firing throughout the day.
Yeah, there's some heats where it's a little slow, and then other heats where it's just banging.
Yeah, this seems to be a heat that was banging, and now they are probably banging on their boards, trying to create some vibration in the water to bring those sets along.
See everybody.
Some cheers in the background on the beach.
We got somebody on the inside.
Somebody taking this one.
Cherie
is up and he is down. I am not too sure. Yet to see who that surfer was on this last wave. Looked to be Cherie Fall. Looks like Nathan Florence is off of the egg-shaped fun size board, and he's back on a very serious looking none other than John Peisel. The three brothers will be riding Peisel surfboards. Here's a replay of that last wave, Kiala.
Yeah, just clamped. No exit.
On screen, Mr. Nathan Florence, GoPro in, I would say in hand, but in mouth. And hopefully we get some insights from that GoPro, and hopefully we get some insight, and one of them are mic'd up. It would be amazing. And once again, Harry Bryant only needs 12.6
7 minutes,
to
47
advance into
seconds.
our final 4 spots.
7 minutes, 42 seconds remaining. Can Harry Bryant pull the rabbit out of the hat?
If anybody can, Brada Harry can. And
That'd be wild to have the highest score of the entire contest, but not make the finals. But
yeah,
it happens.
Like I said, you could have a 10 and still not make it.
Yeah.
Here we go, Seth Moniz right off the bat. I mean, this was seconds into the heat right here. Look at that, so committed, so stuck to the wave. It was perfect positioning. He knew exactly where he wanted and where he wanted to be. But right here.
Brada Bryant.
Let's go, Brada Harry Bryant.
I didn't think he was coming out, did you?
We never doubt Harry Bryant. I mean, these
He was
guys
so deep.
These guys come from a place that the waves are absolutely firing as well. So barrel riding skills. I don't doubt any of these guys in this event that they're not going to make waves. They're all so good, and
When
it
I
just
saw
takes
that-
that one section to let you through.
Yeah, but that section where it kind of spit, and the spit came out almost before him, and then there was another section, then you saw his board come after the spit.
That's what kind of pushed him out of the barrel, was that spit and that foam was driving forward instead of him being on the backside and falling off. It kind of caught under his board and kind of was like a little
Cannon.
like a little floor escalator, you know, in the airport when you're tired. You don't want to walk, there's those
The
flat escalators.
The people mover.
Yeah, it's like he jumped on one of those and it just kind of right through the barrel.
It did look like he had a little string
Harry
attached to
Bryant
his-
looking like Harry Houdini.
Yeah,
on
it
that
looked like he
last
had a little
one.
string attached to the nose of his board, just like pulling him along.
Oh yeah, there was definitely a string trying to pull him off his board, but he handled it. Here he is again. I'm not sure what's up with this wave selection here by Harry Bryant. Brother, you need a small wave, just a barrel come out to make it to the top 4. Let's get back out there, hold position, and choose a wave that's going to be a score that's going to let you out. There's not that many. Just got to go out there and search. And even those inside double ups I've been seeing are sick, and I think that
You can get a 12 on one of those, easy.
Oh, 4.2? Yeah, that's, he could probably do that with his eyes closed, I'll be guessing. Here comes that current. No Puerto Escondido-ish. Harry Bryant better paddle, because that is not the place you want to be when the set comes in. You will get absolutely smoked. You see that wind, how it's starting to crumble down the end of the waves?
Yeah.
Yep, here comes the north.
Not getting the
The
easy
northeast
exits.
winds with the north, more northerly angled west swell, I would say, a little west, with that northern tail on it, and it will definitely shut the waves down. The thing about this northerly direction is you don't want to sit too deep.
Yeah.
There's no sense sit way back there unless you can get really lucky. For the most part, the waves will be breaking more towards the middle of the lineup and towards the middle of the pipeline lineup, that is. Not too far towards off the wall and not too far towards Ehukai. Kind of just right in the middle. And Derek Hull was always good at finding that end middle section as of late, and he would just absolutely dominate.
Derek was out there just getting insane waves all the way up until the end of his life, like still just charging every session. One of the best out here at Pipeline.
Oh yes, I mean, to be doing it at his age, at that high level
At
still.
that level still.
Is insane. Here we go, 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Will the Cinderella story unfold for the one Harry Bryant who needs
just a 12.6?
Just a 12.6, and it looks like the ocean. It's not really cooperating, but right here, if this is him, if this is Harry Bryant, and he gets to his feet, he's got a chance. Nope. Sorry, buddy.
Damn, that's got to be
Next year
so
will
frustrating.
be your year.
That's got to be so frustrating. He's had 3 like that, but just did not offer up the scoring potential.
Like I said, some people have perfect scores and still don't make it to a final or make it out of the heat.
Well, however it shakes out, he's going to feel like a winner today, getting the highest score of the contest, a perfect 30-point ride.
I mean, that wave will be all over the internet and going viral really shortly here. And, you know, he'll still get the notoriety. He'll be known to have the best wave of the event, regardless of making the finals or not.
Yep.
And, yeah, I think that's the beauty of this event right now, especially with this format. 2 minutes left. Harry Bryant, I mean, he could get one come to him and make it all happen. You know, sky's the limit right now. This next wave looks like a pretty sick one. The shape on it is like, it's definitely going to barrel. Look at Sharif. Held off Harry.
I bet Harry was like going, please don't get it, please.
Oh my gosh.
Please let me have this.
Oh my gosh, what was that?
Looks like it's getting a little bumpy with the wind.
That looks like the board went backwards and it was not the right board for Pipeline, maybe for Airs, but not for here. And that's what happens when you have the wrong equipment. It ends up going the wrong direction.
1 minute remaining. Harry.
Brada, Harry. Look, there's Harry on the inside right there.
Harry's just like looking over his shoulder like, please don't get it. Please let me go.
And Sharif is like 6'8", and he just was like, I'm catching that for sure.
Let's see what happened here.
Ooh, it's nothing. It's pulled out. Harry would have been in that thing right there getting drained.
That would have been his 12-point.
Oh my.
That would have been his 12.6.
And the worst thing is Sharif never even had a chance to make it to the finals, but you can't give anything to anybody in these events. This is a competition. And, well, looks like our Harry Bryant will be going home, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Just goes to show you, one wave does not do the trick here. You need at least 2 waves and some backup scores.
What a heat, though. Harry's got to be stoked anyways. Wave of a lifetime.
You are right, wave of a lifetime that probably wouldn't have went down on a regular session. 4 people out, Harry was in the spot and he absolutely sent it. These boys from the south coast of Australia, whew, some rugged buggers, let me tell you. And they don't mind putting it on the line, that's for sure. Some of the most down guys I've ever met were from that South Australia region. If you don't know Nathan Florence, Ivan Florence, John Florence, and Emil Zermatt from Te Ahupo, Tahiti. We want to send all of our love and aloha out to those in Tahiti right now.
I love Tahiti.
We know there's a lot going on over there, and Hawaii stands with you, Tahiti. Yaurana to my brothers and sisters out there fighting a good fight. We have a special guest with us, Leah Dawson. On the camera there, Miss Leah Dawson, bringing
What's
you
up, guys?
that angle from, what is that? You right in the middle of the beach?
Yeah, I'm straight in front of Jamie's old house. Yeah, pretty much on the lineup of where all the guys are sitting.
Right on the 50-yard line.
Yeah, right in between the pipe and the back door.
This is the angle
where
here.
dreams are made.
This is the angle here from Leah's camera. It's that front-on shot that you get, so you can see how deep the surfers actually were on their waves. And Leah, what are you seeing out there right now? What's the conditions looking like from your angle?
I literally see sea spray blowing across the ocean. It's got to be blowing at least 15 or 20 miles an hour now. The swell is way bigger than it was this morning, and I'm really happy they got the girls out when they did, and now the boys are putting on quite a show. It was wild. Harry's wave last heat was mind-blowing.
Wow, there should be some waves in this heat right now as we speak. We have the John brothers, or is it the Florence brothers? Out in this heat and right on. Thank you for all the images out there, Leah. We really appreciate your hard work, bringing us the 50-yard line shot. Thank you very much.
And
enjoy the show.
Leah is a awesome surfer, super stylish, and it's so cool that she's working the broadcast for us. And Leah, I've got a little treat for you. I don't know if you can see. I promised you a pair of my board shorts.
Oh, yes.
I have them in the studio for you.
Oh, amazing.
My Active brand women's high performance board shorts for you to go shred in. Because,
that's the coolest.
Because we are girls that like board shorts. Check out my brown Active.
Yeah, KK. What an honor. I'm so stoked you're making the Active board shorts. It's so cool for the women's surf community, and guys get in them too, because women make good shorts.
Sometimes guys like shorter shorts, man. I've had some guys buy my shorts.
Your legs look good when you show
Yeah, your legs look good. Remember those like Quicksilver high waters or whatever they were? Back in the 90s?
Yeah, that's what made Quicksilver famous back in the day here.
Makua, set the next style.
Yeah, there you go. I'll get you a pair. I'll get you a pair.
I have to go in the sun. Check this out. I might blind guys if I wear too short of pants. Check it out.
Oh, we got some tan.
We got a wave.
We got some tan lines.
There we go. Nasty Nate. Ooh, that was a nasty wave. That was an absolute smoker technical drop, and he somehow got out the back there. These Florence brothers never seem to amaze me by what they can pull off. And Emil is just, he thought he was at Chops right there, taking off under the lip. But I think that was a Moila leash. Only the leash got barreled on that one.
Well, the waves have picked up. The wind has picked up.
Ivan.
A little bit. Oof.
Oh!
Coming in.
A little uncharacteristic of these Florence boys.
Coming in hot.
Flying through the air. It almost, I wish John was mic'd up. He probably was selling those waves to his brothers. Like, yeah, go, go, go.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Now John's in pole position. I want to see how this is going to play out. If a really good set comes, are they just going to let John do John and absolutely smoke most people like he's done for so many years? Mr. John Florence out there in the black. We have another replay of Nate's nasty wave. That thing is bottomed out right there. He was not making out of that. It sucked back. Too much foam. I mean, look at that. Just barely makes the drop. pulls up, and right there, that whitewash just says, "See you later, Raider." And Nate is down, and Emil with the Moila leash. You see his leash getting barreled there. And then for a side view.
That was a steep vertical drop.
Wow. Look at that. Pounding, guys, from the point to the channel, that wave. And I don't know, maybe these guys have a competition of who can get the most hang time on the drop. You never know.
Lull in the action again.
Lull in the action again. There's no lulls in the booth. We want to introduce one of the North Shore's finest. And a boy that I've watched grow up, watched his father absolutely rip the entire world to pieces. And I want to welcome to the booth Mr. Noah Beshin.
What's up?
Hey guys.
How's it going?
What's going on?
We're wondering the same thing. What's going on out there, buddy? How was the waves?
I mean, my heat didn't have much waves just now, so you know it's the ocean. Some heats are firing, some heats aren't. I feel like I thought I was blowing it my heat because I didn't get any waves, but then I came in and a lot of my friends were going, "Fuck, there weren't really that many waves in your heat." So
There weren't that many
Harry
waves
Bryan
in your
got
heat,
a
and then literally
crazy
as
one.
soon as the horn blew, it was just bam, bam, bam.
Well, guess what? If you guys would have had that extra 2 minutes you had the other day.
That would have changed everything.
The difference 2 minutes can make out here at Pipeline, and we're talking to Noah Beshin, one of the best to do it out here. Noah, looking at the leaderboard here, who do you think has the best chance of shaking up this leaderboard, knowing that we only have maybe 4 more heats to go?
I mean, I think anyone can really. It's just if they're in the right place at the right time. You know, it's like right now it's kind of all over the place. So I think all these guys are capable of making these waves.
Is Barron coming up in a heat soon?
Yeah, Barron and Matahi. So.
Okay, well,
Oh,
there
we
you
got
go.
Nathan right here paddling.
Nathan Florence.
Oh.
Talk to us about the little bit of a north crumble it has on the wave. People are kind of wondering why, you know, it looks so perfect coming in, nice big set, and then it just kind of closes out. What is that?
It's just the north wind, you know. The north wind kind of coming a little onshore and crumbling the barrel, making it not as pretty and nice as you'd want it. But
how much more difficult is it to ride a wave that has those chandeliers and those crumbles in it?
it's a lot more difficult if you have to be punching through whitewater sections. I mean, you guys know that. But I mean, if the wave's hollow enough, then you should be able to get through that and
open up a little bit,
Yeah,
give you a
open
little
up
bit of
more.
room. Sometimes you hit a chandelier, think you're coming through, and it's like a brick wall. And you're like, where did that brick wall come from in the ocean? And little do you know, if you're moving fast enough, the ocean can turn into pretty much concrete. And these waves
Stop
are...
you right in your tracks.
This wave will stop you in your tracks forever if you're not careful. And yeah, Noah Beshin got a sick wave. Talk to us about that backdoor wave. We had, who was in the booth with us? Somebody was in here and was like, I could have went right on that one, but it didn't go. Who else was in the heat with you?
Oh, it was Mason.
Mason was in the heat, and he was like,
Yeah.
I was looking, and I was gonna go, and oh my God, that's what that wave turned into. He was baffled when he watched it.
Yeah, they're all deeper than me, and I was pretty wide, and then I just got a chip into it, and I had like a little split. Oh, Ivan.
Whoa.
You just got way too casual on that one.
Did you hit a brick wall?
I barely caught the end of it, but
That was like a bat to the head, more like.
It did look like somebody.
That was like a false crack in school. You're walking, not looking, and
Not
then
looking,
bang.
and it comes out of nowhere.
Nate's wave a little earlier that he didn't make looked pretty crazy too. His drop.
Yeah, that was
Let's
a
see.
super crazy.
Let's see what
drop.
happened here.
Walk us through this, Noah.
He's just cruising, and then just pipe. It just did something weird.
It's like that song. What is it?
Or did he
Whoops,
stand too
upside your
tall?
head.
No,
Yep.
he stood too tall. He stood
Yeah.
too tall, too casual, and took a lip to the head.
Well, Pipeline moves a lot. People don't know that this wave breathes. So it looks big, then it gets almondy, and it'll get small, and it'll breathe you back, and it'll open up and spit you out over a ledge. And
That's the kind of wave I'd watch the replay of myself and just go, oh. Damn it.
If anybody can tell our water camera out there to lick his lens, 'cause all the water shots are nice and blurry.
My wipeout in Tahiti where I ripped my face off was one like that where I just got a little high. Wasn't even that big of a wave, but just got a little too high in the barrel. Lip just barely clipped the head, but sent me Kyle drive.
It's funny when that happens too. It's like I've been so good. He probably thought he was just gonna cruise through that wave, and then he looked like he was just cruising, and then just did something weird, and boom.
Does it not seem like every time you're like just cruising or like you feel like you can just relax in the barrel, somehow it clips you in the head, you come out feet first? How many times have you like, you know what I mean, you're thinking you're coming out. Talking about coming out of barrels, Brada, Harry, Brian. Holly, we want to know how it feels to be Brada, Harry, Brian right now.
Brada has. Man, is that the board you got in the pub?
It's the guy that made me the board from the pub. But yeah, Paul Gravel from Penong made me this board, and I kind of, when I got this board, I kind of felt like I was going to get the wave of my life on it sooner or later, but didn't think it was going to happen today. But yeah, the vision from inside that tube was crazy. I'm like, can't even really believe that it happened, but I'm really stoked and very thankful to have the opportunity and surf pipeline with 3 other guys out, and that wave kind of chose me, and I was on the exact right board, and so stoked.
Yeah, that extra length was looking real good paddling into that. Are you off it that you missed out on the final, or just happy with the wave?
The final, I just came in. wasn't that it?
And I got a little surprise for you, Hazza.
I mean, look at this wave.
Oh, bag of
I got you a bag of cash for that massive pit. And 12.
Oh, yeah.
12.
These better be cold.
Oh, I hope you enjoyed them, and that was the best thing I've ever watched in my life, I think.
Thanks, Hole. Thanks, everyone, for watching, and big shout out to my mum and dad and Baz at home. I love them heaps. And yeah, everyone in Oz for tuning in. So stoked. It's going to be a good afternoon. Cheers.
Beautiful, Hazza. Thank you.
Thanks, Hole.
Appreciate it.
Brada, Harry, I mean, Noah, that wave right there, that's what dreams are made of. That's the kind of stuff when you go to elementary school, you draw in your books. That's the stuff, no matter how good of a wave you get, you want to get another one like that. And right here, during the interview, little small barrel for one Nathan Florence. He's looking to maybe redeem himself from those last few waves. And
kind of side slipped, got in the barrel.
He's going to be looking for a better one than that, I could tell you right now.
Yeah, it's tricky out there. He's just trying to find something.
Yeah, trying to get something going, some momentum, huh?
Yeah.
Make one, make two, and then the bomb comes. Or
oh, right here.
I think they know John's in pole position out back. He's waiting for the one. He's looking pretty good at 57 points. I'm sure he's going to want to overtake Billy. He's definitely not going to want to stay in third because, you know, you get up in that top spot, there's 4 people that still got to take you over. You're in third, only 2 people.
When you're in fourth, you're really biting your nails every heat.
Once again, we are here in studio with Noah Beshin. Welcome Noah to the studio. Noah's been walking us through kind of what it was like out there in his heat, what it was like to ride some of these waves. And tell us about, is there anything else you got going on? Any parts dropping? Anything interesting that has been happening lately?
Well, me, Andy Woodward, and Gabe Caswell, we came out with a movie project that we've been working on for the last year and a half. So that's on Red Bull TV right now. And we'll put out a director's cut in April.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that's pretty much it. We did a premiere here at the beginning of winter and just filming and surfing and just freaking having fun.
Beautiful, we love it.
Yeah.
But we're going to watch your waves here from earlier on in the event and maybe have you walk us through a few of these waves. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, that backdoor wave, I pretty much just took off, did one high pump,
and
and
at the end, and you just punched. You're like, nah, man.
That was the first time I rode that board too, and I was just like, whoa, this board works sick. And then that's the other day when it was smaller.
Ripping. showing us you can kill it in the variety we had on tap for this event.
Yeah. Frick, this day there's crazy ramps. I didn't really get any proper sections, but because I was going on a million waves, like every wave I could see.
What's the difference in competing? Like the first day, 6 to 8 perfect. Second day, small airs maneuvers. Third day, pumping and wild. How is it to adjust your strategy throughout those 3 days, knowing what is needed, knowing what the judges are judging on? How do you kind of adjust your strategy to that?
I think for me specifically, and like my friends, we grew up here on the North Shore, like, so for us it's kind of just like another day, like every day is different on the North Shore. One day it's good for airs, one day it's good for barrels. So you kind of just wake up and see what the deal is, and if it's firing pipe, sick, and if it's 3-foot little back door with wind into the rights, I'm just as psyched. So however it is, it's like we're lucky over here. We have so many different styles of waves, so many different styles of surfing that we can do. So
well, it's pretty cool to see all those different styles highlighted here at this event, with that kind of smaller days, with the big, like you're seeing on your screen, kind of wild, unruly, bigger pipeline, and then that perfect first day. But yeah, we enjoy your surfing. We enjoy all your content that you create and you put out. Noah, you're just an outstanding guy, not just in the water, but out of the water too. Real respectful kid, and always, seem to be doing the right things.
Here we go, up and riding. Ooh.
And Mel, talking about doing the right things, that was a wrong thing.
Mako time. I appreciate that though, Makua, thank you.
No, it's all you, man. We're just giving the credit where the credit's due. And your father and your mom, such awesome family. Your brother out there doing his thing too. So aloha to the Beshin family if you folks are watching. Wow. Uncle Gav as well, and his little tribe. But
here's John. This is the one he was waiting for.
This is John.
Is that his first wave?
That's his first wave.
God, wow.
20 minutes later, 19 minutes and 40 seconds later, John catches his first wave, and I think it's going to be better than 20 points. 15 points. He's back. He's got a 15-point backup.
Yeah, he's definitely.
At a 19. Wow.
He's definitely going to lose that 15 and replace it.
No real high scores all put together, huh?
Look at that drop.
I mean,
butter.
Wow.
I mean, the fact that how wild and like difficult it is out there for him to just catch his wave that whole time and catch his first wave, and that's it.
Be that smooth. Look at this.
Look at the wind.
Not a bobble out of place. Nothing. 100% control.
Look at him on that foam ball. Just like it. I would have got bucked. Look at that foam ball. And he just comes.
I mean, look at that.
Out. Tries the little rotation at the end.
It's really hard to beat John out here, especially in a format like this, where you carry scores over, because he's gonna get 1 or 2 each heat, and a lot of the times it's just bad luck on a backup score or this or that
wow.
John usually. But in a free,
look how far forward his front foot is.
You have to be. You gotta be up forward to get that momentum. Cannot be back on your grip right here, huh, Noah? If you're on the back of your board, you'll just willy right there.
Oh, and then right there, he's just,
He's laughing right there.
He's laughing right there.
And
watch the foam ball starting to come up and get under his board, and he almost like slid a little bit and then got it back under control.
That guy's so under control. Even when it's looked like he's sliding out or he's gonna do this or that, he is so under control. It is insane.
Yeah.
The board control that John possesses, it's unlike any other.
Yeah, situation under control.
Oh, yes. The situation is under control now. I think he will be controlling our situation, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, Baron and Mate.
But then you got 2 guys right here that don't give up. Who's in the lead? They are out for blood. Matai Jolet and Baron Boy Mamiya, 2 of the standout premier barrel riders of this generation. And it's just, if the wave comes, like Harry Bryant said, that wave chose me.
Yeah. Straight up, it did. It did choose him.
It's kind of how it is, where it comes on the reef, where you are on the reef. At Pipeline, you know, Noah, 3 feet, 2 or 3 feet to the wrong side, and you're done. You know, 6 inches out, you're done. You're too far out. Like, you just have to be in that spot. And look at that, 27.30. He is in first.
God, I can't wait to be the chosen one.
Yeah, I know, it was crazy. Me and Mace were tripping because we had that whole heat, and then we didn't really get much. And then the heat ends, and these sets come in, and Harry's in the perfect spot, and it's just like he did get chosen.
Yeah.
He got straight chosen, and that wave was, and then he made the wave too, though. So it was insane.
Yeah, I mean, just where he dropped in, everything was so smooth about that wave. It didn't really give him too much of a hard time. Even in the rough spots, it kind of carried him right through that barrel, and it just. Noah Dean, he's looking for. I wonder if he drank one of the beers right just now.
I was laughing earlier. He was on here. And he was talking about how he does yoga a couple times a week.
A couple times a month.
He's all trying to concentrate. Noah Dean's sick. He's so classic.
So talented too. Was that Craig Anderson with him too?
Yep. Got Mako Time. Mako Time just got that one closeout. He's staying with me right now. He's a classic kid.
Yeah.
Emio,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's so sick, and he's
no,
got...
that bugger charges,
he
yeah?
charges, yeah.
Oh.
He'll go on whatever.
My goodness. I know it's kind of bombing that it's not really translating into a score line for him right now, but his charging is just, especially in Tahiti.
Yeah.
It's on a whole nother level.
See some lines stacking up. Oh, John has jumped first, guys.
That's right. John is now in first. One wave could take any one of these competitors right now to first. I mean, 130 or 127 right now. I mean, you're back up the leaderboard. Mikey February is on the squeeze patrol. He's in fourth.
Are those still his scores from our first heat? I'm pretty sure they are.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. You can either get it all in your last, second, first, whatever. It's kind of that's why the format's so cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. You might have one bad heat, and so what? You can still win the contest, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, he's got to be. These last 5 minutes are going to be going by really slow for Mikey February, who is on the bubble in the 4th spot on the cliff's edge of qualifying for the final or not.
Nate Florence up and riding on a little right here. He's going to want to get one of those 27-point rides.
Here was John's big score that propelled him into the lead in the Vans.
John
Pipe
Sun.
Masters. John.
They said he was too cool for just one name. They had to name him twice.
He is now your top of the leaderboard, John Florence.
As if we couldn't have bet on that, huh?
No surprise.
I wonder what the odds would have been of John coming out in the lead after the preliminary rounds.
If they bet on it in Vegas, I wonder what 1 in 10, 1 in 2.
I mean, I'm sure they're betting somewhere right next door too. Oh, John Florence in the lead, Billy Kemper in second, Seth Moniz in third, Michael February in the coveted 4th spot, and how he's been hanging on to that this whole time is definitely the question of the day. So many talented surfers, so many opportunities, but yet Mother Nature just not letting them get that score needed to, jump into that 4th spot, and Michael February holding on to it, respectively so. He was getting drained, got a lot of great waves, and he's deserving the spot that he's in.
Yeah, he's held on to that top 4 since day 1, which is crazy.
I mean, looking at these conditions right now, Noah, it's super challenging with the north swell, with north winds, to get any type of score, huh?
Yeah, 100%. That's why it's like, you see Nate, there's the strategy where you kind of go around and you just try to catch waves, and hopefully one kind of is good, and then there's John where he just kind of waited to.
Uh-oh.
Oh, right here, Ivan.
Oh, he's going.
Wow, make it.
Down.
That one was fluffy.
Oh! He was almost
he
right
still in
there.
there? Was he
Really?
still in
His
there?
board was traveling through it. Maybe I don't know if it was him or his board, but I seen his board coming
That one looked fluffy from the
get-go.
get-go.
That's tricky. It could be so bad, and then a really good wave could come in.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like,
As long as it has that double up and that west angle to it, the wind's not as bad. But when they're stretched out and they're a little more, like have a weak shoulder to them, that long, weaker shoulder, it's almost a wrap, especially down there by that sandbar, huh?
yeah.
Let's check this out. It was already crumbling.
Box it under.
No way
Let's
he
look
was
what-
still
Right there, look,
Oh,
look.
yeah, you're
Yeah, look.
Good eye, Makua. I don't know if his board was ghost riding or if he was actually on it for a little bit traveling.
Yeah, I definitely think this format though is really cool. You know, like you get to surf 3 times guaranteed, you know, and then they take the best 4 to the final. It's like everyone gets a pretty good shot.
I mean, most other sports, skateboarding, snowboarding, they usually ran like this, yeah? They usually ran where everybody surfs. And you know what? The fans get to watch their favorite surfer surf multiple times. Just because they might have had one bad heat, whatever it may be. You get the engagement of the fans all the way until finals day because you're back watching your favorite surfer guaranteed every day. And I really think it gives a lot more exposure, time on screen, and I think this is just the way to go, honestly.
We're here, Mako time, maybe.
Scratching.
Let's go.
Come on, Mako. Oh, wow. Oh, no.
That is not.
It's tricky because the sandbar is pretty close.
That was like a no Mako.
That is not what you want to do.
30 seconds, corners out.
He looked like he was becoming one with the lip right there.
And for Nathan
right in the
Florence
impact
and
zone, too.
Ivan Florence there. Pipe Masters' dreams are coming to a close, and once again they will have to watch the man, their big brother, John Florence, carry that Florence flag for now. Well, that's it for me and KK and Brother Noah Beshin. Thank you very much for coming in and spending the time with us.
Thank you guys for having me.
Round 3, Heat 7 on the way, and Salema Masakela and Dr. Cliff Capono on for the call for the next heat. Aloha. Woo.
Man, that means a lot. Noah Beshin, it's crazy to see him here. I literally remember being at World Championship Tour events when Noah Beshin was like 3 years old, watching his father compete on the championship tour, and now to see what he's become, pretty awesome. Here we are, round 3, heat 7. Matahi Drole from Chopo, Baron Mamiya, Craig Anderson, and Noah Dean. And if you're Michael February right now in that number 4 spot,
you're clenching.
Oh, I was with him. I was with him that whole time. And as soon as the brothers Florence entered the water, he was just like, oh man, these guys. As we say, Emil.
Oh, might have got hurt?
Yeah, I saw a kid walking up with a broken board of his.
Oh, no.
So he'll get some attention as the being looked at. We'll update you on his situation But how about Ivan Florence and Nathan Florence? You know, super challenging conditions where they just threw themselves into as many pits as they could.
Yeah, they sent it. That was, you don't really see that from the Florence brothers falling too often.
I mean, well, the waves, I mean, weren't giving them necessarily all the opportunities, but then John's like, well, look what's out here, guys.
Yeah.
They didn't need the biggest scores, but again, at Pipeline in general, sometimes those are the hardest scores to get.
It's the men's field is tough. The judging is not easy, or I would say it's not quite predictable, maybe, for competitors.
Yeah, Nathan Florence noticing that MAO is being tended to.
Need to make that first lap.
What a day. Again, if you're just joining us or you've been with us, you know Pipeline has a billion faces, and we have seen all of them over the course of, most of them over the course of these 3 days of competition. But today has been uniquely interesting, as when we came to the beach, it literally was waist to chest high. And this swell just started building and building and building. As you see, perhaps the greatest surfer in the world right now, all around, John Florence, who's now in that #1 spot, focused on a Pipe Masters championship. And when you see John against and standing next to other humans, you realize not a small human.
No. The growth. I think we all remember him from the Thicker Than Water movies.
Yeah, 12 years old, 7 years old when we first got to know him. I remember that Surfer magazine. I remember when he got the cover of Surfer magazine. I believe he was around 12 years old. And back then, you know, pre-social media, the cover was the most coveted spot, photo incentives, etc. And there were a lot of people who were chirping, how can a 12-year-old get the cover? That should be me. And, you know, that cover said, hey, this guy is the future. It's one thing to have the entire surf media and the world say, hey, you're going to be the guy. Another thing entirely to live it and build the legacy that John Florence has. And he is with Holly right now, stoked in that #1 spot.
Hey, John, first time surfing pipe?
Yeah. Yeah. I can only catch one wave.
Conditions, what do you think it's going to be like in the final?
I think it's going to be challenging. It's gotten pretty challenging out there. There's moments, you know, like watching Harry Bryant's wave was incredible. Seth got the one before, and then Harry got that one, and it was like had that little 10-minute moment, you know. But this wind is always makes it really difficult out here. It just kind of has enough onshore to it where it makes it crumble really hard. And so unless you get the really bowly ones that really open up, it's pretty difficult.
And what are you riding? And what are you going to be riding in the final? Changing up or?
No, keep it the same. Riding 6.6. Next up, Heisel. Kind of my go-to pipe board. And yeah, there's some pretty good-sized sets coming right now. And there's still a lot of energy from the swell filling in. So yeah, hope for the best.
Yeah, sick. All right, thanks, Aves.
Cool. Yeah.
Ripping.
That was John for I'm going to destroy the field and win this thing.
Yeah, a few years back, a football player, American football player, Jimmy Graham, asked me if I knew who Johnny was.
Hey, who's that Johnny guy in your sport, bro?
Johnny. I was out on the
You know
Triple
him?
Crown. Well, he was saying he was hanging out with Reef McIntosh and co at the Quicksilver House.
Big football fan, Reef McIntosh. Remember, he had the collaboration signature Chargers.
I mean, Reef is the size of a football player.
Yeah, he could
He's a big
easily
guy.
could have been a tight end. I had his Quicksilver Chargers shorts back in the day.
But he said, I was hanging out with my boy Reef. We were watching this little boy at the Triple Crown, Johnny. He's probably like 12. I was like, when was this? He's like, yeah, I guess it was a long time ago. I was like, yeah, he's like 30 now. He's like a multi-world champion.
Johnny.
Johnny.
Yeah, that Johnny's done good for himself, bro. Special shout out to our wonderful partners here, the Spectrum Surf Channel here in Hawaii. It's always nice when you're here in the Hawaiian Islands, when you're watching the surf contest. You don't got to go to your laptop. Just go right to your TV, and Spectrum broadcasting it as they would any major league sports event. So we are grateful for them and everything they've done to spread this Bands Pipe Masters around to the Hawaiian Islands.
All the surfers here in this heat need 2 waves to make the final.
Which is why Mikey February is breathing a slight sigh of relief, because Florence Brothers just needed 1 respectively, Ivan and Nathan. I had also, in talking to Mike February, that pipe wave, that closeout that he packed, he bounced really hard on the reef. Showed me he had a little contusion, scratch there on the hip, and he said, oh, it's starting to throb.
You know, that's the dance. She can be nasty out here.
But they may need 2 waves, but they are all surfers who are fully capable.
Oh, yeah.
Fully capable. Baron Mamiya, of course, getting ready for his 3rd year on the WSL Championship Tour. His performances, not just at Pipeline, but Sunset, Haleiwa, like he is, he's got all of the tools.
Yeah, and Craig Anderson, again, man, any one of these, Matej Drolet, they have, oh, Baron starting things off quick. Reevaluating that decision.
Mikey was also describing what you've been pointing out in these ribs that are coming up the face from that wind. It's east wind, yeah?
Yeah, northeast.
Northeast wind.
It's actually, it's coming more into across the face than offshore out the back when you got a bit of north in that easterly trades.
He was describing just how challenging it is trying to just to get into waves when you've got these big ribs and this crazy wind, and then on top of it, like negotiating all this still weirdness from the sand that's left in the channel.
Yeah, you can, if you look closely, you can see those. So now you can see the intervals. You see the water moving in really short intervals, moving from the bottom right of the screen to the top left. Those are that's the wind swell, and it seems a lot smoother from the drone, but in the water, those are significant chops moving up the face. That's the prevailing trades, and then you have another northeast kind of swell crisscrossing alongside that, and then you have the long interval northwest swell. So you have 3 sort of swells in the water. If you take a look back and you kind of squint your eyes, you see patterns, you see X's moving across above the reef. So, but you also do see that the sand is being pulled off. We don't see those sand crack, or we don't see the cracks filled with sand as much anymore. That has been moved off with those sets, revealing now a much more defined and dangerous pipeline bottom.
We'll get you an update on Emil Zermak's condition as he is being tended to, and with 17 seconds to go here. Noah Dean scratching and dodging. 17 minutes to go. As John said, it is challenging out there. I love the fact that he said, hey, it's super challenging, but when you see Harry's wave, you know, when you see his wave there, you gotta find those opportunities. As we will take a short break and return here in Heat 7 at the Vans Pipe Masters.
I think it would be awesome to be frontside at Pipe. but also I love being frontside at backdoor.
It's about an advantage to be a regular foot at pipeline. You get to go frontside at backdoor and then drag your ass at pipe.
And being compressed, it's easier to be backside on a steep, heavy drop because you don't have to get that extension and possible airdrop. You can just stay close and tight on your rail. Like you see Jamie, who's the best ever, like he doesn't leave the face ever. But frontside, sometimes you're just forced to because you have to be like open to the wave.
Welcome back to a magical Tuesday, a live shot of the beauty that is Pipeline here at the Vans Pipe Masters. We are in Heat 7. And some bombs coming out the back. But as Dr. Kapono pointed out earlier, with all the triangles and movement that's going on, it is unruly and hard to pick out the gems.
We see there's a bit of rolling the dice today, and some people it's been in their favor, others not so much. People scratching any which ways. We got people going to the channel, people going to the back door. Again, these ribs moving across the face are making extra difficult and challenging. But still, if there was no contest, there would probably be 50 people out right now, at least.
50.
50, 100, 200, 5,000.
All hoping.
See this extra swell right in front of this wave breaking?
You can see that.
That's something that you don't want to see taking off, is an extra lump. Although I've seen Benji Brand decide that those are the waves he wants at any given day, and somehow gets crazy.
Treats him like a double up.
Yeah, he's just hoping that it eventually connects into one massive wave that he'll somehow find his way to the end of.
You engage in something called reef modeling you've talked about before. What does that mean and how do you do it?
So Craig.
Oh, stand by. Craig fading.
Pulling in on his. Oh. I mean, stylish. So stylish it makes you think, like, is he doing anything? In reality, he's doing a lot.
I wonder what he's riding. But that looked really cool. You could see kind of faded that takeoff a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's riding a Hayden shape. Looks to be a thruster, more foam up front sort of board. Would be interesting to know if he's opted to ride a polyurethane board or a expanded polystyrene EPS or PU. But yeah, reef modeling essentially is taking a series of images. Let's see, Craig looking, really getting into it easy and finding that line and kind of hoping it stays open, which it doesn't. But you do see he did jump. Again, these individuals understand, hey, I have to penetrate these waves if I want to stay safe out there. But by taking a series of photographs, they can be inserted into a program, and then they're essentially stacked into three-dimensional models. And what the benefit of having three-dimensional models of the bottom mapped out over just a 2D image is you have extra dimensionality to be able to see and go into the different cracks and structures of the reef. We see here, this is a 3D model of Pipeline. That crack right there is the slab section, which water moves through here, causing a wave to really heave and throw a really wide barrel. So again, our lab called the Mega Lab tries to find these features on the reef to be able to know where are the most important reef features that translate to perfect waves.
One of the things that we've seen over the years, especially with Kelly, you've heard Kelly Slater talk about here and also at Cloudbreak, is he describing them as fingers and knowing which ones to sit on depending on what the swell is doing because of what the wave is going to do in that position.
Yeah, you start to see that traditionally we like to think of just energy being tripped by a bottom, a reef, a rock structure, a sandbar. but we're starting now in the Mega Lab, we're starting to uncover specific features within the reef that are specific to certain parts of the wave. At Pipe, you see it kind of capping, and it doesn't really heave until a certain section. We have now found certain reef features below Pipeline that time it just perfectly, where you kind of know, okay, the wave changes its face once it comes into contact of a specific reef feature. And these reef features aren't just ubiquitous, they're not just scattered willy-nilly throughout the reef. They're actually put in, they are found in certain areas which make the wave a bit more predictable. That being said, when people triangulate again and find their land references, it correlates really well. Like in Kelly Slater's wave pool, they say, okay, wait for the flag. Okay, now it's going to barrel. You hear Raimana or Kolomona saying, now this is it. As you can see here, this is that backdoor section where it's all flat, and you have a big channel here that sets apart Aints and off the wall. And all of these features and spur and grooves and cracks in the reef have a very specific role in creating the waves that we see and we've learned to surf out at Pipeline and Backdoor.
How does this, I mean, this is incredible, this ability to 3D render what's taking place underneath. How is that going to assist us in how we understand reefs around the world?
Well, there's selfish uses, and then there's more altruistic, I guess, uses. Some of the more broader impacts as we can start to understand how energy gets diffused to protect our coastlines. You know, waves, they're not just resources for us surfers. Waves are resources from a lot of coastal communities to disperse heavy energy and storms that occur in the middle of the ocean. They protect the coastline. They disperse, again, that energy in a way that doesn't just cause beaches to get eroded or infrastructure to get pulled onto the sea. So understanding more about how these features transfer energy and dissipate energy, they can be implemented into understanding where to build, where not to build, where to restore, and what to take away. From a surfing perspective, finding these features, once we start to identify key features that are consistent at waves like Pipeline, Cloudbreak, Kurukuru Mairangi, what they call it, or Te Ahupo'o, which we've been mapping, now we can find those same reef features using satellites or drones or diving and say, hey, there's some potentially new waves here that are yet to be discovered. Instead of waiting for a wave breaking, we can look at reef structures to find new waves.
I love it. You know, I remember growing up, there were so many conversations, especially mid to late 90s, early 2000s. We thought we were going to see this proliferation of artificial reefs, structures that are man-made but put in the ocean to create some of our favorite waves in the world. What has been the hindrance in man being able to meet nature?
They weren't looking at nature. No one actually modeled it to understand, okay, I'm gonna make a wave that is a good wave. They just throw sandbags. it's like so primitive to think, like, why didn't it work? Oh, because they just are guessing.
Just random.
Let's just randomly throw some stuff.
And Mother Nature is not random.
No, it's millions of years of refining. So yeah, there are all benefits. It's interesting, and it's just something where you can map a reef with a GoPro, or you can map a reef with the camera you take to film each other surfing. Anyone has the ability, and that's what we are trying to do in our lab, is to share. You can use the same camera that you capture beautiful surfing with. You can also capture something that is going to help the environment understand more about our humanity. So, you know, let's empower people to know that you can have a good time and party for the planet at the same time.
Awesome. And thank you for your wonderful insight.
Drolet.
Matayo Drolet.
Late drop.
Almost goes nose heavy.
I mean, it's rare to see him nose dive.
Remember, we are on a quest here to crown a men's champion here at the Vans Pipe Masters, and we've already crowned a women's champion. An incredible final. The women really setting the tone for what's taking place today. Erin Brooks in 4th place, followed by Carissa Moore, Molly Picklum, and Moana Jones-Wong.
Wow, how's Moana's waves?
Look at this thing.
Wow.
some people just have the mana on the day, right? And I mean,
those were some of the best waves yet so far.
Incredible performance. $100,000 and now a two-time Vans Pipe Master. Again, as you talked about, to be a native Hawaiian, that Kanaka, how inspiring that is.
Oh, and her best friends, her husband, cheering her up the beach. Such an amazing end to the women's competition.
And the legacy of the title is obviously the most important thing, being a pipe master, but really have to like hand it to Vans, especially at a time in which the surf industry finds itself in a bit of a drought. It is not easy to be a professional surfer these days, but Vans putting a primary financial investment in the structure of this event, and also for the pay, and equal pay for the men and women. 100,000 for first, 75, 50, 25. That's life-changing, game-changing money for all of our competitors, and we are grateful so much. Just an honor to be able to sit in the booth with you and tell these stories as well.
Oh, I mean, it's I even can't believe that we're here speaking on behalf of these competitors for Pipe Masters in an industry that is seeing a lot of change across the landscape. There are still individuals and corporations that are stepping up to ensure the culture stays alive.
Yeah.
And Pipe Masters, surfing wouldn't be the same if we didn't have a Pipe Master. Craig, taking off.
He had that wing cranked, ready to go. Reminder to you at home, our men's final will be taking place in 90 minutes from now. 4:20. At 4:20, I'll say it again, at 4:20, our men's final will be taking place. So prepare accordingly.
You know what to do. Correction.
Look at that. They throw us under the bus. Our producers tell us one thing, and they're like, oh, actually, it's not the final that starts at 4:20. It's the ceremony. The award ceremony. I was doing the math. I was like, that seems quick. Our award ceremony will be taking place at 4:20. There's a beautiful stage that was just built yesterday by our crew just behind where we are commentating. And how about this crowd on a Tuesday? There is a Saturday, like a Saturday style crowd here on a Tuesday here on the North Shore. Much bigger crowd today than we had yesterday, and all passionate surf fans. These folks making the wise choice. I wonder what the ratio is of folks on vacation to like, I don't have a job and that's okay, I can just come and watch surfing.
I mean, judging by the look, I would say visitors. But who knows, you know, times are changing. Might be the new residents here on the North Shore.
I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. Hey, 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go here in Heat 7 of round 3. Noah Dean, Baron Mamiya, Craig Anderson, Matahi Drolet. As we said earlier, all of these surfers are people who are looking for 2 scores to break into that top 4 spot. Remember, we've got Michael February, who is sitting just on the bubble there in the 4th spot.
How is this only 1.5 minutes left in this heat? That seemed to just
breeze.
Next heat's going to be firing.
Of course. I mean, you heard Roy Russell. 45 minutes on, 45 minutes off.
Oh man, Rory gave a speech this summer in Huntington. It was on his birthday, 70 years old, and he stood up on stage and started off with, I made it. I told you.
Oh, that man has lived 1,000 lives, and to see just how passionate and joyful he is after all these years. You heard him earlier as being like, hey, 60 years of watching this wave and having relationship with Pipeline. And I mean, he gave us such incredible context into how Pipeline works, and he literally spoke the next 2 heats into existence. If you're just joining us right now, a reminder, this is not your average WSL event. This is a WSL sanctioned specialty event, the Vans Pipe Masters, and here is just a quick snap at how this event format works.
That ends Heat 7, round 3. Didn't manifest for the boys here, unfortunately.
So frustrating for them, to say the least. As again, Michael February, Seth Moniz, and Billy Kemper, you know, they're all vulnerable, all within a point of each other. John with that, what seemed to be like just random pipe wave and a really challenging heat with his brothers, and Emil coming through with that 27.90 to put him up at 68 points and change. As here we are in round 3, Heat 8. Can we get 45 minutes on, Mother Nature? Can we get 45 minutes on for Bruno Santos, Lucas Chianca, Finn McGill, and Makana Pang? All in, well, we'll see exactly what each surfer needs.
Yeah, it looks like it's interesting to see the different fin setups. The quad definitely providing a bit more speed versus the thruster.
Which do you prefer in waves of consequence?
It depends for me on the speed, mostly. For waves that I feel you want to slow down a bit more and personally get more critical on drops, I prefer thruster. For waves that have a bit simpler or easier entry but wanting to really drive through barrel sections, I would say quad. So in my mind, a wave like Pipeline, I'd prefer a thruster, and at the back door I wouldn't mind quad.
All right. I like a quad too, in when I feel like I really need to go fast and chop through some sections. That extra pump. Well, joining us in the booth right now, the pride of San Clemente, Kira Pinkerton.
Hello.
Happy Tuesday to you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
We're honored to have you. How would you describe this Vans Pipe Masters experience for you this year?
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. I watched it all last year, and I was kicking myself that I wasn't in it. And the first day was insane. Second day made it a little bit tougher because didn't really know where to surf. And then today was a really good day to end it.
When you say you weren't in it, did you not get an invite or did you have an injury?
No, I just didn't have an invite, and I really wanted to be here.
So what did that look like for you to say, I really want to be in this? What did that year look like from December of last year to December of this year, or whenever you got your invite? What were the steps?
Well, I mean, this year I was doing a lot of contests, so I wasn't really doing much in terms of barrels, but I've been going to Indo a lot, and so I've been spending time out there learning and trying to get barreled, and I feel like I felt like I deserved to be here, but this year I didn't really do as good as I wanted to, so I'm hoping I can step it up next time.
I thought it was really interesting that you made the choice to put yourself in the water with 3 former pipe masters. What was your thought behind that?
I just feel like when you're in the water with people who push you, you kind of step it up a lot more. And Carissa wasn't in the heat yet when I chose it. And so when she got put in there, I was like, wow, I really screwed myself here. But I was actually super stoked to be in a heat with them, especially if I want to be on the CT. Like, they're all CT surfers. And yeah, they were pushing me, and they're all hustlers. It was fun.
We talked a lot about, as we see,
Makana late drop.
Oh, you literally ribs. Saw the steps, those ribs that you talked about, as his board had to negotiate them, and 2 steps down, he was out. What did you learn, Kira, about Pipeline in this experience?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really surfed pipe much. I hurt myself a long time ago here, and I kind of never paddled back out. And just, there's a lot behind it. I feel like the people who do really good here put so much time in, and you can really see it shows. I have a lot of respect for people who do good here. And I was actually really bummed Barron didn't do super good because he's amazing. But yeah, watching Harry Bryan on that last one, like that was crazy. I'm really enjoying this event.
As we see Makana skipping into the danger zone on his last wave, and Finn had a wave before, and now he's up again looking for these end corners just to get busy.
I mean, they're doing the best they can to make the most out of truly challenging conditions, as this wind has only gotten stronger. In your campaigns in the qualifying series, you're generally speaking in priority 4-person heats, and your mind is locked in to a certain sort of structure of how to work through that. You find yourself in a completely different situation here in no priority. How awkward was it, and what's your takeaway of the experience?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done a heat without priority since I was probably like 12 years old, so it was definitely trippy. It felt like we were at the beginning of a heat the entire time, because everyone's trying to push each other deeper, like put each other out of position, and then when the wave came, you're like so focused on being in the right spot, but then someone else could be just a little bit deeper. So I was kind of struggling, because I'm also like, I don't know, I'm not super like knowledge with this wave too, so like trying to find the right spot but not be too deep or too wide, just it's another factor. So it was tough, but I was stoked. I was having fun.
How would you say this experience sort of shapes your, you talked about, like, I had a really bad wipeout here, and that kind of spooked me. Didn't really want anything to do with it. Then you saw the event taking place last year, and you're like, I think I'd like to be a part of it. Now this experience, how does it sort of affect your goals for your relationship with Pipeline?
Yeah, I'm wishing I put in a lot more time the last few years. I just kind of rattled myself. I was like 15 and paddled out. It was like 10 feet, 22 seconds. Should have never gone out. So I was always surfing off the wall. I shouldn't have gone out.
I'm sorry. When you described it before, I was picturing like a 6-foot day.
I should have never paddled out. I don't know what I was thinking.
That's like the beginning of a horror film where you're like, oh, this is the person who's going to go first. Yeah.
No, I think everyone was kind of expecting it, and then I ended up on the beach, and they're like, oh, yep, there's the little girl who paddled out there.
Well, salute to you. That was kind of like a win that you actually made it back to land on that day.
Yeah,
but you'd like to keep pushing yourself out here.
Yeah, definitely. I want to take a lot more time to be out here. I feel like even though I was here for 2 weeks before the event, I still know nothing about this wave, and so I'm hoping for next year I'll just give it a lot more time and spend a lot more time this year too.
Well, it seems like you did a good job. It seemed that you have you're a quick learner out there.
Trying.
I've seen you get some nice waves out during this competition, and it seems like you're going to be all that much better for it next year when you're coming out.
Hope so.
19 minutes and change. Makana Pang is the only person in this heat who needs a single score. that could change things for Mikey February.
Which he can do.
Yes.
Which he can do by any means, if that wave comes to him.
Talk a little bit about Makana's sort of legacy that he comes from here at Pipe.
I mean, if you look at just his dad, his dad is an amazing shaper, board builder for the Town and Country label, has shaped boards for so many legends before and currently. He definitely has the insight, and you know, it's not just his. In addition to the legacy, he has a tight crew. Juana Jones Wong. He has Baron Mamiya, Noah Beshin. His tight group of the next generation of pipeline surfers. They're the generation above them they look up to. That's Eli and Nathan and Ivan. You know, they're right there in the mix. Cole Rothman. So they're learning from some really talented pipeline specialists.
Well, during this little lull, let's check in with Holly, who's with a couple of legends. Always happy-go-lucky. Noah Dean and Craig Anderson.
Hi guys, yeah, I'm here at the Fat Tire Bar having a little refreshing drink with the lads. Neither of you made the top 4, but who's your pick for the day?
Who's in the final?
Top 4 right now?
Yeah.
John, Billy Kemper, Seth Moniz, and Mikey Feb at the moment.
Well, I'm going to go with Seth. What about Benji Brandt? Where's he sitting? Oh, really? I'd love to see him get right up it and sneak in there.
Beautiful. Alrighty. Craig, I heard you did 50 push-ups the other day. Your arms still sore or what?
No, they're feeling pretty good. Definitely not 50 off the bat. I did 45.
2 at a time?
Been training real hard.
Yeah, you're looking absolutely yoked.
Looking yanked.
All right, well, enjoy the drinks and thanks for coming.
Jacked. Craig Jacked Anderson.
Noah Flexi Dean and Holly Wansky Wan at the bar.
Australians they can't help but be mostly happy all the time.
Yeah.
Do you notice that in your travels?
Yeah, they're always having the best times, I feel like. It's pretty cool to watch.
It's a glass half full existence 99.9% of the time.
As we look in the horizon, this looks
Oof.
like another, I don't know, Uncle Rory, are we on the
off?
Yeah.
45 minutes on, 45 minutes off. I mean, it's so clear now. Those wind waves are defined.
Yeah. And this is what's going to intensify over the next week. Forecasted to intensify. So those who will remain on the North Shore, the visitors, they're probably going to be looking for some more sheltered waves. Those who live here will go to the waves that are sheltered.
I hope that some of those that live here will perhaps lead me to join them in the quest for shelter. I'm just going to put that out there now.
Then just searching.
For folks who maybe haven't been watching and listening to your detailed explanation, they might be going, but I was watching earlier today and the waves weren't running off. Why are they closing out like this, Dr. Kapono?
Well, I mean, that one looked pretty decent. You have one part, you have the sand again still towards the end section here that could be shutting it down. You also have the swell direction starting to change. You don't have that more westerly swell as it first started to come in this morning. It's now shifting more towards the north. So again, you go from this really nice swell corridor, which allows for those pipeline lefts to come in. And now you have a bit more north direction kind of running off the reef, but it still has those west. So now you have shutting down on both backdoor and at pipe, which unfortunately is creating a bit of pick and choose, and need a little luck to find that yourself in the right position. As Kira was saying, you know, it's not just your your early entry into pipeline lineup, but also you see experienced people, Makana Pang, you know, Finn, who is a pipeline pro champion. They're finding difficulty out there. So again, it's difficult conditions, but it's still, again, coming down to what sets apart those people who you see in the top 4. And apart from probably Mikey, who threw out the good vibes and came back with the right vibration to tap into those backdoor waves. John, Billy, and Seth, they hunt those waves. They move on the reef.
Yeah, Mikey's, I think his best wave was so much farther down than like your normal backdoor wave too. It was like he was kind of like in the right position for that wave.
Yeah, he was paddling back out after getting destroyed.
Yeah.
Getting pounded by those off-the-wall backdoor.
I don't know how much this affects it, but when you woke up this morning, it was literally flat, and now it's big. Does that kind of like make the waves not as good, or does that matter too much?
Well, when the sand was very much filled up in the reef, and now you have the swell rising, it's pulling that sand off the reef. But again, you usually want big west swells to pull the sand off of the reef. But this is a more north facing swell, so it's kind of just packing it in. Every set, a little bit goes back on the reef, a little bit gets taken off. So definitely when it's flat, the sand affects the wave, and that's when you see that backwash. I don't know if you had some backwash in your heat.
Yeah, a little bit. There was like a weird chop, especially on the right though. The left actually we got pretty lucky. It was glassy.
We have some movement to Chumbo going for it. Oh,
that does not feel good.
Man, you just hope that they penetrate. That's the biggest hope. Looks like he's still under. Where is he?
It's crazy from the beach. You just see it, and
there he is.
You don't see that much power. And the other day, I just bailed on one, and I didn't come up for so long. I was starting to get a little worried, and then I could hear waves going over me, and like board broke. And thank God I came up. Oh,
Pang. Wow, Makana.
Oh, nothing. When you're in that situation, Kira, where do you go to sort of not panic?
Okay, weird enough, a long time ago, I saw this bird sitting in the sky completely still, and it was there for like an hour, just completely still, but it was like hunting something, so it was in like complete focus. And I just think of that bird and just complete stillness, and it like helps me like control my breathing, I feel like. So then when I'm holding my breath, I'm just like not panicking.
Bruno Santos pulling into.
Oh, that one looked like it almost could have been makeable. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So when you're out there getting pounded and you're feeling that leash cord stretch and you're hearing water running over you, like the possibility of another wave going overhead, perhaps having a 2-wave hold down, you're just focusing on that bird.
Yep, that bird is my, I don't know, it's my calmness, I guess.
That's killer.
I just learned something.
That's hopefully that you use that not just when you're getting pounded by the waves.
No, I use it all the time. Before every heat, I'm like doing breath work, and I just think of that bird. It's like my spirit animal or something.
Where did this take place?
In Ventura. There was just, I don't know, it was up in the hills. We were surfing kind of like, actually, I don't even know where we were. It's like a beach break, but this bird was just there forever, and I couldn't stop watching it. And it just
your spirit
stuck
animal.
with me, yeah.
Your spirit animal said,
Yeah.
hey, Kira, stillness like me
Yep.
will carry you far.
And it'll just pop up in my head. I don't even have to like think of it. It's just like, oh well, it's time to be calm. We're getting worked. We might not come back up.
I like to think when I'm getting pounded, I think of Sophie Bell.
I would start laughing and choke water and die if I started thinking of Sophie Bell.
Jumbo.
That girl charges. She's
Yeah.
insane.
She charges, and she has the most carefree. She's like Chicken Joe. Like she's just cruising.
Bruno looking for that exit, but gobbled by the whitewater.
That would have been a cool one.
No, why I say Sophie, just when she was in here talking with us, we were asking her, do you wear a watch? She's like, I don't know the time. I don't know, reef, sand, I don't know.
My favorite line was, I don't have a watch, but I ask people what time it is all the time. If you don't like Sophie Bell, it says a lot about you as a person.
2 pipeline warriors, Benji Brand, some saying the best pipeline wave so far of the season, and the Hawaiian powerhouse Kaulana Apo,
runner-up last year.
Runner-up, such an incredible event last year with Kaulana, coming from just really feeling he didn't know if he should have got in. You know, the draws were, it was the first invitation in a long time. People saying a lot of things. Kaulana just took that as fuel, now making in the dying moments the final from literally one of the last positions, shooting his way all the way to the finals into second place. Kaulana Apo,
the people's champ.
People's champion. Big party in town after
for him
the event. Oh yeah.
It was like he won, huh?
It is like he won.
That's awesome.
Shout out to Scotty Fountain in town with the rest of the crew at Summer Street. Chumbo looking again.
It looks tough, like not a lot of opportunity and everyone's kind of scrambling.
It looks like you folks had kind of a killer moment today for competition.
Kind of?
Oh no, we got the best of it for sure. When they showed replays of Moana's final waves, I was like,
Oh,
yeah, we got lucky.
Yeah. I mean, it was dreamy. I mean, critical, but like the dream waves that were ridden by the women today, completely standouts.
It kept it pretty on your toes because there was a lot of high scoring waves coming, whereas it seems in the men's in these final heats, there's 10s and 0s. Like there's not a lot of high scoring potential to do work.
Yeah, how long ago was Harry Bryant's wave? Maybe an hour?
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half?
Which was after a lull, for a long lull. Seth got his.
Yeah, about a 45-minute lull before, you're right, before Seth Moniz, and they got theirs back to back. And then the only other sort of real standout wave after that was John John's wave.
Yeah. Which was, not as good as Harry's.
Taro Watanabe.
Taro Watanabe.
Style king, who is on the rise. If you haven't seen his new edit, you should check it out.
Is this become more commonplace as Makana? Oh, Makana.
Leaning in.
Wow.
Driving. Let's
Makana.
go. Let's go.
Oh.
Hey! That's what we were talking about.
Are we seeing you think we're seeing a shuffle?
And the only person in this heat who needs a single score, it was Makana Peng.
Oh.
Looking for a 22.6. Is that going to be the score to take Mikey February out?
I wouldn't be with what's being. Well, I don't know what's being thrown out today. We've seen some interesting things.
I don't know. We'll take a look at it again, but that was a pretty critical wave.
Makana.
And you could tell as soon as he stood up and turned into it, he was like, yeah.
Well, this too, we're like on the screen and it's like so zoomed in. You're kind of like, what? It's hard to know because you don't see the full wave. As we're looking at it like this, as he takes off on the boil, drops in, sets the rail, one pump, holds it, knowing, okay, I'm out. Stoked. He's stoked. Oh, man.
I mean, there's not many opportunities right now. I think this is going to go pretty
Wow. Yeah, that thing heaved. So careful, bro. Don't be jumping head first into the sand.
He almost got like a chip shot off of the boil.
Yeah.
On that takeoff.
He's another one that does these late drops, toe hangers, and he's just into it. That's so comfortable. This is like a roll-in to him.
And the way he negotiated that first rib that came up the face, just like pumped over it.
I would be surprised if he doesn't get that score that he needs.
Well,
I mean, that's 7 and change, right, across the board.
7 and change across the board. I'm thinking that he's probably gonna. I'm gonna say he's gonna get it. Not gonna waffle.
Bruno
He's gonna get it.
Santos. trying to look for a similar situation, running off.
I mean, that was, and again, if we look at the criteria of wave selection, also coming into the factor, and when it's literally a needle in a haystack style pipeline, I wonder how much of that will factor in as well.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be hard to judge a day like this because it's so different from 2 hours ago that a wave like that is just like so rare.
Totally.
It's hard to get it.
Chumbo.
Oh gosh.
Hammering through, trying to find his rail. Again, in the soup.
He's thinking about the bird right now.
You know,
The bird got him through.
Yep.
Chumbo, he's a machine. He'll do that 20 times in a row. He's, you know, he's so happy-go-lucky, but in the water, he's Terminator.
Looks like he got it.
Makana.
Makana has moved into second place.
Wow, good job, brah.
And so if the final was to happen right now, it would literally be all Hawaiian at the Vans Pipe Masters. The score for Makana Pang coming through at 28.80.
Wow.
3 nines and change.
Yeah, see? You know, it seems like the pipeline potential is higher scoring than the backdoor, which, not to say that it wasn't that great of a wave. That was a great wave. You know, looking at that, you know, you compare that to, say, Billy's wave earlier. They have to, you know, look back and think. They cannot forget the scoring system. 2 minutes.
Well, we send our congratulations to Michael February for an incredible performance overall as he sits now in that 5th spot. And he was in a heat that was wave starved and wasn't able to make a difference.
Right on that boil. Right, getting barreled over those cracks that we're talking about over the reef and blown out right into that channel.
Look at this. I mean, that was a lot to negotiate.
Stoked.
And how that instant fire, all heart.
Such an amazing, you know, Kaulana and Benji are frothing right now. They're like, yes, those are the waves we like. You know, Benji's like, maybe I go a little bit deeper. You know, maybe Kaulana's like, maybe I stall. You know, now they're looking at each other. How do we improve on what exists if we get the wave? Because it's hard to now beat that wave.
Yeah.
It's hard to find one of those waves, and how are you going to beat the score when you have something that's executed so perfectly?
Does Benji or Kaulana have any good waves already? Or Benji has one, right?
Benji has one.
Yeah. Because I feel like if you have at least 1 or 2, it'd be easier, but it's so tough out there right now to
2
get
would
to.
be way, if you have 2, better than way better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As Makana just, he won the lottery basically.
He's so stoked. Now he's just trying to keep people off waves.
Yeah, now he's battling.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep it. He wants it so bad. He's so stoked, but he's looking pretty good here with a 61.6 out of a possible 90 with John at 68.
Looking pretty solid.
Yeah.
You see someone scratching maybe to have us look at back door.
Finn.
All right, Finn.
Harold. Turn. I don't know if that's enough, but good effort moving his way up the rankings. Last 10 seconds of the heat as we're counting down. Great job, Makana. I'm sure he's stoked, and all his friends.
And great job, Kira Pinkerton, coming in.
Yes.
Absolute killing it on the mic, giving us some Zen vision to think about when we're underwater, thinking about our existence.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it. It was fun.
And we wish you the best in your continued campaign.
Thank you.
As you're working your way up.
Hey, guys.
And if you see me out at lowers, maybe give me a wave.
Yeah, we'll see about that. No, I'm just kidding. I can barely get waves out there.
Well, we knew there would be lots of changes today. Makana Pang, he is just, his energy, he is just stoked. He knew the number that he needed. And he also knew what kind of wave he would need.
He knew what he needed to do, and he did it.
2 more heats left before our final. And you know that they're fired up. Kaulana Apo, Tai Wakita, Benji Brand, and Tar Watanabe, they're fired up after seeing what Makana Pang just did. So we are going to pass it off for our exciting last 2 heats before we get into the men's final. Kala Kennedy.
Kaulana starting it off.
Kala and Makua are about to come in and join us.
All right, we're back. Makua. The final 2 heats before the finals.
The final 2 heats before the finals.
How about that leaderboard shakeup in that last heat?
Shake, 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 Sonora. Yes, we are definitely shaking things up here in the booth. Benji Brand, Kaulana Apo, Taro Watanabe, and Taichi Wakita, all trying to play their hand and get one of those top 12 spots. Sister, what's up with that?
Yeah, I mean, there's still some, as you saw in the last heat, there was a 28 score. So, the opportunities are out there.
That was super, super sick.
Yeah.
I mean, Makana Pang, DJ Mac Pang.
How was that takeoff? He was like on the boil, taking off on that wave.
Yeah, he kind of just rolled over that thing. It was up for quite a while before he even dropped in. He kind of was going, and kind of let him in and had the perfect line. Got in before the chandelier, got behind it, came through, and I think it's absolutely barfed him into the channel. And Makana Pang is just on fire.
So Benji Brand needs a 24 to advance. That's very doable.
Oh, Benji Brand, that's 24. That's in his sleep. I mean, he definitely could get that score. I wouldn't be surprised if Benji Brand didn't get a 30. Seriously. And Holly has DJ Mac Pang spinning tunes out there on that last wave. What do you got for us, Ollie?
Yeah, Makana, saw your body language coming out of that one. Tell us how you're feeling.
I'm feeling crazy right now. I've never really had a full clutch moment like that, so to finally do it feels really good. Hopefully make this final. Hopefully the boys don't take me out here in the next couple.
And it's an all-local final at the moment. How confident are you feeling going into that?
That's awesome. Who is it?
Who is it? We got John, we got Makana, we got Billy Kemper, and Seth Monet.
That is, yeah. I'd be stoked to surf that for sure.
And what about, are you DJing tonight?
I think so, guys. Come down to Pipe and
bag of cash too. We got a bag of cash.
We're doing something tonight for sure. Come down.
Sick. Enjoy your beers and enjoy your cash.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ames. That was mental.
Oh, thank you, Holly. It's going down. DJ Mac Pang, he's spinning and cutting the 1s and 2s. We're here at Pipeline, as you heard. Come on down. But now we are in Heat 9 of round 3. What can you say, Keala, about this heat right here and the athlete's ability to make a move up that leaderboard?
little bit of a slow start for waves in this heat right here. The wind has picked up quite a bit, so that's going to be definitely going to be a factor. But the scores are out there, as we saw in that last heat.
We got our Kanaka, Kaulana Apo. Shout out to all the Ever Beach Hawaiians out there. Oh.
And I want to send a shout out to Russia Bubo. It's his 18th birthday today, and send love to the entire Bubo Ohana over there in Kauai. Auntie Saran, Uncle Eddie just celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary. Love you guys. Thanks for watching.
Amazing people, amazing Ohana over there in Kauai. Happy birthday, Rushy boy. Back to the action.
Or lack thereof.
Or lack thereof.
Lack thereof action right now.
Lack thereof action. That could be like a lyric in a song. Speaking of songs, I just released a single called The One and Only. People
Yeah.
gotta go check it out on
Can't
iTunes
wait.
and all that stuff.
That's gonna drop on iTunes next week.
We got it all happening right now here in the booth. KK, where you spinning at? What's your schedule? Where can people come and check you out play music?
I was DJing last night until 10 at a private party, and then I went home and slept and had to be up at 5 to make it out here for this. So I'm a little sleepy, but I have 3 DJ residencies right now. So you can catch me at Swell Bar to Lohilani on Friday nights from 6 to 10. And then I'm at the Prince 1 to 4 on Saturdays. And Sheraton, Princess Kailani, Poolside, Sundays 2 to 5.
Here we go. And talk about, there you go. No lack thereof right now.
Whoa, look at this set.
It looks like absolute dog crap. This
Everybody
is
got
the
caught
many
inside of that
faces
one.
of Pipeline. When
Yeah.
you have a north swell with north winds, it is pretty much blown. And you're gonna have to really find that diamond in the rough, because there are not many, as you will see. Lots and lots of attempts, not that many makes.
But there will be the needle in the haystack. You can bet on that. Look at the boil right there.
The boil, the famous boil. When you're bottom turning or dropping in the wave and that thing's coming up the wave right where you're at, that's kind of a good wave.
Where do you like to be in relation to the boil when you're out there?
Depends. Bottom turning over it or under it, somewhere around there. Try not to hit it on the way down and slide out. You're pulling behind the boil, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely, you're gonna get drained across the reef, and man.
19 minutes, 30 seconds.
For as exciting as this day started out, I am not sure what's going on. One thing I am sure of is John Florence is going to be in this finals. I want to shout out to all the boys at the Volcom House. Kaimana. And you guys are watching Robertson Boys. Buddy over there at Legend and Manas, the Ohana House. Love you guys. And all my Oceanic Cable brothers in the back over here doing all this stuff for Spectrum, excuse me. All the Spectrum brothers in the back over here I've been hanging with. Thank you guys so much for making this happen, making this broadcast work.
And Kailana Po, last year he got 2 incredible waves in his last heat to make the final. So I wonder if he can do that again. We'll have to see. So this is last year. This is Kailana Po, buzzer beater in his last heat last year to make the final. Boom.
Rada Kaulana just rolling into that thing from behind. So at the end. There goes Brother Kaulana right now on the paddle. What is this wave going to do, ladies and gentlemen? Hawaiian is in the barrel.
Double hand drag. Just gets meat grindered with that foam ball.
Olehiki no can do. Oh. After 3 days of action, Kaulanapo'o actually last year, he got his 2 incredible waves in his last heat to make the finals. I mean, that is just what this contest is all about, actually. This format allows you to be able to go all contest long without getting a good one.
And they pull the Hail Mary.
Throwing up prayers like a Hail Mary.
Yeah, that's what makes it so exciting. Anything can happen right down to like the last minute.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we've watched this leaderboard change hands a few times just in the last couple of heats.
Yeah, I was definitely wondering on the lower side of scores compared to the women's side. They had some big scores to make it into that final heat.
Pipeline slowing down a little bit here in this beautiful afternoon on the North Shore.
With 16 minutes and 17 seconds left, round 3, heat 9 for those of you who are just joining us out there in internet world. Benji Brandon white, Kaulanapo'o in red, Taro Watanabe in black, and Taichi Wakita, son of the legendary Takayuki Wakita, who actually has his own lineup here in Pipeline.
Oh yeah, Wakita Bull, everybody knows that.
It's crazy to see Mr. Takayuki Wakita. I'm sure you're watching right now. Aloha Brada, inspiring so many generations of Japanese surfers to come out here through the Pipeline Masters, the backdoor shootout. I mean, these guys have been coming and just absolutely going kamikaze on these waves and just really taking off. Some of the craziest waves ridden at Pipeline in the last few years have been by Japanese surfers.
That's
really
wild.
Inspired by brother Takayuki Wakita, really pioneering. And I mean, what you really got to do to get your own lineup, there's no Johnny Boy lineup, there's no Dane K. Aloha lineup, there's no Derek Ho lineup or anything like that, but there is a Takayuki, a Wakita Bowl.
Wakita Bowl?
Talking about Wakita Bowls, go get yourself an acai bowl or something to eat while we take a little break here on the North Shore at the Vans Pipe Masters 2023. We'll be right back.
Left っすね。絶対パイプですね。バックドアまあ行ったことはあるんですけど、なるべく行かないようにしてます。やっぱフロントでチューブ入るの気持ちいいですからね。だからこれはレフトに行きます。
Welcome back. Live from Pipeline, we are back at the Vans Pipeline Masters 2023 from the beautiful North Shore of Oahu in Hawaii. 14 minutes to go, round 3, heat 9. Benji Brandon white, Kaulanapo'o in red, Taro Watanabe in black, and Taichi Wakita in blue. Kiala, we're just, we left them with the notion of Takayuki Wakita and his bowl and what it means to actually put in that time and inspire generations of surfers from around the world. And
Yeah, the only other person I know that's got a bowl named after them is the very West Bowl. We would call that Bevo's Bowl. Claire Bevilacqua, a little charger from West Oz, who come every winter and stay at the Volcom House with all the boys.
I thought you were going to say Ronnie's Bowl at Rocky Point.
Oh, well, that, yeah, as well.
During the break,
action.
Out of Japan. Whoa! Taro Watanabe. Oh!
Looks like they split the peak. We got action on the left, too.
Benji. That's uncharacteristic of my brother Benji right there. Usually comes out of those no problem, but you see even the best surfers at Pipeline are having a difficult time with these tricky and bouncy conditions out here that we have today.
Look at the line stacking. Is that Benji? Did he turn around?
Benji, of course he whipped it. It's Benji Brand. No drop, too steep for brother Benji.
Look at these waves
No
rolling
drop
in.
too steep, no barrel too wide. There's no place that brother Benji Brand won't hide in the barrel out here at Pipeline.
Hey!
He's one of the best right now, man. I mean, every swell you see a wave. Benji Brand, Benji Brand, Benji Brand. Let's see if Benji Brand can put that Pipeline knowledge to work. Get himself into that top 4 spots. I mean, it's just kind of sad to see actually this north wind with this north swell.
It's looking very lumpy right now.
Oh, should have been a little more westerly in direction and little lighter winds. Woo, we would have had a smoker. Nonetheless, we've had lots of great rides ridden. Awesome call this morning. I see brother Kala Grace down there on screen. I see Russell Bjerke, Sean Manners. These guys are getting ready to paddle out at the world famous Bonsai Pipeline. In the background, you see there Jerry Lopez, the famous Jerry Lopez house from all those years ago. On your screen now, our surfers moving around and positioning themselves to be able to come one step closer to one of those 4 coveted spots. Mr. Watanabe only needs a 24-point wave now. We have Benji and Taro Watanabe with the ability to crack into that top 4.
10.5 minutes.
10.5 minutes to go. Benji Brand scratching on his way back out.
Hunting.
They almost look like sharks in the water, and then all of a sudden when there's bait, they just, like when a good wave
Yeah.
comes out, frenzy out, and they just kind of
Pipeline's chumming.
right?
Pipeline's chumming for him right now.
Well, just throw a couple waves out. Pipeline, let's go. Boys are ready to eat. So with 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go, Benji Brand really is the story of this heat so far, and right behind him is Taro Watanabe. Benji needs a 24.0, and Taro needs a 24.1 to advance. I see our reigning champion running down the beach. In your next heat, you will be seeing Mr. Balaram Stack. I wonder if Balaram's going to ride that Kaimana board. Probably be a good idea.
All right, let's see what we got here. Any takers?
Oh, we have white. Benji Brand. What do you know?
Get in there.
Oh, he'll get in there. I don't know if that's a 24,
Yeah,
but
I was gonna say.
Getting in there. Looks like that was just a little score, something that he's looking for something a lot more substantial to go into his score line. Anything 24 points and above, and out the back kicking. Look at these sets. Taichi Wakita kicking out on that one, not very much on offer. Look at the stack out the back. Come on, come through. Give us one. You can see that crosswind going across the face, bumps going across the face.
Current ripping down the beach.
It is not easy to surf Pipeline. It's almost like a big beach break right now. And
definitely looking like a washing machine.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, look at this wave, has massive backwash on it. Look at that. Oh.
Not looking pretty.
I'm kind of enjoying myself sitting in this booth commentating, especially on days like these. I mean, waves coming from the right, waves coming from the left, waves coming from straight, waves not even coming.
Waves not coming.
We got it all today.
Look at that current ripping through the inside.
Yeah, it's a special place, Pipeline. You think you could just paddle straight out. Next thing you know, you're down by Rocky Point.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason people paddle down the beach to paddle out to this wave. There is a current that's trying to find its way back out to the lineup. And you have to ride that current around the edge and hopefully shoot the gap. If not, you'll probably be making the walk of shame.
I was just going to say, there's nothing worse than paddling out, getting caught in that current, and then just horrible timing where you end up in between pipe and gums just getting pounded.
I don't think there's ever been a surfer that hasn't mistimed Pipeline.
And then you got to come in and walk up the beach, head down.
Some guys just keep paddling until they finally get out. It's almost better to just paddle way down and come around than actually have to walk back up to the beach sometimes.
Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to look anybody in the eye if they got denied.
Denied.
Oh. Who is that?
Taichi Wakita.
Just a quick
pocket ride up and down. Your surfer in blue. Wow.
Look how bumpy it is.
Just trying to slow down a lot.
Is that Benji? Wow. Look at that bumpy takeoff.
Oh, almost.
I can't believe he stayed on his feet.
How much points does he get for that?
Look at the backwash.
It's crazy out there. It's definitely not perfect Pipeline.
It is definitely.
Whoever wins today is gonna have their work have had their work cut out for them, especially surfing this evening. You're gonna have to pick and choose. I mean, here we might have our first cleanup set to wash guys through the lineup. That'd be pretty cool. Show you guys what it looks like to get mowed down on TV. And here it comes. Let's see if anybody's too deep and gets caught inside by it. Two surfers out in the back. I think our other two surfers had caught in waves, so they're safe in the channel. There's one of them. Yeah, you're gonna have to be really selective.
Mm-hmm. That one was good till it wasn't.
No, that was not.
That one was good till it wasn't.
By any chance, that was not a good wave. There aren't very many good waves out there. Makana found a diamond in the rough, like a real diamond in the rough. And 4 minutes left. Not much doing in this Heat 9. Beautiful clouds, beautiful scenery, beautiful ocean, beautiful people here on the beach. And
just about 4 minutes remaining in this heat. Hopefully.
4 minutes remaining, ladies and gentlemen, here in Heat 9. The second to the last heat of the round.
Before the final.
And the last chance for these four surfers to try and do what is needed to be able to get into one of those coveted 4 spots that are up for grabs. Anybody's game. And here we go with the rip going right through the middle of Pipeline. Being a Pipeline surfing and being in the lineup and seeing the rip come through the lineup has got to be one of the most irritating things that can ever happen to you.
Mm-hmm.
You're sitting there at 3 minutes, you need a score, and it's absolutely ripped out. I mean,
nothing you can do.
Maybe that's where they got the term ripped out from. Something that's like real bad vibes and sucks. Someone that's ripped out. I mean, with 2 minutes and 43 seconds here, you gotta be thinking Benji and Taro are like, I need a wave.
Please, please, please.
2 minutes and 30 seconds away from either. You has donated your time and your efforts, but sorry, sir, not today.
All right, so if the 4 Hawaiians that are in the top spots right now do end up in the finals.
Well, I guess you got 1 Kanaka and 3 Hawaiians. Just
so of
to
those
keep
4,
it real.
who do you got your money on to win the whole thing?
Right now I'm gonna go with Seth Moniz.
I'm gonna go John John. He's always a safe bet.
Yep. But gotta go with the people on this one. Our 1 Hawaiian-blooded surfer in the final so far is Seth Moniz. And we back in Seth Moniz 100% right now in this event.
Billy Kemper, always a threat, even with a broken foot.
Billy Kemper is right there, 59.60. He's in the mix. He's no stranger to competition and winning events, so we'll see what Billy can do.
And Makana had that amazing wave in his last heat.
Mac Pang is just, he's always keeping it real. That's one of the brothers that, you know what I mean, you can always know what you're going to get when you see Makana. Coolest brother, such a warrior out here at Pipeline.
All right, 1 minute remaining in this heat. Second to last heat of the day. Surfers needing some scores. Hope is fading.
It's like when the light at the end of the tunnel starts fading.
Starts getting darker and darker.
And the piano and the violin start playing. They're gonna ask you, do you want some cheese with that wine when you get to the beach? I'm sure there's some whining going on out here today. Oh, I should have done this, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but you had a chance. And the only ones that have a chance coming up in the next seat, as you see sitting there in the channel with Kala Grace, Balaram Stock, Russell Berkey and Sean Manners. What do you think Russell Berkey and Sean Manners are thinking right now after seeing their mate, Brother Harry Bryant, get that wave?
I think they're thinking if he can do it, it's out there, it's possible. Those waves exist. Although I don't know. That Harry Bryant wave was kind of a unicorn.
I mean, yeah, that was. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than be good. And the luckier you are, the better you get sometimes. And out here at Pipeline, luck is always your best friend.
Yes.
New York, New York, New York, what's up? Your boy Balaram Stocks battling out. Balaram Stack, Kala Grace, our Hawaiian from the North Shore of Oahu, Sean Manners, WA Australia, and Russell Berkey from Ulladulla, New South Wales. 1 American, 2 Australians, and 1 Hawaiian in this heat.
So there was no shakeups to the leaderboard in that last heat. But we got 1 more heat to go. Things could change.
What do these guys actually need? It'd be pretty cool to see the actual numbers in real time, exactly what they need, because I don't think anybody really has 1 high score. I'm pretty sure they both need 2.
I think they all need a combination.
Excellent scores,
yeah.
yes. It's hard enough to get 1 wave right now in these conditions.
Especially right now. That's going to be tough.
Watanabe-san.
But you never know, Makua, how many times you've been out here at this hour in the afternoon and pipes looking messy like this, and then all of a sudden the wind changes, some little thing just changes, and all of a sudden it just turns on.
I really hope that it does that, because from all the years that I have sat here and watched this wave, once it turns like this, it doesn't stop. This north direction with this northeast wind is usually not something that backs off. I mean, I'm only human, I make mistakes, I could be wrong, but from my experiences out here, I think these conditions will stick around. You see on your screen Russell Berkey with the highest score, single wave score, out of any surfer in this heat. Nonetheless, he will also need 2 excellent wave scores to crack into that top 4. Walking up the beach, Kaulana-a-Pō. If I'm not mistaken, one of Ewa Beach's finest. Everybody out there in Campbelltown. How Bush boys, where you guys at? Everybody about to chase. So you guys are watching Kaulana right now. Aloha. And we had a paddle, but no goal. Looks like a little teepee here in the background on this one. Could be a little split the peak. What do you know? Let's see. Oh, it's Kala Grace.
Nice. He would go left. Oh, spin.
He was going left.
Wow.
Get in there, Russ.
Dang, just a little too far in front of it, but.
Oh, Kala should have went for that one.
A little too far in front of it, but man, my hat's off for that whip around.
I mean, if you're going to let a wave that perfect go by, I mean, someone's going to catch it, especially right now. And had Russell been able to stall a little bit more or take off deeper where Kala was, that would have been excellent, excellent. Up in that 28 to 30 range, I believe. Nonetheless, it was still a beautiful ride. I mean, as critical as it gets out here at Pipeline, just not the deepest barrel compared to what we've been seeing getting the really high scores today. Walk us through this replay.
I mean, such a critical drop, but yeah, he just needs to be a little deeper.
Did you see that whitewash that was behind him? He would have caught that crumble from the whitewash right back there. Could have been in the barrel, but I mean, what else more could he really have done? I mean,
no, from the position he was in, he surfed that excellently.
Russell Berkey surfed this wave excellent. Turning around, whipping, grabbing, dragging, pulling under. That was a pretty close to perfectly executed ride by Russell Berkey on that one. .22 minutes remain in the final heat of round 3. This is the last heat, last chance for surfers to crack into those last 4 spots, KK.
So Makua, how hard, maybe explain for the viewers, how hard is it to make that last minute decision and just whip around and almost like no paddle takeoff drop on a wave like that, on a wave like Pipeline?
That decision is a big one sometimes, you know. But
and it's a split-second decision.
Well, that decision, it's not hard to make the decision. It's hard to follow through with the decision.
It's hard to execute.
It's hard to execute the whip. You whip around. Anybody can whip around and make like they're going, but to actually go and pull into that barrel to find out more, you're gonna have to come back. We have a special guest coming up for you folks. Look at that beach. Beautiful people, beautiful day, beautiful waves here at the Vans Pipe Masters 2023. We'll be right back.
I first surfed Pipeline when I was 14 or 15 years old. I remember just like sticking my head underwater and like opening my eyes and there just being like rocks and shit everywhere. And I was just like, whoa, this is different. I surf pipe 5 times a year max, I reckon. I have my like binoculars and I look over that way and there's just like waves of people and I'm just like, nah, I'm all right. Just battles in my head. Like some days I wake up and, you know, this thing will be throbbing and I'm just like, fuck, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull this off, but it's such an amazing opportunity and that's been a huge motivation to get there and feel good.
Aloha everyone and welcome back to the Pipe Masters, presented by Vans, live on the north shore of Oahu in Hawaii. We're back, heat 10, round 3 of the men's, the last heat to try your hand at one of those 4 spots. And we have a very, very, very special guest in studio with us right now. Moana Jones-Wong, the queen.
And your 2023 Vans Pipe Masters champion. How does it feel?
I'm really happy right now.
Well, good for you, sister. You absolutely smashed it. You went out there and just did what you're supposed to do. You defend your title. You take what's yours. You give nothing. And you left it all out there on the waves. Tell us a little bit about that heat.
It was kind of, I didn't know what to expect, honestly, because it was small in the morning when we first got here, and the swell just kind of picked up faster than I expected.
Yeah, we saw you talking to the contest director in the morning. What was your conversation? How are you feeling? It was a little small, and you were kind of like,
Yeah, it was a little small, and I was like, oh, maybe we can do like 1 heat girls, 1 heat boys, because I was like, I want to go out when the waves are firing.
Well, I think you got literally the best conditions of the day for your finals.
I think we did. I didn't even see that angle yet. I never even watched anything, actually.
Look how sick this is.
Walk us through what it feels like to get one of those waves of being there. You're smiling the whole time.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm smiling.
My face would be so like resting B-face focused, and she just got the biggest grin in like the most critical situations.
I don't know.
How do you do that?
I really don't know.
How was that little backup wave? Because I know there's priority, and doesn't look like anybody wanted this wave. And you kind of just paddled past everyone like that. And you kind of seen it, looks like, and look at that. Does that ever get old, getting carried up that beach?
No, I just want to relive that moment again and again. That's the first time I saw that since this morning. I only watched that live, so seeing the recap is nice. I want to cry again.
Well, you deserve it. You put so much time and effort out here. And look at your T-shirt that you're wearing.
Yeah.
How much of that man right there is inspirational to you and what you've done so far here at Pipeline?
So that's something I want to talk about, because this morning, like I said, I just grabbed stuff in the dark and I just ran out of my house and I didn't know what I had. And I showed up and I was like, oh, I have my Uncle Derek T-shirt on. And Uncle Derek is like my favorite pipeline surfer, pretty much. Like, he's just the style master, and I shared so many special moments with him out there. And I remember he told me like, hey, just don't ever stop, girl. You got big things coming your way in the future. And I just took it at the grain of salt back then, and now I look back at it.
Boy, was he right, though.
Yeah, I don't know what he saw in me, but he saw it, and
he surfs pipeline a lot. I would always see Uncle Derek out there, even, just even in the last couple of years of his life, he was still just always out there, and you are always out there. Like, I don't know another woman that puts in as much time as you do, which is why you surf this wave so good. You've really put in the time and gotten that experience, and it shows in your surfing every time you paddle out. So.
Oh, thank you, Kayla.
I want to know what your biggest confidence booster is out there, knowing that people are going down, knowing that this wave is so powerful and dangerous sometimes. What gives you the biggest motivation or the confidence to get out there and do it time and time again, even though not every time you make it?
I don't know, honestly. Like, when I go out there, I actually feel like I have zero confidence. I actually feel like I'm gonna get smoked every time I paddle out, until I paddle for a wave, or actually until I see my wave coming for me, and then all of a sudden, like, my brain just turns off, and I go into this state where I don't even think.
And she just smiles.
Yeah, I guess I just smile.
So I'm curious. So tell me, at the start of the day, you were not in that 4th place spot. You had to scratch your way into that spot in your heat. How does it feel to not even be in contention and then claw your way in there and win the whole thing?
Like I said, this is I am speechless. Like, that's what I said when I first got out of the water and they tried to interview me, and I was like, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. It's crazy. Like, I don't have crazy confidence in me. I am like not a confident person.
Which is so weird because you have so many accomplishments now. You are the most accomplished female in competitions at Pipeline. You have won more contests at Pipeline than any other woman ever. It doesn't
make
sense.
sense.
That doesn't boost your confidence at all?
No,
at
it
this
actually
point?
does the opposite. It makes me like freaked out. Like, I couldn't even eat breakfast this morning. I puked everywhere.
Yeah, so do you feel a lot of pressure to like live up, like they call you the Queen of Pipeline. Do you feel like an immense pressure to like live up to that title every time?
I do, like when I'm on the land, I like totally remember that, and I'm like, oh, I'm the Queen of Pipe, like I gotta do this, I gotta do that. But then when I'm in the water, then for some reason I just forget everything, and I just think about me and Pipe, me and Pipeline, and all I want to do is just enjoy like her.
You've had a really great relationship with Pipeline since you were, I mean, when did you start surfing pipe? You were like a teenager, right?
Yeah, I mean the first time I paddled out I was 12, and I dropped in and nose pearled. Got smoked.
Yeah.
That's a good first ride.
Yeah.
So when was your first barrel at Pipeline? How old
I
were
was
you?
probably 18.
18?
Yeah.
And we've lost count of all the barrels you've gotten since then. So what made you want to, because you have really dedicated your life to perfecting this. I mean, this is your wave. You've dedicated your life to this one spot and being the best at it. What made you decide to make Pipeline your spot?
I didn't really like decide that. I was 18 and all my like best friends, my brothers, Makana and Baron and like the boys, they're like my best friends, and we would surf together every day. And then they all started surfing pipe every day, and I wouldn't be able to go with them because I was too scared. And
oh my God, it's just sounding like Blue Crush.
Yeah. And they would always be like, Mona, let's go surf pipe. And I was like, no, I don't want to go surf pipe. Like, I don't know how to surf out there. And they kind of pushed me, and then one day I never called them, I never talked to anybody, and I just grabbed my little board, which was completely the wrong size, and I just went out to pipe and sat in the channel, and it was like second reef, and I saw all my friends catching like the most craziest barrels, and I was just like, whoa, I want to do that one day. Like one day, if I could ride one wave like this would make me the happiest girl in the world.
That's why you always have that big fat smile.
Yeah.
You've ridden so many waves, so many memorable waves out here, sister, and you know, to be so consistent and carry that title isn't an easy thing to do on the land or in the ocean, but you do a very good job at it. You represent Hawaii and your place, your sponsors, your family, and each and every one of us from the North Shore very well. We want to thank you so much for that. It's just one thing I wanted to add, that you're such a stand-up person, and it seems like all the luck and all the best wishes come your way from being that type of person.
Oh, thank you, Makua. I really
So
appreciate
which wave do you want to master next?
I don't want to master any other waves.
You're like, I'm good. This is my spot.
I'm good.
I'm just going to reign supreme right here.
This is enough stress for me.
Well, you have definitely earned everything that you've accomplished here.
So, saying that we have the top 4 so far, Hawaii guys, John Florence, Makana Pang, Billy Kemper, Seth Moniz, who would you be cheering for in that final?
That's really hard because that whole group, I really like all of them. I look up to all of them. But Makana is like my brother. He was the first person I had a sleepover with. I learned how to ride a bike with him. Like, we've been friends since we're in diapers. And if he won this contest the same time that I won the contest, this is like a dream come true.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. There's your current top 10 on the screen, and your current top number 1 in the studio with us, the Queen, Moana Jones, chiming in on this heat. You have John Florence in first, Makana Pang in second, Billy Kemper in third, Seth Moniz in fourth, and pretty much the only person in the draw that has a chance is Mr. Russell Berkey. He needs a 22.9, and we all know he is so very capable of getting that score.
We got about 11 minutes left. And this is the last heat before the final.
This is the last of the last. There you got on screen Mr. John Florence, the phenom. From such a young age, there are only very, very few people on planet Earth that from that young of an age have the ability to make people watch and know that one day they will become one of the greatest ever. And John Florence has done that time and time again. I mean, congratulations to John. He's got his own company. He's got a great team behind him. His beautiful wife, Lauren.
So Moana,
total package.
Who else were you impressed with on the women's side in this event?
mean, Erin Brooks really stepped it up.
She really did.
She was sending it.
Yes, she was.
And Molly was going on.
Molly was on fire.
She
I
was
haven't
on fire.
seen backhand barrel riding by a woman out at pipe like that since Rochelle Ballard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think right now Molly is like the best backside barrel rider in the world for women.
Yeah.
She definitely wasn't letting up. She was right on your heels.
Oh,
sis.
yeah, she was right on my heels. And I knew that, and it was funny. After I caught my second wave, she's like, what do you think that was? Do you think that was better than your first? And I'm like, what, are you trying to see how much you need?
You know that's what she was doing.
What about the positioning?
You're like, sorry, girl, I put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, but check this out. Every time you guys went back to the lineup, it was you outside, Molly right behind you, and then there would be Carissa Moore on the inside. And it started off like that. The middle of the heat, it was like that, and at the end of the heat, it was like that. So I was wondering, they must have known that someone knew the reef pretty good out here, and maybe they thought they could pick a few scraps off if the queen allowed, and she only allowed one score to slip by. And then she was like off with their heads, and I'm off to the races. $100,000 later, a second Pipeline Masters title. Couldn't have happened to a better person.
I'm very blessed, very thankful.
Well, this heat has not been that blessed. It's 8 minutes left. And
I'm dying.
It's been pretty lackluster, to say the least. Uncle Ray over there.
Oh, Balaram.
Balaram.
Nice.
Oof. So I guess, are the only people that are confirmed in the final right now is John Florence and Makana Pang?
I don't think anybody's confirmed, because if guys get 3 waves, they can still get it. But I mean, as of now, it's pretty much.
They're feeling pretty confident.
Pretty much 3 guys.
Yeah, you never want to be. Well, you know, you were sitting on the 4th bubble.
I was on the bubble.
But I mean, now look, Balaram guaranteed better than 12. So he's going to need another score. 7 minutes left. Russell Berkey can get a 22, no problem. Balaram Stack can get any score out here, no problem. So I don't think anybody's really safe yet.
Yeah.
It's just.
Look how bumpy that wave was. You see his board? Just like the chops getting under his board.
That board doesn't look like it works as good as the Kaimana board he was riding. It's kind of squirrely.
Yeah, it looked a little squirrely.
It did, yeah.
Yeah. Look at that spit.
Look, even on that bottom turn, it's just kind of I mean, ball surf's so good, you can tell when his equipment's.
Well, I think the bump on the face has a lot to do with it too.
Yeah, but I mean,
because it looks bumpy.
You seen some of those drops he was taking last year. That was pretty roll-in-ish, and his board was sticking to the face like glue last year.
Look at that big spit.
Fun fact, I was actually riding the same boards as Balaram today.
Oh, yeah?
Yup, same model.
Must not be the arrow, must be the shooter. Because you made your boards look
like butter.
Oh, yes. Look almost like you could ride a door. You rip the Volcom door off and go out there and win the contest already.
Amazing.
Balaram. Guess it's not the bow or the arrow. Kala Grace is just chomping at the bit. I think he made a mistake early on letting that wave go and letting...
He might have been a little too far behind it. You know how you get behind the wave at Pipeline and you just can't push yourself over the ledge?
I just didn't think it looked like it was going to throw that good. You know what I mean? It's pretty deceiving with the northerly direction, but then it'll hit a double up and actually, you know, fire across that inside. So you really got to be selective. I think today you might have to take some chances, and especially with 5 minutes to go. You better be taking some chances.
Digging?
It's Kala Grace.
Oh, that one was no good.
Oh! Nah.
I think the wind is causing it to kind of be chandelier out there right now.
It is. Your final, like, you're stoked the women went first and then the men, and your final landed in the hour that it did because
I know
the conditions were just...
Waves are absolutely perfect for your heat.
Is this the first time in history of surf competition that the woman...
I don't know. The Hui backdoor shootout, we got some good conditions. Though.
We got good conditions.
We got some good conditions.
I think there's a bomb coming. I hear whistles.
I mean, specifically designated women's division, probably the best.
I think so. I would have to agree.
Yeah, the Hui shootout, girls and guys surf together. Uh-oh, comes a set out the back.
4 minutes remaining. Everyone's scratching for this.
Scratching.
Someone gonna go?
God.
That must be
Is that
someone's
white?
itchy. Here we go. He's up and riding.
Whoa.
Oh, cousin. Oh.
It gets ugly in that inside.
Yeah.
Just a big
I got
mess.
pounded earlier,
Yeah.
actually.
That's actually
Slam.
Pipeline's mother-in-law in there.
Where did he come up with these jokes?
know, he's got the zingers.
She's kind of
She
angry
does.
every once in a while when she shows up. She's not, you know, she's not always there, but when she is there,
Oh, you know.
Don't mess around.
nobody really likes to hang out for the holidays. I mean, look at that.
Yeah. Just
Kind of wonky, kind of sketch right now.
pretty sketch. Not very open barrels. Kind of crumbly.
Hopefully for the final,
Gonna
cleans
clean
up.
up a little bit.
The only kind of crumble that I like is a crumble cookie.
I knew you were gonna say that.
I thought you were gonna say apple crumble.
I mean,
3 minutes, 20 seconds.
there are people on the roof. There are people on the beaches.
It's a party down here.
It is a full-blown rager, especially tonight.
That's right.
DJ Makana Pang will be celebrating his sister and his maybe.
Oh yeah.
Just imagine the party then. You know what? Shut down Kamehameha Highway, set up the DJ gear, and let's rage.
We're going big tonight.
Let's go. Ballroom stock. There we go. 28.7. We've seen a few of those today already. Makana Pang dropped a 28.8 if I'm not mistaken.
Well, we're about to get a new Vans Pipe Masters winner for 2023, but let's take a look back at this video from last year's champion. Ballroom stock.
My relationship with the Mother Pipeline is forever growing and forever changing. She gave me something that I don't know if I'll ever top in the rest of my career, and she was able to give me a win at a contest at Pipe. I never expected it in the first place. To fathom another one is just like, all right, well, maybe we do have that kind of relationship. I don't know, I'm not really sure. I mean, it's a world title for me. To have this be my opportunity is all I could ask for, and it is my world title. And if I could do that again, I wouldn't know how to pay her back, but that was all I would want to do.
Just imagine with a minute and 30, you paddled out with your other jersey on thinking you made the heat, and one of these guys dropped. An
Imagine
absolute
that.
smoker.
Yeah, I was
thinking about
kick out of
that.
the
I was
channel and just
too.
take the guy's jersey off and be like, thanks.
When they were getting ready on the beach, I was like, wait, so what happens if the situation changes? Like
I was
one of the
thinking
guys
that
in
too.
the water is actually going to bump into the top 4, and one of the guys on the beach in a jersey's like, just gets his whole day ruined.
Yeah, are they kind of jumping the gun right now by putting those jerseys on?
Well, 1 minute left.
There's 1 minute left. There's not that many. And who do we have on screen here?
It's my brother right there, Makana.
Moana and Makana.
We were sharing the same leash today.
There's your other brother, Baron.
Oh, that's my boys.
Oh, he got the good luck leash. Why is he waiting for 44 seconds to
I
paddle
don't
out?
know, amateur, rookie.
He was probably like...
Tell him, sis. Champs don't wait on the beach.
Yeah, champs don't wait on the beach. He should
Come
be in the
on.
water already. I would have been
Jamie
sitting out the back 10 minutes ago.
Jamie O'Brien on the smaller day just casually coming in and changing his fin. His heat's about to start.
Yeah, it was like 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, he's just like...
I mean, Jamie O'Brien cares, but he don't care that much about, you know, he's doing his thing. He's probably the
Last-ditch
most,
effort by... Is that Russell?
most seen surfer on planet Earth right now, and
That was
it's all
his
having fun.
last-ditch effort, but denied.
So guess what? Mahalo nui loa, Moana. Congratulations to you and your ohana very much. We love you. We're so proud of you, and we'll see you again. Thank you for joining us in the booth. I'm out of here. I'm seeing you guys later. This is my last heat. They're kicking me out for the finals before I say something that I'm not supposed to say. Salama Masakela and Dr. Cliff Kapono are coming in right now. I love you guys all. Hawaii. Let's go then. Love you guys. Aloha.
Here we go. All Hawaiian men's final. John Florence, Makana Pang, Billy Kemper, and Seth Moniz. Incredible performance from Makana Pang in heat 8 to jump his way up. Billy Kemper also making that jump today. Seth Moniz. I mean, John Florence is the only one who's left from heat 2 that was in that top 4, as the Hawaiians made a hard charge to get us into that final. Of course, you were all aware of the incredible performance by the new queen, reigning champ Moana Jones-Wong, and no doubt these Hawaiians deeply inspired by her performance, and to be able to have this all Hawaiian final.
Hawaiian residents and a native Hawaiian here in the final. It's always an interesting representation here when we ask. I'm sure there's a lot of Kanaka Hawaii out there wondering, when we say Hawaiians, there's a question. What does that mean to be Hawaiian? Does it mean you live in Hawaii, or does it mean you have Hawaiian ancestry? And I think this is still yet to be discussed within the surfing community, because we have people like John Florence, who is without native Hawaiian ancestry but is born and raised here in the islands, whereas Seth Moniz, born and raised as well with Kanaka Maoli ancestry, the Koko as we say. Not to, you know, I think when we recognize there's differences, then we're able to marginalize those differences. But to not recognize that there is in fact a difference here in the islands, when I would be surprised if I heard John say he's Hawaiian, but I very much appreciate when he says he represents Hawaii.
Yes. So Hawaii very strongly represented in this final, and thank you for pointing out those particulars, because to ignore the roots culture, which flows through this population and through these islands, would be a miss. 40 minutes in this final. We are back in priority mode.
Priority. Top 2 scores determine the winner. scores from the first 3 rounds are no longer relevant.
It's a whole new game.
We are in the finals. The crowds are going crazy on the beach right now. People are freaking out, I have to say.
You know, Roy Russell described it so accurately. The many faces and the ebbs and flows of Pipeline, and we saw it just before this last heat. You know, it seemed like, oh, is this going to be it? Russell Bjerke.
Good showing.
He's amazing.
People are looking, you know, right now the swell is flexing on the reef. There are challenging conditions, but insane waves to be ridden out here. Everyone's going to be tested. These are all pipe specialists out here.
Balaram Stack was the defending champion from New York last year. One of the things that Balaram is known for over the years is being one of those, you know, you're looking at messy pipeline and you're just like wondering what's going on, and then you're like, is that a human being out there? Yeah. And Balaram would be one of those people, usually by himself.
Yeah.
Which amongst these 4 surfers are the ones that you would see on so one of those unruly days where the opportunities are slim, but you could get a rich reward?
You know, I would say every single one of these surfers, if pipe hasn't been breaking in a while and it's breaking, every one of them would be out, even if it's unruly and messy. All 4 of these people have a special deep connection to Pipeline that they would be out, even if it's big and messy. Who's out there the most often? Probably Makana, because he's the youngest, right? You know, of the crew. He's in the standing of where everyone sits out there. Yeah, everyone wants perfect pipe for sure, but I've seen John out when it's not that good, and he somehow can find the good ones. And again, when it's big and messy and weird and crazy, there's always those diamonds in the rough, the gems, and any one of these guys know how to get it.
We'll get into more of the particulars of these 4, and I'm going to put you on the hot spot to make a pick. But first, we'll check in with the defending champ, Balaram Stack, who is with Holly Swan.
Balaram, obviously last year's Pipe Master. Who's your pick for this final?
Makana Pang all day. I would love to see that dude go and fucking take it out, especially with the field he's got with him right now. I'll be stoked.
Yeah, and how was it out there? The conditions are obviously big and gnarly.
Ah, man, it was big, it was gnarly, it was everything you can fit into those 2 words, and like, I don't know, it was fun giving it a try. It was like, either you're not catching a wave, or you're going over the falls, or you might get a good one, and like, kind of got a little in between of all that, so. I don't know, it was fun. I had a great time fucking trying, and I mean, I heard before I went out, my brother's grounds, I got 2 nieces and a nephew, Cohen, Serafina, and Caden, and that was like the motivation to get going. Like finally last heat, like I was like, yes, they're watching, fuck yeah, but no, I'm stoked. Everybody back home that was watching, I'm like forever in debt to everybody, so feels good to be here now, and feels good to be on the beach, so. No, I'm here now. Thank you guys, though. It's a great time.
Cheers. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Thank you.
Enjoy a few drinks.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Balaram, a humble past champion.
You know
Great
what
job.
I love about Balaram, you know, we talk about it all the time, the way he is, as you see some big set marching in right now. These guys are about to get cleansed. There's a cleansing taking place in this final. There's some perspective on the cleansing.
Oh, wow. The swell is in cleanse mode.
Yeah.
Okay, just breaking out the back now.
Fully realizing itself. You see those videos of John doing those duck dives where he goes underwater all the way across a pool. And you wonder if he's able to apply some of that right now as all 4 surfers getting flexed on. But back to Balaram Stack. He's walked with such a humility in his years since he was a kid, coming to the North Shore, earning his spot in the Volcom House, where you watch him walk around in this community, and he is respected as if he is one of the community.
Yeah, he's the honorary Hawaii resident here, I think, spending time, and also, again, those big and messy days he's out there by himself when the people are out surfing Pe'ahi, Jaws, Waimea, outside different places. He's out here at pipe waiting for it to just get small enough where it's not just washing through like what we're seeing here. The question is it better to duck dive or do you bail on the second?
I didn't see anyone bail their board.
I think I seen Makana bail.
Did Makana bail?
Or someone did. You know, sometimes.
What do you do?
I bail. I bail and I ride the whitewater in. I take it all the way to shore and I run away.
I'm a clutcher. I'm a clutcher. My surfboard in those situations becomes a teddy bear / security blanket. I had one at Cloudbreak once. You know, you're out there and it's like 6 foot, and all of a sudden 10-footers start marching through and you're in the wrong spot, and you're like, okay, well, one thing we're gonna not do is we're not gonna expire.
Yeah.
And I like to clutch. But sometimes you try to clutch and it just gets ripped out of your arms anyway.
I've had it duck diving, and I've had my teeth, my lip get cut, and my face gets slammed by the board, broken board. So to me, taking the humility round trip also, it seems to me a better option. Either I break my leash or, I get washed in. But I've learned personally for me, when I duck dive on big sets, there's more action happening. The board might come hit me. So I'm definitely more of a thrower. Who's this? John.
That's that weird guy.
John.
How do you get done duck diving all those waves and then decide to try and go on something like that?
He knows. This is his thing. He's here for a reason. No stranger to winning, and now he's applying it. And when you're number one in a lot of people's minds and action in reality of standings or rankings, there's a lot to represent. You can't just be like, there's a bit of self pressure, I'm sure, that he has for himself to want to perform at the highest level, and that comes down in his mind. Okay, while everyone's catching their breath, my advantage could be to turn around and get a wave and just establish the narrative. Again, maybe he's not in priority right now. I don't know what the priority is going on right here, because priority is a thing in the finals here. Top 2 waves count towards your final score.
So with the conditions like they are right now, especially with all this sand, how do those big giant sets sort of will they affect the lineup in real time?
Yeah, I think for deep water waves, taller waves, bigger waves, a lot of surfers like to look for a smoother face. It can smooth out the water for a smoother face, not as much bumps, because on bigger waves you have bigger chops and it's a lot bigger risk to hit those chops. At Pipeline, you see that also starts to flood the water onto the reef, causing a bit of bathtub effect. So it's not set in stone that, okay, let the first one go and the second one's going to be smoother. There might be too much water now from the previous wave coming in, and now you don't have that same amount of draw off the reef. It could affect negatively what the face looks like.
Yeah, we saw like during one of those really big sets in the last heat, in that heat 10, like 3-foot side waves running from south to north across the reef.
All right. Your current leader, John Florence, with a 1, a 1, and a 1. We're going to see that change, I'm sure.
A 1 and a 1 and a 1 that was felt, though.
Oh, yeah. We're hearing some noise out there. Something's happening. Are people just freaking out?
I think people are just fired up that we're in the final. Great performances today from, John Florence to just put himself out of reach, basically, from a Hunger Games perspective of being taken out.
By his brothers.
Makana Pang, Billy Kemper, Seth Moniz all came in to the day knowing that they needed a wave. And they set their intention, and they were able to accomplish that.
It's, everyone on the North Shore, whether they competed, they are no longer in the finals, in the running, to the people who haven't got in the contest who we know as part of this competition deserve a spot to be here. The Shaden Poccaros and the Ayala Stewarts that are out there who put time and time again, the Sheldon Paishans that are, you know, working their way to show they deserve a spot. They're watching this too, and they're stoked. Everyone is rooting for someone. You got multiple generations here that are represented in this lineup, in this final, from John to Makana, Billy and Seth. People from town, country, you got Outer Island, we got people who are from the young, fresh crop. It's a killer representation to see who you're rooting for. Everyone on the North Shore is probably tuning in, listening, and that's exciting. It's exciting to see at least a community is now represented in a really interesting way. It's not complete, but at least everyone is at least 1 degree of separation between everyone here in the finals.
Well said. Well said. And one of the things I really appreciate in getting to commentate with you is your ability to really put into context the working parts of what culture looks like here in the islands. It's so easy to have a skewed point of view from the outside looking in, not really understanding the culture. And so I just appreciate all the different manners in which you're able to explain and learn people, if you will, on what it means, and also so that people can when they come to the islands, it strengthens their ability to show the proper type of respect when visiting this incredible place.
Well, we appreciate this opportunity to have a celebration in this Makahiki season that we're in, the time of celebrating agriculture, fertility, peace, but it's also a time to showcase sportsmanship. Makana Pang dropping into something that didn't quite materialize. In the Hawaiian culture, traditionally, we have a 9-month, semi-9-month period of war season, where the chiefdoms battle for mana, we call, and that word, if those surfers out there, we talk about this mana, loosely translated the spiritual power, but this mana is this kind of intangible thing that exists not just in humans, but in the waves, in the reef, in the wind, in the rocks, in the trees. It's something that is transferable, and it's a feeling, and that's something that maybe people describe when they come to these islands. They feel this mana, and this wartime, these 9 months out of the year, you're trying to elevate your ability to acquire the most amount of mana through war is one aspect that is allowed. But in these 3 months of Makahiki season, which we're in currently, it's about a different way to acquire mana, sportsmanship, celebrating your value. And these Makahiki games were put forward where people would showcase their efforts, and this is one expression, a modern day expression of that. So we're very fortunate to have this opportunity. Whoa, Billy Kemper.
Remember, Billy competing with that broken 5th metatarsal in his left foot. So every time he takes off on a wave, he's doing the best he can to not make things worse. He just gets greeted, if you will, by that wave.
It's going to be, no one's getting handed this final today. Whoever wins this is working for it. As more sets out the bat come in.
See the Hawaiian Water Patrol just coming in to make sure that Billy's okay. Having a check on him as he is doing the hard yards right now.
Hawaiian Water Patrol, a big mahalo to you folks for keeping the competitors safe. And the Lifeguard, North Shore Lifeguard Association, City and County, Public Service. This
wouldn't be possible without you folks keeping Eve Wong safe, Emil Zermak. We had some spills here today, and it's amazing to see that we have infrastructure here to support safety, and also courses such as the Big Wave Risk Assessment Group, the BRAG community, who is out there, who Eli Olsen, again, who's been in many of these rescues, has been, he first learned how to do rescue from the Big Wave Risk Assessment Group, BRAG. So thank you for the community giving that information also to the community.
And I love that you bring that up, as poor Billy just doing the tour.
Yeah. You see him wave away the ski, though.
Yeah.
He said, hey, I'll paddle out. I made that choice.
That's a Billy-esque. And after he gets through this one, he should get pulled through the rip and not have to duck dive again. But I love how you bring up that Big Wave Risk Assessment, because for many years, it was sort of loose, like outside of the lifeguarding community, amongst big wave surfers, there wasn't necessarily a plan. And after, different incidents and injuries, etc., the surfers coming together and being like, okay, we need to raise our collective awareness of one another, each other as a collective in these situations, as we see
Makana Pang
getting clipped. And it's been great to watch the way that has evolved, not just from the life-saving perspective, but also in the work for all of these surfers to learn the breath work, do the underwater work, what happens in bad situations, to equip, make sure that everyone is as fully equipped as possible for this level of surfing.
The strategies are definitely not very clear out here during this heat. We have people waiting, but we also have people, so far it seems like Seth didn't try to grab something. He's waiting, trying to be patient, trying to pull from his family's experience. Son of legendary surfer, Uncle Tony Moniz.
Seen lots of shots of Tony Moniz on the beach, all smiles. What a legend. Such a kind human. Whole family.
Kind human, but Uncle Tony, he had to work to get to where he is to be that legend status. I always was pretty nervous around Uncle Tony.
Oh, first time I met him, I couldn't even look him in the eye. I was just like, oh, you're not just in the movies.
Yeah. Right? I mean, he had these pogs with, it was, if you got the Uncle Tony pog, like I remember having them, and they were like gold to me. I don't know. I'm sure the younger generation doesn't know what pogs are, but like bottle caps, it's like a game.
Here's the road to how our 4 finalists made it in. And on day 1, John Florence was doing John Florence things at Pipeline.
Wow, look how perfect that looks. Can't believe that was the first day. But also Makana Pang today doing what he had to do to get to the final. Very similar to how Kaulana did last year in the dire heats of the day, just staying true, holding his line and finding those waves gifted to him.
Love that GoPro perspective. This was Billy Kemper, caught 1 wave in his first heat, and he made it count.
Yeah, this was a wide tube that he just opened up saying, yeah, I have a broken foot.
Opting to ride the 6'8" instead of his normal 6'4", 6'6".
And Seth just doing the work, getting really under lip, riding a little bit longer board, but navigating out through these barrels.
That wave was insane.
I mean, that's what gets you to the finals here, being able to navigate. And for those who didn't watch the entire contest and are just tuning in for the finals, it was not easy. We had heats during the rounds where there was essentially 0 waves. The scoring potential was non-existent, like similar to this heat. Now we
we're looking at 3s, 1s across the board. Billy has a combined score of half a point.
Makana Peng's wave that we saw, that was the only wave of its kind that came in his heat. And he seized the opportunity wholly.
I mean, this is going to be hectic towards. But again, these are all. You have world champions in this heat. You have an insanely talented pipeline specialist from Makana Peng, and you have Seth Moniz, who, if we think back to that heat he had with Kelly Slater, he went toe to toe with a multi-world champion, multi-pipeline master, triple crown winner, and you know, Seth held his own in a way that he held himself in such a high regard and respect that, you know, it couldn't go to a more deserving individual right now if he were to manifest a wave out here.
Now that we're back in this priority situation, the stakes are the highest that they've been the entire event. We have the title, that legacy that lasts with you forever of being a pipe master. $100,000 for first prize. Do Seth and John, you think, have more of an advantage when it comes to playing the strategy of priority, especially in these conditions?
I mean, I would say they're currently they're implementing that strategy on a more current basis right now by being World Championship Tour surfers. Seth here taking off, not seeing good scoring potential on that, opting to bail out the back. But again, I mean, it's obviously has to have some sort of advantage at a certain point. Makana. Kind of just rolling the dice, I guess. I don't know. Like what? I don't know. Hard to tell what's going on in the minds of these individuals right now. None of them seeming to opt in to the mic for their final heat. I mean, 16 minutes may seem like a long time for us, but I think this is going to fly by to these competitors.
Yeah.
There's only 16 minutes left in a final.
And this is a 40-minute final.
A 40-minute final. We are 2/3 of the way finished with this, with no major scores on the board. What would you be doing if you were out there, Salema?
What would I be doing? That's hilarious. If I was out there, if it was half the size it was right now, I don't know. I mean,
oh, there's some sets probably coming out. We can hear the beach. What would they be doing?
Look at these.
Red, second priority
This
white,
generation.
third priority black,
Love it.
fourth priority blue.
They're about to fire up the Barbie.
Who do you think those guys are rooting for?
Makana.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the closest to their age group, I'm sure. They're like, well, maybe Uncle John might bring in Uncle Billy.
Throw yourself in this heat right now with 14 minutes to go and everything that we discussed on the line. What are you looking for?
I can't even imagine even being out there amongst these surfers. But if I was to, in some alternate universe and space, to be alongside of these amazing, talented humans, I probably would be just sitting out the back, waiting for one wave. Something similar to getting an opportunity like what Harry got or what Balaram got, or, you know, just essentially what Caius got. You know, at this point, I just
Russell Bierke,
yeah. Like at a certain point, all these guys want to win, I'm sure. Like we're getting a good wave up pipe with 4 people out. That could make your life, really.
I am wondering where our priority situation is right now. I know Seth is probably in the back of the pack. I'm sure our production team will let us know. I believe Seth was the last person to go on a wave.
You can really see that wind swell now coming from the northeast, those ribs. That's the that's a surface swell getting a bit of surface current, pushing people down towards off the wall. That if you see, they're continuously paddling, and it's also pushing them in, which you've seen a lot of surfers are getting caught throughout the day. They sit, they think they're in the spot, and this wind just kind of keeps pushing them into the impact zone. You're always got to think ahead.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's going through the minds of these surfers. Okay, how do I stay? But all these surfers are from the generation of sitting underneath the double up.
Right.
These aren't roll-in specialists that are also amazing, incredible surfers out at Pipeline. This is the crop of sit underneath it, so they don't want to paddle too far out, and they might be riding shorter boards to make sure they.
John Florence
going around it, reading it. I mean, there
he's
you go.
that guy. He is that guy. Did you see how he made sure once he saw that first section wasn't going to offer? He's like, all right, I'm going to go around this thing and maximize whatever points I can get.
Yeah. I mean, if you look, he didn't just pull off the takeoff into some crumbler. He looked at it, went around it, waited to find that barrel. Again, that's just experience, knowing, okay, at this time, I got to get busy. I got to do something. What if a set doesn't come? Is it enough to win? I don't know. Probably not. Seth.
Now, here's a weird thing that I'm going to say. It might be enough to win, given these conditions.
This all comes down to that 45 on, 45 off. You know what?
And if you wonder now if he might sit just a little bit more to the north and try to get some weird wide one that comes underneath to chuck an air, do a couple of turns, and stay away from the pack. Oh, and just
Going
like
right?
that.
Oh, John going backdoor. Wow. I mean, this is just he knows what he's got to do. You know,
I laugh because people forget like how tenacious of a fierce competitor John is, because he doesn't wear it in his face. He's not vocal with it, but he's so focused. As we saw him be like, all right, you guys paddle back out. I'm going to sit on the inside and back this thing up.
Makana Pang going in.
Let's go. Driving.
Falling.
Smoked at the end.
You can almost see maybe the years of experience in here. You have Makana. I'm going to go. I'm going to catch all. He is the most waves caught so far, which also gives him the most potential to get a high score. And then you have John recognizing, let me just put something on the board.
This format is what John does for a living to win world titles.
Yeah.
And when that's what you do for a living, like you saw it, and you're also the best in the world, you do this.
Taking the lead with a 12.5 for his last wave. You know, when you see the waves that are coming in, but you know, okay, these smaller backdoor waves, just get deep and get out. He's stoked. Makana looking for better quality waves, but a little bit of imperfection. I don't know what happened there at that very end.
Let's take a look.
Seeing the foam ball just gobbled up his board. Waiting on the scores for Makana. As John paddles back out, I think now he's thinking, okay, now let me wait for a good wave. You know, just strategy where
he can be patient, wait for something big and weird, knowing that he's put pressure on the rest of the field to get two waves.
Yeah.
Remember, for the last 3 rounds, excuse me, it's been, you know, I can get a wave here, a wave there. Now we're back to like, you got to stack these two.
You know, but you can't count out anybody in this moment. A single wave, a single mediocre wave will propel any one of these competitors into the top seat.
Into the mix.
But now John is at a combined 30. We're looking at 18 and a 12.
8 minutes to go. If you're Billy, Seth, or Makana, you need to get one under your belt, a decent one under your belt.
And I think John just put the pressure on them, saying you guys now need, in reality, one amazing wave in the excellent range or two good waves, which is in 8 minutes on a day like that. He's definitely, and again, this is the type of strategy that isn't just like, oh, maybe I'll catch two small ones. Like, I'm sure there's a process that John goes home with a little notebook and paper and writes down, okay, say this scenario happens, or at least might talk through it with one of his coaches to say, okay, what is the strategy in this event? This scenario happens. What should I do? And you know,
no doubt, he's drilled this 1,000 times.
He had this heat already before it happened. You know, this is just one variation potentially, and this is all speculating because I don't really know how freakish he is in all of this stuff. But I could imagine, and I wouldn't be surprised, because you kind of, people who are successful in their life, they do this in whatever profession or path they choose. They have multiple scenarios that they have planned out, and they wait for each one to present itself, and then they execute.
Makana,
he's just going big on these closeouts. He's trying to secure something.
Well, you said it before. You'll see the difference in energy from that sort of measured, calculated, to Makana just being like, I'm gonna throw myself over as many of these things as possible, and I'm gonna get that wave.
You know, you can feel the tension pooling as, why is Billy and Seth, their game plan must be, we're waiting for good ones. So if that situation happens, again, we don't have the priority in front of us, so we don't really know how this strategy is really playing out.
You see when that spray coming off the lip, you're able to see that wind in real time.
Yeah, but that's the wind that's moving now, more from the north than from the east. The pristine conditions out here at this coast along the North Shore are southeast winds. This is coming from the northeast. We see winners battling out through the wind. First place, $100,000. Second place, $75,000 for second place.
That's, yeah, we talk about that $100,000 the whole time, but that's 75 for second, 50 for third, and 25 for fourth. All strong, difference-making funds in a professional surfer's life. Of course, John, the only former pipe master in this field.
Seems they're now all clumped together out there, with Billy trying to separate himself from the pack and maybe Seth following him a bit. 5 minutes left. Wow, this is...
How? I demand a recount. How?
It's going by so fast.
And again, with that's another thing that, you know, John is aware of with that clock management, getting those two scores. They're now competing against his scores and against the clock, as we welcome in our contest director, Nathan Fletcher. Congratulations on a great day, making that call today.
Thank you, Salema.
What was it like when you were waking up this morning and it looked like there was no waves and people are chirping in your ear, saying things, and deciding to run, and it ended up being high action all throughout the day?
Yeah, well, today we definitely looked at the forecast as much as we could to really predict what was coming in the future and what was happening. And so we definitely were checking the buoys all night, and then it came down to Jody Young and myself and the Vans guys talking about how we could modify the competition and shave 2 minutes off of each heat, which got us, I think it was a half an hour of time, and then to the 40-minute final, to where we can complete the whole contest today, because the forecast looks pretty horrendous. Really northeast swell definitely size, but as we've seen it change today, you know, just throughout the day, you've seen the swell definitely go from west and nice to north. And so we're really crunched to get the best conditions we could. And that's why we had the day the other day where it wasn't quite the ultimate pipe day. But in my opinion, in 2023, to be a true pipe master, you have to be able to surf 6 to 8 foot. You have to be able to pull out your small boards and then surf the 2 to 4 foot for airs and whatever. And that's why we saw John really perform in those conditions. And then I was hoping it'd be a little bit bigger today in this evening, because we had a pretty solid buoy reading this morning. I think it was 16 feet at 18 seconds. But I think the wind in the swell direction really blew it down between here and Kauai. And so ultimately we had great conditions, we had small conditions, and then we had the rising swell today, and then all your scores are scratched. And so then the 4 pipe finalists, they're going to have to surf in maxing pipeline. And so I was thinking in my head, that's really what you want to be a pipe master, is be able to perform and contest in all the conditions, and then you have big maxing pipe for the final.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best. You know, John really able to showcase that on both days, and even an unlikely scenario in Billy Kemper. He surfed really solid on the smaller day, did some really great turns at backdoor, and put himself positioned to get the score that he needed today. As dropping in is Billy.
Yeah,
and that's going to be the end of his campaign.
Well, Billy really performed on the small day as well, and I think people were taking it as a throwaway day. But in our heads, we really didn't want to have it be a 2-round competition, which we had to condition-based last year. And so you saw the guys who took the small day seriously, where they're in the final, and that's really what makes a pipe master, is being able to you know, surf all the different faces of pipeline and not just 10-foot perfect pipeline. And another thing I want to really note is I'd really like to thank Vans for, you know, funding this competition, promoting this competition, putting their neck on the line and changing the format for progression, you know, for really the surfers, and then also the sport in progressing the sport. But that's also better for the spectators. And so, you know, in my head, that's a big, bold maneuver, and, you know, they're really funding the culture of pipeline and what's new and what's to come. And, you know, like people have said before, but my brother was really at the forefront of getting barreled and doing airs and surfing pipeline at this style of surfing. And so I've been seeing this, you know, most of my life, and I was part of it. And so it's really cool to see, you know, where the future of the sport is at the moment and where that'll take us, because we don't know what the future is, but we have seen it change a lot since I was a kid. And I've been on this beach, you know, for 40+ years, and I've seen a lot of people come and go. I've seen, you know, multiple people die, multiple people get resuscitated. And, you know, this is, like I said before too, this is dreams become reality. And also, you know, there's certain cases where dreams get broken and you go home in an ambulance. So John's the new Pipe Masters champion, and I don't think it could go to a better guy.
You see that smile. You see that smile as Billy's paddling over to congratulate him. An incredible performance by the best in the world at this moment, all around for me, for John. But he's so modest and so humble, and in his calculation of and knowing what it would mean to win this event. And he never ever made it seem like it was a shoo-in in any way, shape, or form. His brothers took it to him as hard as they could and pushed him. And John Florence joining Moana Jones Wong as our men's and women's respective 2023 Volcom Pipe Masters. We're going to send Dr. Clifford Kapono down to the stage as he's going to host the ceremony.
I gotta say, you know, what a win. That must feel really good for John. He's definitely at a different spot in his life. Congratulations on him. Going to be a father at some point soon. And I feel like he took it as serious as he takes anything in his life. This definitely wasn't just a hand-me-down.
Yeah, well, it wasn't just a happy to be here.
No, he brought his A game, and it really showed. And he's getting walked up the beach by his brothers, Kanaka Solutions. And this is definitely one for the record books. And that's another thing, too, is Moana Jones Wong. She took it to Pipeline like no other female has ever taken it to Pipeline.
No.
And you know, to see those performances, it's definitely part of history and something that I was really happy to be here to see. I was happy to make the calls. I tried my hardest, did my best, and I feel like the call prevailed today. And it's not always that way. So,
well, for all the times that you know the call didn't go your way, this absolves all of that. I mean, this is, you couldn't ask for more. And this is truly, you know, this is an event that I believe we'll look back as like, oh, this was a shift. This was a disruptive shift in what the future can look like, especially in what it's done for women at Pipeline.
It's second to none for the women at Pipeline. I feel like they're just getting started. And also, too, I also feel that, you know, it's the most captivating to the audience to see stuff that people have never done. And I feel like really, you know, all the women, all their performances, you know, that's tears.
I love it, man. I love the way they've been having fun on social media with their beards. You know, they're all for one and one for all, but unique individuals as well within the sport. And perfect day. And how about this crowd on a Tuesday?
On a Tuesday. You know, the one funny thing is you'll probably see Ivan at the skate park today after the contest because he has definitely put his time in at the skate park. And I feel like Pipeline, the skate park, the school across the street, these guys are homegrown 100%. This is their backyard. And it really proves that, you know, time, put in time really pays off. And I feel like John doesn't know what to do right now. He's so happy just to go home and relax after this.
Well, we'll find out what he's going to do and where his mind's at, because he's with Holly right now.
Yeah, John just came in from his second surf ever at Pipeline. How's that feel?
Oh, it feels so good to it. Those ones are so hard, those types of heats, when it's just, there's not a lot of good waves. It's a grindy heat, so it feels good to win it, but it was tough. I wanted to have a good battle with everyone, and just the right waves didn't come. Yeah. But I'm stoked.
Yes. It was so good to watch. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
The smile says it all. And I'm sure Mama Florence right now is smiling really big. I mean, the manner in which she helped to set the path for these boys from the time that they were yay high to say this is your life.
She really put them here. Like this was destiny. And it's funny because she almost knew that it would happen, but you could never know. But I remember watching John when he was just a little kid, and you really knew, you could see the difference in his surfing. And then there was a little period when he was about 14 or 15 where people speculated this and that. And I remember going on a boat trip with him, and he was a little guy. And then the next year we went on the boat trip, and he was 16. And once he turned 16, you knew that he was going to be the best in the world.
Yeah. For a kid to be sort of ordained at a very, very young age as the second coming of Kelly Slater, to be mentioned in the same ranks as Andy and Tom Curran, etc., and to be on the cover of Surfer Magazine at 12 years old, that's a lot to live up to. And a lot to live up to, especially coming from such a small island. And what he's done with it, with each time he's continued to fulfill another prophecy, it hasn't shaken him. He's had this ability to stay centered, despite all of the, we didn't even talk about all of the injuries that he's gone through that could have ended his career. It's just great to watch and see where he's at.
Yeah, I really feel that John's going to continue. Like, this is his life, this is his path. But right now I feel like he's just getting his stride. He's a real man, and what I've noticed is like 30 to 40, you're in your prime. It's not, you know, everybody thinks, oh, you're in your prime and at 18 to 25. But if you take care of yourself and you try hard and work hard, and with his natural ability, I feel like we're going to see some strong performances, you know, from John and from 30 to 40. I feel like he's just getting to know himself and know what he likes. He's coming into his own, and he's strong enough and educated enough to really take advantage of these next couple of years.
Yeah, and you know, he becoming a two-time pipe master today, he joins some very strong names: Jerry Lopez, Roy Russell, Derek Ho, and now you can add John Florence to that list of two-time pipe masters. That's
And along with Moana, she's a two-time pipe master. And we also had Rory here today, who is a two-time pipe master. And I feel like one is something, but when you do two, it really, your spot is like a true pipe master.
Indeed, it does. It has been an incredible 3 days. I think they are waiting for you.
Me?
On the beach.
Oh, I'm out.
Yeah.
We love you, Salema.
I love you. Oh, you're staying. Holly, you're wrong. Holly came in here and tried to. Holly came in and almost she almost threw the post show.
She tried to steal your company.
I'm not doing this by myself. Well, let's take a look at how this thing all started, huh? This morning, you made the choice to trust the buoys.
I did make the choice to trust the buoys, and I also made the choice on the forecast as far as, you know, looking to see in the future and what the capabilities were of maybe having all women in a women's final today and then going into men another day with a men's final. But that just really wasn't an option. I felt, you know, with the conditions we had all the way up to Harry Bryan's wave was phenomenal pipeline. It definitely got tricky later on, but you can't control the weather. And, you know, you can't control the forecast. So we did our best. We tried to get everybody out there. And as good as, and Moana is just an absolute beast. I got to tell you.
I mean, like, you can see that this is before the sun has fully come up. Shortly before this, maybe an hour before this, it was flat.
It was flat, but you knew it was coming because those buoys, they tend to not lie, and you can really trust. You know, forecasting, when it's a week out, that's just all speculation until it gets to be about 2 days away. Once the wind hits the water, you have a much better idea of what's going to happen, and then the waves hit the buoy. And when it hits the buoy, you really know.
That was the Imai wave at backdoor, and it was just a festival all day.
That was one of my favorite waves, was Rearu. And, you know, he was right there. He just didn't get the exit, but the drop and the commitment, and then Harry's wave right there.
The first 10. Rearu's wave probably would have been a 10 as well, but that Harry Bryant wave was insane. The foam ball looked like it was CGI.
He's really had, I mean, just I don't know, a string of luck or just destiny, but with his backdoor wave last year where he got that huge backdoor one, and then he's like the slow creeper guy to where it was like third round he got the 10. But I feel like those are two of the best waves of his life at Pipeline, 100%, and they both came in this contest. And I don't think he expected it, but you know, it was nature's order. It just gave it to him, and I'm sure he couldn't be happier.
For sure. This was also a Pipe Masters in which people had to work, and Pipeline flexed. You know, we saw a lot of people going over the falls. We had a couple of injuries, as we were aware of, but in order to be great at Pipeline, you have to pay the tax.
And there's a large tax to pay. I don't know if it's 7 or 10% over here, you know what I mean? But, and that's what we were saying too. The lineup's not regulated anymore, and it's not in a contest, but Pipeline regulates. You know what I mean? The wave does the regulating. It just picks you. And so as many times have you surfed it, that's just more the odds of the chance that you're leaving in an ambulance. And it's really not bad until you leave in an ambulance. And you know those times, and it's different than just getting a little bang or a bump.
Frankie Harrer had somehow had 2 of those. There's Ava Wong. She was being tended to at the beach, and they ended up taking her to the hospital for further evaluation to make sure she was okay. Bethany Hamilton was just charging, sending herself out over wave after wave.
this too, you can see that the swell was rising and it was really jacking. And it was really hard to make it down the face at that point. And they definitely were going as hard as they could go. And it was amazing more people didn't get hurt, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So this is definitely the highlight wipeout reel.
24 wipeouts total, with Amo Zermak also taking a trip to the hospital. We wish him and Ava both a quick recovery. And right now, I believe we are going to go out to the main stage and hand out some beautiful trophies and some checks and crown some champions.
And those are some happy campers.
All right, aloha everybody. Aloha mai kako e na poe pau no ke aina. Mahalo no ka ho'olohe me ka nana no ke ia one. He one o ehukai. Big congratulations to all the winners and competitors here. We're going to be opening up here with Steve Van Doren, someone who made this possible here to have the Vans Pipe Masters 2023 possible. Thank you, Steve, for making this all happen.
Thank you very much. Anyway, honored to be out here. We've been coming out here for over 3 decades, 30 years. And first, I want to thank all of you great people for coming out and honoring all of the great surfing. Let's hear for all the surfers today, women and men. It's an honor always to see the best come out to Pipe. And thank you, God, for having a great day of weather, waves, and surfing. So I'd like to then turn it back over here to you, and let's get on with the awards. Thank you very much for everybody who works so hard on the North Shore. Always gracious, great hosts, the North Shore of Oahu for Vans Pipe Masters.
Thank you very much again, Steve, for everything. A big shout out, mahalo again to Vans, Sunbum, Fat Tire, WSL, and most of all, you folks, the audience. Without the fans, none of this would be possible. Mahalo to all of you. We're going to start here with the women's. We're going to have fourth place. We're calling up Erin Brooks. Congratulations. One of our youngest competitors in the event, a young Erin Brooks, demonstrating power, grace, and progress. Congratulations, Erin. Our next finalist here, Hawaii's own, you're very familiar with her name, making a third place appearance, Carissa Moore. Congratulations. We know we've seen the results already, but we want to bring up an amazing performance by what many are calling some of the best backside pipeline riding we've seen in history. Molly Picklum, congratulations, second place. Incredible performance. Mahalo. And without further ado, all you folks we know, the Queen of Pipeline, congratulations. Hawaiian Moana Jones Wong, your 2023 Vans Pipeline Master. Congratulations, Tita. Let's hear it for all of our finalists for this year's Women's 2023 Vans Pipeline Masters Women event. Congratulations, thank you so much. Moana, can you please come and we hear some words from our champion? You are now not only a Pipeline Master, but twice, 2 times women Pipeline Masters, never been done before. You are now setting the stage for many, many men and women to look up to you as an amazing role model. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, first thing I would like to say is thank you, God, for keeping me safe out there, and Pipeline for sending me all the waves that I wanted, and thank you to my whole family, my community, and my friends, everybody that's down here today. Thank you for cheering us on, and all my other competitors. I'm super stoked and very grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations. One more time, round of applause for your 2023 Pipeline Master, Moana Jones Wong. And now moving on into the men's. It was a tough competition to say the least. Challenging conditions, not very pristine, but to be a master of Pipeline, we know that you need to see many faces of it. And coming in at 4th place with a broken foot, the one and only Billy Kemper. Congratulations. No crutches necessary. He's coming up on his own. Broken foot, ladies and gentlemen. Third place. Challenging conditions, but we know this man is no stranger to finals here at Pipeline. Towns, Summer Street, Seth Moniz, 3rd place. Congratulations, Hawaiian. Wow, someone representing the younger generation here at Pipeline. Friends from coast to coast, 2nd place, Makana Peng. Congratulations, come claim your prize. Good job, brother. Coming right off a previous contest, coming straight into the Pipeline Masters final, 2nd place. Congratulations. And without further ado, your 2023 Vans Pipeline Master, the one and only John Florence. Congratulations. Challenging conditions, but again, any one of these finalists could have won, but at the end of the day, it's John who made it #1. Congratulations. Is there anything you would like to say to your brothers for letting you win, or maybe, just kidding.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone, my family. They've supported me through everything, and I wouldn't be here without them. And then to everyone coming down today, and yeah, thanks to Vans for putting on this awesome event. It's been fun to surf this different format. It's been pretty awesome, and I wish we would have had some waves in the final. It was pretty funny out there. We were just kind of laughing at how bad it was.
Well, thanks again. Inspirational to say the least. Congratulations to all 4 of your Vans Pipeline Masters. And again, Champion John Florence. Thank you, everyone. Let's make some noise. Mahalo nui, mahalo oko, mahalo e nakupuna, na aomokua me nakupuna. Mahalo nui. Thank you, everyone.
Great job. A fantastic job hosting that ceremony by Dr. Clifford Kapono. And you could just see the joy in both the champs, in Moana